invasion of Ukraine as a war against the West over decades. That kind of propaganda, she writes, is key to Russia's expanding influence. He sets out to answer the question, why does Russia's messaging resonate?
The sources of pro-Russian affinity have formed as layers of storytelling about the past, about past rights and past wrongs. Russia appeals to some because the Soviet Union was a fight, to others because the West was such a difficult, because world appeals to separate them, or because the numbers in the Russian religion, because the status quo, however the country is
How has Russia influenced but also something an unpredictable leader. So is it something that Russia can really depend on?
I think the anti-interventionism and anti-globalism in Donald Trump contain promises to give Russia some space and it's going to outlast the West. But the way that U.S. foreign policy has played out in action over the last 18 months has actually meant that many of Russia's hopes did not materialize. They welcomed the promise of a normalization in the U.S.-Russia relationship, but then if we look at the practice of U.S. foreign policy, of course we see that Donald Trump has ordered the use of military force against many countries, including Russian partners, Venezuela and Iran. And even though Donald Trump has rolled out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin, there has been no meaningful normalization of the Russia-U.S. relationship that really gains in the Russian policy.
What about when it comes to that question? I think Russia is really affecting the spirit of about the role of
calling it sounding alcoholic.
Iran insists it's not holding direct talks with the U.S. about ending the war and addressing President Trump's concerns about Tehran's nuclear program. Iran says it is speaking with Oman. White House yesterday, Trump said Iran has one last chance to avoid an escalation of American airstrikes in the Middle East. Millions of people in Iraq have been visiting the holy site of Karbala to commemorate what's known as the defining event in Shia history, the Battle of Karbala and the killing of Imam Hussein in the year 680. NPR's Dana Rapp says many people walked for days to reach the holy spot.
This is outside the Islamabad shrine, and there are people in processions, a lot of young men chanting about the killing of Imam Hussein 1,400 years ago, and no modern references. An Iraqi and an Iranian flag tied together. This commemoration has taken on even greater significance with the Iran war going on. Many Shia see the killing by the United States of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei as yet another injustice in the history of Shia Islam. In Iraq, NPR News, Karbala, Iraq.
Dow added more than 1% yesterday to close at a record high, 53,178. I'm Dave Manning.
to transform the world. Learn more at skull.org.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Stephen Street in Washington, D.C.
I'm A. Martinez in Culver City, California. Federal prosecutors have brought charges against 3 people accused of damaging the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. They blame President Trump's handpicked contractor instead, a rare pushback from his own administration, as NPR's Rachel Treason reports.
It was 1 month ago when Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, held a press conference about the reflecting pool. She announced that a grand jury had indicted former Olympian David Hearn on a felony property destruction charge.
The evidence shows, will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that Hearn willfully destroyed property at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool.
Hearn says he simply reached into the pool to touch a floating piece of the new $14 million lining. He pleaded not guilty and was scheduled for trial in September. And then, on Friday, Pirro asked the judge to drop the charge. In a 20-page court filing, Pirro said new evidence from the Department of the Interior shows that the peeling paint was the result of a, quote, botched installation.
Their own experts and even the Department of Interior have concluded no one damage to the reflecting pool.
That's attorney Alan Dick. He represents one of the other 3 people arrested for vandalism. All pleaded not guilty.
They all charged with doing about the same thing, putting their hand in the reflecting pool.
By Monday, all 3 of their misdemeanor charges had been dropped. But their lawyers say their feelings will stay with them. One of them said his claim cost $2. Another described it as humiliating.
Fingerprinted, photographed, mugshot, in the FBI database.
Lawyer Jameson Kohler said his client, a local veterinarian, had simply picked up floating feed pieces along with some litter.
This is the President of the United States saying these people will be punished. These people are going to jail for a long time. It's awful.
Trump said Monday he was really disappointed in Pirro, whom he picked for the job.
He told that that was umbrella, and people get away with it.
Trump continues to blame vandals for the threat, but he also found
Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, who declined to answer Washington's question about a mysterious sound heard during a recent speech.
Senator Jacob accused that the youth culture today on the Senate floor.
Ultimately, TMZ conceded the sound might have been something else, but Washington can compensate for the worthwhile trouble if lawmakers understand the situation clearly. So arguing TMZ that similar money for people who may not normally work.
What a great opportunity to maybe play it off, say your personality, do what you like, celebrate.
At the other end of the Capitol, TMZ found more prospective audience in House Republican Marilyn Bowman, Colorado Congresswoman opened up on others, and both of us, behind-the-scenes talk on a critical defense policy bill.
It's a big issue on the vaccine, right? I mean, it's not talk about how much we do. We have strong
legislation for details and system that doesn't have to be in terms of the
any experiment of 3 weeks of relation to the use of
is challenging Representative Leslie Bell from the left. Another test of how much an anti-establishment mood is powering this political moment.
That's NPR congressional reporter Sam back in Michigan. Sam, thanks.
You're welcome.
Larry Sabato is watching today's primaries as he has watched many over the years. He directs the University of Virginia Center for Politics. Mr. Sabato, welcome back.
Thank you, Steve.
What thoughts did you have as you listened to some of the voters say in this talking with them?
I think it well represented what's really at stake across the country, but particularly in the Michigan Senate, which is a divide that we've seen many times over the years between establishment Democrats who focus on winning in November and anti-establishment Democrats who are angry at filling the blanks, and certainly gas prices, food prices, and Donald Trump himself. People who focus on what they're opposed to and want to nominate someone they believe in.
I am curious if you think that we should still be thinking about the two categories in the same way there, the electable person versus the angry person. Is it possible that there'll be some of the left might feel that the angry person is the electable person?
Well, there is a lot of that sentiment, and Steve, if this turns into any kind of a blue wave, then you will have lots of people from the anti-establishment of the party, from the progressives, winning in November, even though they may have been written off in the summer. We've seen that many times in both parties. So anger sometimes can propel a larger turnout, which in a midterm election can produce results.
I'm also thinking about, I guess, this to do with all the fundamentals. I mean, people have a certain view of the economy right now. People know who the president is. People are definitely concerned about the president. Does it really matter if the economy is election?
It matters to a certain degree. I think it does set the margin of the electorate, and that can matter in the close race. And that's the key. Will these races be close by November, or will, as you say, the fundamentals have driven the election strongly in one direction or the other? If you've got fundamentals pushing things towards the debt, pushing things towards inflation, then I think people's emotions take control, and some of the principles of the associated with midterm elections may not apply this year.
I get the impression that people on the political left, Democratic Socialists and others, are thinking about primaries a little bit the way that President Trump has been thinking about primaries. If he wins the primary, it's a divided country, he's got a good chance of winning the general race.
Yes, that's the way we are today. That's the way Americans are. We used to be very pragmatic in our voting. Over decades, when we voted pragmatically in both parties. I'm not going to say those days are gone, but they're evident.
Does the mainstream have any gain left on the Democratic side?
The mainstream has more money. The mainstream often has the elected officials. Notice most of the elected officials in the Democratic Party and mainstream elected have supported Hillary Clinton.
struck down President Trump's Liberation Day tariff earlier this year. One company with a big refund is Apple. And the U.S. News report is planning to do something with that money that a lot of smaller companies get.
Apple says the tariff refund added about 2 percentage points to its gross margin. Now, how much is that? We did some math, and it's about $2.2 billion. Apple declined to comment, but on an earnings call last week, CEO Tim Cook was explicit about what Apple will do with the money.
Last year, we made a $600 billion commitment to the U.S. over 4 years. And now, as we said before, we plan to reinvest the tariff refunds we've received into the U.S.
The company is trying to shift its supply chains to the States. Dan Anthony tracks refunds at a small business group called Repay the Tariffs, critical of the import taxes. He says a recent survey his group did shows that, unlike Apple, many businesses are using their refunds just to stay afloat.
The biggest two things that got flagged were paying down debt, so essentially trying to jump out of the hole they got themselves into to keep making tariff payments, and rebuilding inventory.
He says nearly half of the 241 businesses surveyed said they had increased lines of credit or took fresh debt to survive the tariffs. Many cut costs by laying staff off. He says the government is due to update the amount it's refunded so far, but the Trump administration launched fresh tariffs in July, complicating the outlook for businesses.
There is a reluctance to invest in U.S. manufacturing or really anywhere because they just don't know when are these things going to change again.
For now, he says, even with refunds, many companies are staying in a defensive crouch. John Rulich, NPR News.
And a note, Apple is a financial supporter of NPR. This is NPR News.
And this is Morning Edition on member-supported Vermont Public. 6:19 on this Tuesday morning. I'm Mitch Wortlead in for Jen Gurecki. Delighted to have your company today. And coming up in just about 10 minutes on our next Vermont Public Newscast, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs plans to expand health care access for veterans around our region. I'll let you know about that and the effort from U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders' office coming up on Vermont Public News at 6:31. Stay tuned. Funding for Vermont Public is provided by our contributing listeners and also by Dorset Street Animal Hospital, open 7 days a week, including this way to go for walking veterinary and patient medical care. More information at Dorset Street Animal Hospital. And coming to
Tracking the front along, temperatures holding in from the Great Lakes and just to the west this morning. You can feel the change to much less humid air, which comes with lots of sunshine today. The comfortable air continues tomorrow with some clouds will mix in with the sun. And now the forecast details. Many areas of valley fog early giving way to sunshine, much less humid. Highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. Mostly clear tonight and high clouds south after midnight. Areas of valley fog lows in the 50s to low 60s. Wednesday, the valley fog burns off. Sun will be mixed with clouds more numerous in the south. Seasonably warm, 80 to 85. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an eye on the sky.
Support for NPR comes from Mr. Time and from Shell, offering the Schwab Team Investor, where teams can gain hands-on investing experience with co-owned accounts and teams, so parents can monitor the account while teams learn how to invest. More at Schwab.com. From CILV, partnering with every library, an advocacy organization dedicated to supporting future libraries and strengthening support programs. Learn more on everylibrary.org. And Progressive Insurance, committed to helping families acquire and choose home insurance from a network of companies and hundreds of thousands of students access higher education at institutions across the country. The UNCF announced he will retire at the end of the coming academic year, so I thought this would be a good time to ask him about this exciting and tumultuous time for HBCUs and knowing that donations are up at many institutions, but the Trump administration is putting intense pressure on programs that serve this time.
These institutions have tremendous technology. They move people from the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder to the middle, to the top level. That's good for America. That's the kind of work that we do.
He says UNCF has made that case for HBCUs to lawmakers of both parties.
When we had Democrats in the White House and when we had Republicans in the White House, we tried to tell a story at UNCF that HBCUs are nonpartisan and that they're really American institutions which benefit our nation writ large.
President Trump in his first term met with presidents of HBCUs, early. I mean, it was controversial because the meeting was set shortly after that demonstration in Charlottesville, Virginia, where these neo-Nazis were, marching through the streets, and there was a chance to cancel the meeting. He did go to the meeting. What was that like?
From other meetings I've had in the Oval Office over, the 50 years I've been in education, President Trump was very engaging. His team members, some of whom remain with him, were somewhat curious, and it was a bit of a free-for-all. Not quite as structured as meetings have been with him since then. I'll just tell you that every time I've been in the Oval Office, I've been treated with respect. There's been clear understanding of why I am there, what it is we're trying to achieve in behalf of the institutions we represent, and we've had a good year and a lot of support.
Has the second Trump administration been as engaged with the HBCUs as it was in the first?
Well, it does so differently. I mean, he's got people who know more about the sector than they did in the first term. We have met regularly with the Secretary of Education. We meet regularly with members of the President's team. And they know what our priorities are, and they've been responsive.
What are your priorities?
Well, our priorities are strong federal funding in several categories. One of them is block grants that go to the institutions. And so all I can do is say that we've made the case to the President. He's heard what we have to say. He has provided support. Because of the increase in the number of people who want it from these institutions, we've got to build more infrastructure.
Why do you think it is, though, that so many of the HBCUs have
seen this surge in applications. There are those who argue that it's in part because some of these historically or predominantly white institutions are now viewed as hostile in ways that they were not previously, have not been viewed in recent years. Do you think that's true too?
I would say that the tolerance for being, accepted but not brought into the community fully is not as great for this new generation as it was in my generation. I was taught to conform, to meet the expectations when I went from Morehouse to Columbia to Emory. This new generation of students says, meet me where I am, embrace me where I am, and make me a part of the community. And I think that's a challenge to a lot of institutions that's quite different. So I don't think they're more egregiously discriminatory, but I don't think they are the same kind of nurturing and embracing environment that many students want and that they find at HBCUs.
Speaking of challenges, as you and I are speaking now, it's been in the news, this issue around Howard University. Approximately 500 students who had been enrolled were informed very recently that they have been unenrolled because they didn't meet certain payment requirements to enroll. Some of these parents and students argue that the HBCUs have a higher obligation to work with students, particularly first-generation students, than other institutions do. In the spirit of fairness, I mean, the institution says, Howard says it has worked with many of these students and that about half of the students who were previously unenrolled will now be re-enrolled so that they've resolved their issue. But what do you make of that?
Well, let me just say, I'm going to speak now, Michelle, as a Howard dad and a Howard granddad, and my granddaughter just graduated last spring, so I can tell you that Howard University communicates with families and students. The reality is that Howard, just like everybody else, has to pay their bills. And the people who attend the institution have to pay theirs. The truth is, getting students to be able to pay because they are good students and they meet all of the academic requirements, they've got to meet the financial ones. And it's much harder to meet those financial ones because the federal government doesn't have, I think, a really good loan policy for students who will need financial support. I don't like students to get into deep debt, but if they can't make their family payments, they've got to have a way of borrowing effectively. And Howard and all these institutions, they can't operate without their revenue.
What was just the right time for you to step away from this one?
I will turn 70, I turn 79 this year. When I step away, I will turn 80 that year. Can I please have some time off? But I'm going to go with someone I hope can't to be able to go back to where I started with at Morehouse College. Teaching. And I want to do what I think all people should do. That's to do, share their wisdom, their experience, and prepare the next one.
That is Michael Lomax. He is the president and CEO of UNCF. Mr. Lomax, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your tenure.
Thank you, Michelle.
This is NPR News.
And this is Morning Edition on member-supported Vermont Public and Evangelical Affairs, and a new edition for a lot of us, including the Vermont Mission team. So tomorrow, Vermont Mission broadcasts live from Addison County Fair and Fieldworks. We'll hear from demo derby contestants, food vendors, livestock superintendents, and lifelong caregivers. That's tomorrow, Wednesday at noon, right here on Vermont. Funding for Vermont Public is provided by our contributing listeners, thank you, and by Union Bank of Vermont and New Hampshire, a Vermont institution since 1891. Details on opening an account online at ublocal.com. And Knoll Farms Summer Concert Series presenting Kathleen Park's Band August 9th at 1 p.m. in Brisbane. Tickets are by donation at knollfarm.org/music.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Madden. President Trump says he's giving Iran one last chance to reach a deal to end the war before the U.S. escalates airstrikes in the Middle East. Iran insists it's not holding direct talks with the U.S., but does acknowledge having discussions with Oman, focused on the Strait of Hormuz. A cargo ship in the strait reports being hit overnight. Tensions over Iran and the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine continue to weigh on energy prices. NPR's Camila Damanowski reports.
Brent crude, the global benchmark for crude oil, had been trading around $90 a barrel late last week. After President Trump posted online about the perimeters of a deal to totally reopen the Strait of Hormuz, prices dropped by more than $5. Gasoline prices have barely budged, though, with the national average around $4.10 a gallon, according to AAA. Analysts at the gas study say that between the war with Iran and Ukraine attacking Russian refineries, U.S. gasoline prices could set a new record for August, while remaining well below their all-time highs in 2022. Camila Damanowski, NPR News.
The Senate Judiciary Committee is scheduled to vote today on Todd Blanche's nomination to be Attorney General. Blanche is expected to make it out of committee after issuing an order to rescind President Trump's anti-weaponization fund, satisfying 2 Republicans on the panel. This is NPR News.
It's 6:31. Good morning. I'm Mitch Wortlead in for Jen Directly with this Vermont Public News. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs plans to expand health care access for veterans in the region. U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders announced the VA is building 2 new outpatient clinics in South Burlington and West Chesterfield, New Hampshire. The new 36,000-square-foot South Burlington facility will replace an existing Burlington clinic. It'll be twice the size and be the first VA clinic in Vermont to provide dental services. Clinics in Brattleboro and New Hampshire will also get consolidated into one 27,000-square-foot facility in West Chesterfield. Sanders says it will be located near the bridge to Brattleboro and will serve veterans in both states. Both clinics are expected to start seeing patients in the spring of 2029. Scientists are seeing new types of sharks off New England as warming waters make our coastlines more habitable for them. WBUR's Amanda Beelan says has more on why and what that means for us.
Spinner, tiger, and smooth hammerhead sharks haven't typically been spotted around here, but warming waters are changing that. These sharks are ectothermic species, meaning they depend on outside sources to regulate their body temperature. Ryan Noddick of the New England Aquarium says that's changing where they spend the summer.
They have a limit where it's too cold for them, and then they have a limit where it's too hot. And with climate change here in the northern hemisphere, that limit where it's too cold for a lot of these shark species is shifting further and further north.
As we continue to warm, Noddick says we should see more unusual visitors in the coming years. For the New England Meteor, I'm in the New
There's special guest details from guys out here on very much less today.
such a lack of kindness having to see the time that we've ended is because here at VA hospital campus, I've been watching people coming in here, hospitals, nursing homes, elder care facilities. I know Charlie Patrick, who's 54, was struggling with the dense smoke here in Spokane. It's brutal. Just listen as she chokes back tears, saying she doesn't know if she has an apartment she can go home to.
I hope so well. I hope it's good. I have a lot of memories, pictures and stuff in my phone. I can't get back.
Any idea when people might be allowed back?
Some have just to check on things. It could be days, though, maybe weeks. It just depends on what these fires do. It's a very tenuous situation. 1 minute the winds will pick back up, they'll shift direction and start threatening neighborhoods again. You know, these are the major urban wildfires we've come to dread and know all too well. It's not the level of destruction just yet like we saw in Los Angeles last year, but it's a big worry here in Spokane. You've got fires that started out in the wildlands outside the city. Wind brings them into these neighborhoods, and the structures themselves, the houses, just create the fuel for the fires to spread. Longtime locals like Edward Curran are shocked until this last weekend. The idea of evacuating from a wildfire in the city hadn't really been on their mind.
Obviously, we've had wildfire seasons a lot, and I never, because we live so inward in the city, I never ever imagined us having to be a level 3 evacuation.
Yeah, she sounds exactly like someone who has lived in Altadena or in Palisades, I thought, in the last couple of years. But given the western drought, is this on the radar too?
Well, here, fire officials have been warning about this and worried about this very thing happening for years. I mean, I remember being up here a decade or so ago doing a story about them planning about this very situation happening. And like a lot of American cities, even here in the Pacific Northwest, Spokane's been built out in what's known as the wildland-urban interface. You've got these dense stands of ponderosa pine forests next to gas stations, the malls, Costco. They're just powering their presence in so many neighborhoods. And right now, with climate change and coming off the winter that we just had, the extremely dry and warm, these forests and brush are just dry and flammable. It's only being made worse by climate change, and everyone across the region is worried right now, and it's only early August.
That is NPR's Kurt Sigler in Spokane, Washington. Kurt, thanks.
You're welcome. Health officials in Michigan say 2 people have died as part of the outbreak of cyclosporiasis. It's the foodborne illness that affects people across this country. Michigan has more than 11,000 reported cases, more than any other state, and almost 200 hospitalizations. Kate Wells is following all this for our partner PFS Health News. Kate, good morning.
Good morning.
What did you learn about the 2 people who died?
We don't know a lot. We know that these are both patients who have underlying health conditions, that they may have been impacted by cyclosporiasis and circulation. But it's known that they both were inside cyclosporiasis during their times as their California-based grower. See, health officials are also stressing that cyclosporiasis is not generally life-threatening, at least for the rest of our culture. We do want to be careful because we just want to give up.
that there's only been one FDA approved evaluating product at this point. That is the conference ice cream letters in Mexico. These are sort of stores like Walmart, Valley, is distributed to a bunch of buildings in some states. But that does not give us a clear answer for what's causing this in all of the other states. I mean, we've got 45 states with cases at this point. And at the state level, you've got health officials that are saying that there are other consequences still between the pandemic
What are health officials telling people to do? How can people protect themselves today?
Well, so people really need to get in contact with officials when that this does need to be linked to lettuce, but they're not ruling out those other possible sources, and they're continuing to do this kind of in-depth investigation with each case, trying to figure out what some common threads could be.
Okay, Kate Wells with our partner CFF Health News. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
This is NPR.
And yes, members supported the Mall Public. I'm Mitch Whitley in for Jen Director. Good morning. It's 6:42, and coming up next, we'll have the sports report for you. The Boston Red Sox caught on the heels of the team's best month of July ever. The franchise went all in for the baseball trade deadline. We will be on the news next on sports. Funding for the Mall Public is provided by our contributing listeners. We also have support today from Montreal, fine jewelry, silver, and peaches. And visits available, BigNetAntiques.com. Also, from BSAC, helping families make informed decisions about financial aid and education loans. bsac.org/loan. That with Vermont's primary elections just around the corner, Vermont Public has covered with candidate debates, Vermont's voter guide, and information to make informed decisions at polls. Head on over to vermontpublic.org/elections and sign up for our newsletter. We'll value there as well.
Before we arrive at this full pastimes, you can enjoy the Billings Farm Gardens and family-friendly activities. Plus, there will be food trucks. Reserve free tickets at vermontpublic.org/events.
Support provided by Jamaica Cottage Shop.
Good morning, because not to return for the next 150 years. Turns out the book has been bricked into a fireplace. If the library once left on the lake view, it would have been nearly $20,000. Now, no one's allowed to check out the book anymore. It's laid in the book. It's going to be
The Atlantic Space Production I think that the North continues to be more prospects in the day. Solid plus minus. Boston gets back to full house sooner rather than later and continues to produce success. By the way, you can find out much more about this. Those fans would be even more anxious to be trading the player that many thought would be the team's shortstop of the future. That would be Marcelo Meyer, one of the classic rookies that emerged a couple of seasons ago, along with Kevin Anthony and Christian Campbell, that were hyped as future franchise cornerstones. But like I just said, prospects are bets. Majors don't always produce wins. Meyer may well go on to become a huge star for the San Francisco Giants, where he was dealt for left-handed reliever Eric Miller yesterday. But Meyer's time in a Boston uniform has been underwhelming to this point. He's currently injured. He's struggled with ailments over the last 2 seasons that have limited him to fewer than 120 games played total. His defense has been adequate, but not eye-popping. His batting average is floated around 230. And while the Red Sox bullpen has been a source of strength this season, he never hurts to fly out like this. Miller, the Red Sox have been in South Calvin very nice. He's 76 and nevertheless for the 36 and the only thing concerns me to be the middle offensive control issue that we see in Watts. He's never a good team for a reliever, but Miller can cut down on some of those straight passes. He could make one of baseball's best bullpens even better. Giving this play a solid B, mostly based on the go-for-it roll-the-dice nature of it. Myers just plain creating to risk putting a player that won the way when he showed so much promise in the minors, but Miller has already proven this season he can be an effective arm right now. And given the historic turnaround the Red Sox have pulled off to this point, it would be foolish not to go all in, trying to make it pay off in postseason play. The Red Sox were off yesterday, but their rivals in the AL East did play, and the New York Yankees fell 13-7 to the St. Louis Cardinals. And the Red Sox are just 2 games behind the Yankees in second place in the division. 5.5 back to the Rays. The Red Sox only second wild card berth to be available in the Red Sox face the first in the Central Chicago White Sox tonight at Fenway. With Boston just coming off a 3-game sweep of the defending World Series champion LA Dodgers in LA, no less. Fenway Park should be rocking with electricity and anticipation tonight. Hopefully, the rest of this amazing season as well. And that's what this is.
From the Fairbanks Museum in St. John's Prairie, this is the Eye in the Sky Farm and Garden forecast. This morning features a sunrise at 5:41, setting at 8:11, length of the day 14 hours and 30 minutes. We do have some areas of dense valley fog early, but they will burn off with sunshine mixed with just a few clouds, much less humid. Highs in the upper 70s and low 80s with a gentle westerly breeze. Rainfall yesterday was generous across much of New Hampshire. Through Vermont, many locations between a half an inch and an inch, much the same in eastern New York. The places that actually missed out normally are weather locations of the Adirondacks and northern Green Mountains. Today's dry weather should last into Thursday morning. During Thursday, a cold front approaches. Out ahead of it, there'll be some scattered localized showers and thunderstorms, especially in the afternoon and evening hours. That'll begin a routine of some late-day showers and thunderstorms on Friday into the weekend. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an Eye on the Sky.
This is Vermont Public at 6:51, the Marketplace Morning Report. Here's ahead next. Our current temperature map shows 64 degrees in St. Albans, 58 in Newport, 57 in Ludlow, and 56 in Bennington. And Burns in Montreal, 16 degrees Celsius right now. This is Vermont Public.
It's primary day in several states after months of ads and tens of millions of dollars in political spending. A check-in on how money is flowing this campaign season.
Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Fidelity, a dedicated advisor to help create a comprehensive wealth plan. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. From Marketplace in Washington, I'm Kimberly Adams. 7 states are set to hold primary elections this week. Polls open today in Washington, Kansas, Virginia, Missouri, and Michigan, where spending has poured into the primary. Brendan Glavin is director of Insights at Open Secrets, which tracks money and politics. He says outside groups spent about $75 million in the Michigan primary. One race has drawn particular attention, the Democratic Senate primary, where U.S.-Israel relations have become a source of tension.
The United Democracy Project plus some other groups affiliated with that have serious big trouble all year. But in this race in particular, the real hot and that's been driving a lot of trouble.
More broadly, one race in the spot for mention so far this weekend season, while Republican Party communities don't have more money available to help their candidates. Another major factor, President Trump's Political Action Committee.
The big X factor is Donald Trump's MAGA super PAC has $400 million in the bank, and that money is all available to be spent on these elections.
He says Democratic candidates don't have a counterpart to that right now. This is the first major election cycle since the Supreme Court struck down federal limits on coordinated campaign spending at the end of June, but Glavin says it's still too early to know how much that decision will affect fundraising. Next week, Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, and Wisconsin hold their primaries. We'll keep an eye on those races as well. Let's do the numbers. The FTSE in London is up 0.3%. Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ futures are up in the 0.1 to 0.7% range, with the Dow future up 171 points. The 10-year Treasury yield is up at 4.69%. Oil prices are up almost 2% this morning, with Brent crude trading at almost $86 a barrel. Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Schwab. With the Schwab Teen Investor Account, teens can gain hands-on investing experience. It's co-owned by parents and teens, so parents can monitor the account while teens learn how to invest and manage money. More at schwab.com. And by Horizon 3, bringing you a tanker's perspective of cybersecurity by helping organizations autonomously test, fix, and verify their defenses against AI-powered threats. Horizon3.ai. When the Trump administration made massive cuts to the federal workforce, remember DOGE, Maryland, which is right next to it here in D.C., was hit hard. It lost close to 25,000 federal jobs last year, more than any other state. To help out their neighbors, some Marylanders have formed a kind of club where the goal is to redistribute money. Marketplace's Stephanie Hughes reports.
Last spring, Stephen Edison was a job hunter in Baltimore. He recently graduated with a master's from the School of Public Health at Johns Hopkins. Last year, he was not doing
public agencies for health professionals who are more qualified than me for a lot of the jobs I was interested in.
Then Adamson learned about a new kind of club where another member would give him some money each month, $180 or so, while he didn't have any.
It was like a small refill to get some money for groceries mostly.
Adamson had become a member of the Community Guaranteed Income Club. It was started last year by his friend, Alex Yu, another member, who was inspired by the concept of universal basic income.
We've been running for over a year now, and we have helped redistribute over $20,000.
The club gives people members each self-report their monthly income, subtract taxes and student loan payments, and then the club uses a formula to redistribute the money.
We calculate the average, and the people who make above the average send money to the people who make below the average and then tell them who to send to.
Right now, the member with the highest income makes about $10,000 a month post-tax. That person's sending out $700, split between multiple people. Members with no money coming in each get about $200 a month. And some have incomes that vary. That includes singer Ellie Severpon. Here she is performing in an event in D.C. this spring. Front gets paid for about half of her performance gigs. This one, for example, was unpaid. She also works as a teacher.
My voice teaching is pretty consistent, but my performance work is not.
In months where she has more performance gigs lined up, Font usually gives money, about $80 or so. And when she doesn't, she gets it, up to $100.
It's just been a little bit more of a cushion. That money I intend to go toward groceries.
Most UBI programs have been experimental, but a more consistent income is one of the main benefits. This Stacia Ross, a professor at the University of Tennessee.
When that income volatility is smooth, we often see reductions in things like anxiety and depression.
One of West's studies found people also had more time and energy to look for jobs. And in Baltimore, some club members found jobs and turned from being receivers to givers. That includes Jordan Adamson, who found work last summer.
I have enough money to live, and it's feel good to give back to some friends.
However, he's planning to leave the club. He thinks the $180 he's given each month could go farther if he gives it to someone in a less wealthy country. Also, as the club's grown, he doesn't know as many of the people he's helping out.
So I do want to be able to get to friends who I know who are struggling.
Other members have left for different reasons, and this does create a challenge for the club. Right now, there's a wait list to join for people who make less money, and a constant hunt for people who can give it. In Baltimore, Stephanie Hughes, from Upstairs. And the biggest names in AI are headed to the White House today. Meta and Anthropic OpenAI and Google will meet with the team to discuss the government's safety testing on the most advanced AI models. This comes days after Anthropic admitted its AI breached 3 more private companies during testing. The White House has not provided details on how the test will be conducted or how the results will be reported. Our producers are on the phone line tomorrow, Sagan, Ashley Rodriguez, Ariana Rosas, and Erica Soderstrom. Our senior producer is Alex Schroeder. Our supervising senior producer is Meredith Garrison-Murphy. And in Washington, I'm Kimberly Adams with the Marketplace Morning Report. From APM, American Public Media.
Decades, Soviet leaders have vowed that communism would outlast capitalism. The foreign policy expert Mote argues that Russia's global influence at the time was
In 2022, now relations with Europe have totally unraveled.
more on where Russia stands now, decades after the end of the Cold War. Also, a decision has been reached by the federal prosecutors in the investigation against 3 people who were accused of damaging the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool.
Their own experts concluded that no one damaged the reflecting pool.
President Trump's reaction to the pushback from his own administration is coming up in the next hour. And the Red Cross is warning that its blood supply is at crisis levels for only the 2nd time in its history, affecting Vermont and greater Union Region as well. More details coming up after Vermont Public News at 7:04. This is Members Reported, Vermont Public, 88.5 WVPA Central, 94.3 WVTN FM, 89.5 WVPR, 88.9 WVPA Delaware, 107.9 WVPS Burlington, Montreal, and 88.7 WRVT.
Live from NPR News in New York City, I'm Johanna Sakharov. Michigan Democrats are voting today for an open Senate seat that could signal the future direction of the party and possibly shape the battle for control of the chamber this fall. NPR's Sam Greengrass reports the primary is seen as a test of how far they've left-wing candidates looking to disrupt the status quo with fair and a battleground state.
Epidemiologist Abdul El-Sayed has the backing of Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who won the Michigan primary in 2016. El-Sayed has made criticism of corporate money in politics central.
The problem too often with the Democratic Party is that we have an instinct to say the right thing, but we're bought off by the people who are on the side of doing the wrong thing.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens got late endorsements from Michigan heavyweights like Governor Gretchen Whitmer, retiring Senator Barry Peters.
You know, I'm just
beaten MAGA 4 times in my congressional races, and I'm passing laws, and I'm doing damn good work.
The other witness will face former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers this fall. Sam Greengrass, NPR News, Farmington Hills, Michigan.
Senate Democrats are releasing a report this morning suggesting that big U.S. banks had concerns for years about money moves made by suspected sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. But NPR's Scott Horsley reports the banks are accused of keeping those words to themselves until after Epstein is dead.
The report was brought back on the Senate because the evidence documents America and Bush raised red flags that the money that Epstein was moving around the world. But in most cases, bankers failed to alert the Treasury Department until Epstein was charged with sex trafficking in 2019. Under the Bank Secrecy Act, bankers are supposed to notify the government when evidence that the funds moving funds to launder money or carry out other illegal activities. Committee Democrats want the Justice Department to investigate why suspicious activity reports were not filed about Epstein in a more timely manner. They also want to tighten reporting requirements in the future. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
The U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jimmy Shapiro, met with President Trump at the White House yesterday, shortly after he told reporters that he was unhappy with her decision to drop charges against a former Olympic athlete accused of vandalizing the Lincoln Memorial reflection pool.
We weren't necessarily thrilled with the contractor, but they did a job, and they were fixing any problems. But then it got carried away because the judge was extremely unfriendly to Janine. And frankly, I think she choked.
Shapiro's decision put her at odds against Trump, a longtime political ally and Trump appointee. The president has not said if he would remove her for Friday's court filing. You're listening to NPR News from New York City.
Support for NPR comes from NPR Focus. Other contributors include the Andrew Carnegie Foundation, formerly Carnegie Corporation of New York, working to reduce political polarization through support for education, democracy, and peace. More information at Carnegie.org.
Good morning. It's 4 minutes after 7 o'clock. I'm Mitch Worthley, in for Jen Directly with this Vermont Public News.
Hi, what's your name?
Administration is adding this time to block changes to health insurance policy. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services sets a new rule for how Affordable Care Act plans should operate each year. The 2027 rule expands eligibility for catastrophic plans that have low premiums but come with much higher deductibles, and it increases out-of-pocket spending limits for those plans. The lawsuit argues this rule illegally undermines the Affordable Care Act's goal of expanding access to affordable health care. It also says it can make insurance harder and more expensive to get. Vermont is among a coalition of roughly 24 states involved in the suit. A separate group of plaintiffs is also challenging the 2027 rule. And last month, the judge blocked several of the rule's provisions from taking effect while the case plays out. The administration is expected to appeal. The Red Cross is warning that its blood supply is at a crisis level for only the second time in its history. It's affecting Vermont and the greater New England region. Jeff Hall is a spokesperson for the Red Cross of Massachusetts. He says part of the problem is that only 5% of Americans are regular blood donors.
We need to grow younger donors in the United States. We need to get 20-somethings and 30-somethings in the door, understanding that that hour that they're giving up is really helping the community.
The Red Cross says the blood supply right now is at its lowest level since the start of the pandemic, with less than 2 days' worth on the shelf. You can learn more about donating on redcrossblood.org. Montpelier author's book was nominated for a prestigious literary award. The things written in Suffolk Novel, Helen of Novo, was one listed for the Booker Prize. One award of fiction books written in the American published in the UK and Ireland. Helen of Nowhere follows a disgraced professor, after 7 years in the country, working towards a home with a realtor. He then undergoes a journey into selfhood as he learns more about the home's previous owner, Helen. The book was also a 2025 Vermont Book Award finalist. The shortlist for the Booker Prize will be announced on September 22nd. The winner will be announced November 9th. Some Middlebury residents will have their water shut off today for planned repairs. Crews will be making repairs to the water main on North Pleasant Street today, and water is expected to be shut off on the street from 7 in the morning until 5 in the evening. High in the sky weather forecast for today. Some possible valley fog early on and mostly sunny, much less humid today. Highs ranging from the upper 70s to low 80s from north to south. For Vermont Public, I'm Mitch Whitley. And we have support today for Concept 2, which includes supporting the civic standard of work and organizing, original theater work, and weekly community supper. Hardwick, Vermont. And Burlington City Arts is looking to give us everything is everything. Well, Paso Condry on view now through September 12th. BurlingtonCityArts.org.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep in Washington, D.C.
I'm May Martinez in Culver City, California. The Senate Judiciary Committee is being expected to vote today on Todd Blanchard's nomination for Attorney General.
This is a step toward Blanchard's final confirmation, and he appears to have the majority now that two Republicans have said their objections have been addressed. Blanch made statements relating to a fund that could be paid to the president's political supporters and also a tax immunity deal. In a few moments, we'll hear from a Democrat who sits on that same committee, Senator Alex Padilla of California.
NPR Justice correspondent Ryan Lucas joins Alex Moore. So, Ryan, for much of the past week, it wasn't really clear whether Blanch's nomination would get through or actually survive. So now the Senate Judiciary Committee is about to vote on it. What changed?
Right. Well, what happened is Blanch and the Justice Department managed to provide the sort of written guarantees that address the demands of Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis. Now, Cornyn and Tillis are both Republican members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Their support is critical for Blanch's nomination to advance, and they wanted written confirmation that a controversial $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund is dead, and also written limits to a tax immunity deal for Trump, his family, and businesses. Late Sunday, Blanch released two documents that purport to address this. One says it formally rescinds the order that created the anti-weaponization fund, meaning the fund is dead. The other purports to clarify the scope of the tax immunity deal, including that it only applies retroactively and only to Trump, two of his sons, and a Trump organization. That said, legal experts say neither document that Blanch released is actually legally binding, and they don't provide the sort of ironclad guarantees that they purport to, but they are enough for Cornyn and Tillis, who yesterday thanked Blanch for the assurances and said they would now support his nomination.
Yeah, and typically Republicans rubber stamp the president's nominees, but why was this issue one that really got these two senators to hold up Blanch's nomination?
Well, look, this anti-weaponization fund was deeply unpopular with Republican senators from the very beginning. Remember, this would be $1.8 billion of taxpayer money that the DOJ said could be doled out to, in essence, anyone. That includes rioters who attacked the Capitol on January 6th and beat up cops. The tax immunity deal was also problematic for some Republicans. As Cornyn himself put it last week, that deal would provide Trump with benefits that no other American taxpayer could get. To be clear, those benefits still very much remain in place. It's also worth pointing out that there is a long list of other issues at the Justice Department that legal experts, department veterans think should make Congress question Blanch's leadership as well as his fitness to be Attorney General.
Okay, such as?
Well, some point to his handling of the Epstein files. You can also look at the department's politicization under Blanch or the targeting of Trump's perceived enemies. But more broadly, there's also the unraveling of what's known as the presumption of regularity, this idea that courts assume that DOJ officials are acting properly, acting in good faith, that they're making accurate factual representations in court. Under this administration, federal judges, we have seen them repeatedly express concerns about the Justice Department not complying with court orders. Judges have questioned the representations that the DOJ has made in court. We have also seen high-profile cases unraveled in spectacular fashion just in the past few days. For example, the U.S. Attorney's Office here in D.C. moved to dismiss its felony vandalism case against former Olympic canoeist for damage to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. In a court filing, the DOJ said the damage to the reflecting pool wasn't caused by vandalism, but instead was just the result of a botched insulation plan. So a dramatic climb down, and as I said, really a long list of issues that raise concerns for many folks about standards. And yet these issues haven't really been much of a speed bump at all in this nomination.
That's NPR's Ryan Lucas. Thanks.
We've called Democratic Senator Alex Padilla of California, who sits on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Okay, Ryan Lucas said there that Ryan Lucas said there that Blanch's statements are not legally binding. Does that mean he could revive the tax deal and the fund that Trump likes?
Well, that's certainly how a lot of us are reading this, Steve. But let's remember the bigger picture here. As I said during his confirmation hearing, Todd Blanche is simply unfit to serve as Attorney General of the United States. He's made no secret about carrying out Trump's political agenda. He shunned any notion that the Attorney General of the Department of Justice should serve independently of the political priorities of the president. He's been Deputy Attorney General for almost a year and a half and acting for the last couple of months, and has carried out the agenda of retribution on behalf of Donald Trump. He bought the Epstein files, as we just discussed a minute ago, this tax immunity deal. Todd Blanche claims he was Donald Trump's personal attorney, but he's continuing to act as if he's still Donald Trump's personal attorney, and the American people deserve better.
You mentioned the tax deal here. One particular provision of it seems still to be in effect, even if Blanche's notes were binding. He left intact some provisions that would grant broad immunity to the president and his adult children and their business for past crimes. Do you regard that as binding on the next administration, whoever it may be?
No, and some people would, many people interpret this as not even binding to this administration because it's not a formal legal document or memo, a couple of paragraphs, and those who drafted them were signed by Todd Blanche. The original deal was signed by Todd Blanche after he negotiated with Todd Blanche, representing both the president and the Department of Justice. It makes no sense. Nothing to keep this administration from creating another fund by another man for the same purpose tomorrow, maybe most likely right after the November election, if we're doing this to try to create political consequences as we approach the midterms. And it does nothing to prevent payments to January 6th insurrectionists from other accounts at the Department of Justice. There's huge holes in this whole thing. Disappointed to see that Senator Cornyn showed the opposition for the Department for opposition to the Democratic Senate. Hopefully that other Republicans, once this gets to the full Senate, that will step up and do the right thing.
Senators Cornyn and Phillips can say, well, we got these written statements from the Attorney General nominee. What would you say to them?
Yeah, they're getting disappointed because these written statements provide no assurances for the vast majority of voters will agree.
How much would you say the Department of Justice has changed over the past year and a half? Many people have been fired, many people have walked out the door, many offices have been changed, priorities have been changed. How would you assess the overall change of that agency?
Yeah, it's not a Department of Justice that you would recognize, that most people would recognize. And this is the key thing that I brought into the recent confirmation hearing. It is first independent of the Department of Justice. The people of the United States that constitute is that serve and have an Attorney General who will serve and uphold the rule of law independent of the political priorities, certainly priorities of retribution of the President of the United States, but offered a chance to address that. Todd Blanche immediately reverted to, well, this is the executive branch. I serve the President's letters is exactly not what the job requires and not what the people expect him to do.
If we look below the level of Todd Blanche, the acting Attorney General, has the personnel of that agency changed dramatically? By which I mean, if there were a Democratic administration in a couple of years, would it be filled with people who take President Trump's view of the law?
There's, can be a lot of a culture reshifting back to the rule of law. Not Democrat, not Republican, but to upholding the Constitution that needs to be repaired in the next administration. This administration has seen a lot of career professionals leave the Department of Justice. They'd rather leave the careers they were proud of than to pledge their loyalty to Donald Trump and his agenda. You had recruitment problems at the Department of Justice. So I do think once there's a new administration, a new tone of professionalism and respect for the Constitution that's set, will recruit back some talent. But in the meantime, American people are paying the price with these priorities that are just in the wrong direction.
What should the Justice Department be doing? What role should it have in the upcoming fall elections, and what role, if any, do you fear it will have?
Well, I think we're close enough to the election where both by letter of the law and by practice, there's nothing that should be done to change the rules or certainly interfere with the administration whether that will the Department of Justice is involved. Of course, we can observe to ensure there is no foul play in the elections. Nobody's voting rights are infringed upon. Any eligible voter to be able to register cast a ballot free from interference or intimidation. So that those that are agents roving the polls across America to discourage people from voting and affect the opposite, to be on alert and uphold people's access to the ballot and the administration of free and fair elections. Because there's so many people that have confidence that this administration and district confidence that we do it, how do you at the local level in the Senate is responsible to the election of the other program.
How confident are you that there will be free and fair elections this fall?
I do feel confident that by and large there will be free and fair elections. As California's former Secretary of State, and the hard work that state and local elections officials put into the pride they take in doing their job administering elections, and the awareness of the voting public about what may or may not happen, and encouraging voters to exercise all their options.
Good morning. From the Fairbanks Museum in St. John's City, this is your eye on the sky forecast. In typical summer fashion, yesterday was changeable, even chaotic in advance of the cold front. Very humid air fueled showers, squalls, and thunderstorms, a few with damaging winds, but they were swept east by a cold front last evening. Surging the front along, high pressure building in from the Great Lakes and just to our west this morning. You can feel the change to much less humid air, which comes with lots of sunshine today. The comfortable air continues tomorrow as some clouds will mix in with the sun. And now the forecast details. Any areas of valley fog early giving way to sunshine, much less humid. Highs will be up to 70s and low 80s. Mostly clear tonight, and high clouds south after the night. Areas of valley fog, lows in the 50s to low 60s. Wednesday, the valley fog goes off. Sun will be mixed with clouds, more leaning from the south. Winds of around 80 to 85. And even light is a with a Miss Valley.
And from From the few charitable trusts sharing real stories with supporting data to its podcast. Exploring thousands of available to everyone and advancing open access for the public good. More at lie.umd.edu. and from the Carnegie Foundation.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Stephen Hughes.
I'm A. Martinez.
And I'm Leila Fadl. We shall outlast them. Those were the words of Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to the West during a speech he gave in Moscow in 1956. Communism, he vowed, would outlast capitalism. 70 years on, are Khrushchev's words still a guiding light for Russia's policies, even after the fall of the Soviet Union? Russia expert Motev argues yes in her new book, We Shall Outlast Them. The details of the many ways Russia has set out to expand its global influence, including framing the full-scale invasion of Ukraine as a war against the West and its decadence. That kind of propaganda, she writes, is key to Russia's expanding influence. It sets out to answer the question, how does Russia help?
Layers of storytelling about past rights and past wrongs. Russia appeals to some because the Soviet Union was a friend, to others because the West is hypocritical, because woke ideas settle them, or because democracy no longer delivers, because the status quo, however defined, is bad.
Why has Russia been so successful in the story it tells about itself?
Russia has framed the war that it is waging as an anti-neo-colonial war. So according to that story, the West is using Ukraine as a proxy in order to dismantle Russia, and Russia is standing up against the imperial West. And that story resonates in other parts of the world, for example in Africa, because countries there have their own experiences with Western oppression. And one of the reasons why Russia is quite successful in doing so is that it has really gone on the offensive in disseminating this kind of propaganda. Russian media has really spread its tentacles in Africa, in Latin America, in the Middle East.
But why does that work when you look at what it's doing in Ukraine, a sovereign state, but also the more quiet interventions across Eastern Europe, Africa, and the Middle East?
What Russia is doing in Ukraine is not seen through the prism of colonialism and occupation. And, you know, I think it's not something that white people are doing to other white people in Europe. And there's also a perception of the war in Ukraine as a war that is ultimately one that the West is at fault for.
In another part of the book, you write about Putin. You call him disruptor in chief. You write that him, as a anti-global leader, has given Russia some space in its campaign to outlast the West. But also, Trump is an unpredictable leader. So is it something that Russia can depend on?
I think the anti-interventionism and anti-globalism in Donald Trump's campaign promised to give Russia some space in its campaign to outlast the West. But the way that U.S. foreign policy has played out in action over the last 18 months has actually meant that many of Russia's hopes did not materialize. They welcomed the promise of the normalization in the U.S.-Russia relationship, but then if you look at including Russian partners, Venezuela and Iran. And even though we have there's been no need for normalization in the Russia-U.S. relationship or real gains from the Russian point of view.
What about when it comes to that propaganda? Are there things that the West and the United States is doing that feeds this story that Russia tells about the role of the West and the ills of the world?
Well, I do think that the handling of the war in Gaza and this unequivocal support that countries in Europe and the United States lent to Israel really made it much easier for Russia to tell the story of Western hypocrisy, of Western double standard, of caring about human rights in some parts of the world and not in others. And Russia really tapped into those grievances quite opportunistically.
Do you remember there was specific
continue to sort of crumbling of its influences in the fight SFO, the destruction of that in places like Armenia and beyond?
In some ways, yes, but it's a mixed picture. If we compare Russia's position in the world today to what it was in January 2022 before Russia invaded Ukraine, Russia's global influence has declined. In 2022, Russia had it pretty good. It had strained but still functional relations with Europe and the United States. It had a solid military presence in Syria, in the South Caucasus. It had good relations with China. Now, relations with Europe have totally unraveled. Russia's position in the Middle East was eroded, and the relationship between Russia and this trajectory of deepening dependence on China will only the moment I don't think that President Putin is ready to walk away from this war until there is domestic political change inside Russia. Russia looks at that into other parts of the world.
Hannah Mote is the director of the Eurasia Non-Proliferation Program at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies. Her book, We Shall Outlast Them, is out today. Hannah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
This is NPR News.
And this is member-supported Vermont Public. Thank you for tuning in on this Tuesday morning. I'm Mitch Wertley in for Jen Jarecki. And coming up next on Vermont Public News, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs plans to expand health care access for veterans in the region. Part of an effort from Senator Bernie Sanders' office. We'll have details coming up on Vermont Public News at 7:31. And support for Vermont Public is provided in part by Edgewater Gallery, exhibiting hand-colored photographs by Victoria Brewer and abstract paintings by Dietmar von der Schaaf. July 11th, actually, that's already started. It's happening right now through September 9th at edgewatergallery.com for more information. We also have support from Monticello Museum of Science, Norwich, with water play, nature trails, and an exhibition exploring how nature inspires engineering solutions. Montshire.org.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Mattingly. As crews continue battling wildfires in much of the western U.S., authorities in Washington state say an arson suspect is under arrest. The 37-year-old man is being held on $1 million bond. He's suspected of starting the Old Trails fire and several wildfires burning in Spokane. 3 fires have blackened more than 9,000 acres north of Spokane. Tens of thousands of people have been evacuated there, and hundreds of homes have been destroyed by the fires. Anna King with the Northwest Public Broadcasting has more.
Britt Wilson was standing outside of her parents' home in North Spokane. It was just ashes. There were massive trucks working in the background to shut down the gas lines.
They had to get out at the last minute. They couldn't find 2 of their cats when they left. So, we have no idea where they are, if they're okay or probably not. But it's just wild. Like, it was like that morning they were fine.
Many seniors and families are evacuated to Spokane's convention center. Others are filling up the hotels in town. Most feel spent from exhaustion and worry about what they will find when they are allowed to return home. For NPR News, I'm Anna King in Spokane, Washington.
This is NPR News from Washington.
Good morning. It's 7:31. I'm Mitch Wertley in for Jen Jarecki with this Vermont Public News. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs plans to expand health care access for veterans in the region. U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders announced the VA is building 2 new outpatient clinics in South Burlington and West Chesterfield, New Hampshire. The new 36,000 square foot South Burlington facility will replace the existing Burlington Clinic. It will be twice the size and be the first VA clinic in Vermont to provide dental services. Clinics in Attleboro and Sugar House will be consolidated into one 56,000 square foot facility in West Chesterfield. Senator says it will be located near the bridge to Becancour in both states. Both clinics are expected to start seeing patients in the spring of 2021. Vermont is considering roughly 1,500 acres of western timberland in the northwestern part of the state. The winter green forest is owned by timber. Project and support important oil and uncommon plant and animal species, as well as several mountain trees.
This impact forest is very important to the health of all of those rare and common species that also get to the big game who come down kind of the hurricane winter.
The Nature Conservancy is contributing key funding. Right now, just 3% of the land in that part of Vermont is open to the public for recreation, far less than the statewide level. And that is the latest news from Vermont Public. Turning now to the weather. The line star forecast says early on will burn off and change mostly sunny today. And the nice story for today is going to be much less humid with highs ranging from the upper 70s to low 80s from north to south. For Vermont Public, I'm Mitch Wakefield. And funding for Vermont Public is provided in part by the Hall Art Foundation and Museum of Contemporary Art, Sculpture Park and Cafe, open weekends through November in Reading. hallartfoundation.org. And Vermont Bond Bank, helping Vermonters invest locally for 56 years. Information about upcoming municipal bond sales at btbondbank.org/investors.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from BritBox. From the world of Jane Austen and the Other Bennet sister to the rolling Yorkshire Hills in A Woman of Substance, BritBox is committed to helping viewers find their next escape. Streaming now at BritBox.com. From Schwab, where investors have a range of choices to pursue investing goals. From self-directed investing to full-service wealth management, all in one place. More at Schwab.com. And from the Public Welfare Foundation.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep in Washington, D.C.
And I'm Martinez in Culberson, California. Federal prosecutors have brought charges against 3 people accused of damaging the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. They blame President Trump's handpicked contractors instead, a rare pushback from his own administration, as NPR's Rachel Priestman reports.
It was 1 month ago when Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, held a press conference about a parking lot. He announced that a grand jury had indicted former Olympian David Kern on a felony property destruction charge.
That being said, we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kern willfully destroyed property at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool.
Kern says he simply reached into the pool to touch a floating piece of the new $14 million lining. He pleaded not guilty and was scheduled for trial in September. And then, on Friday, Pirro asked the judge to drop the charge. In a 20-page court filing, Pirro said new evidence from the Department of the Interior shows that the peeling paint was the result of a, quote, botched installation.
Their own experts and even the Department of the Interior have concluded that no one damaged the reflection field.
That's attorney Alan Gale. He represents one of the other 3 people arrested for vandalism. All pleaded not guilty.
They're all charging them that same thing, handing the reflection.
By Monday, all 3 of their misdemeanor charges have been dropped. But their lawyers say the experience will stay with them. One of them said his client lost 2 jobs. Another described it as humiliating. A local veterinarian had simply picked up floating paint pieces along with some litter.
This is the President of the United States saying these people will be punished. These people are going to jail for a long time. He's horrified and petrified.
Trump said Monday he was really disappointed in Pirro, whom he picked for the job.
He folded like an umbrella, and people get away with things. It's a disgrace.
Trump continued to blame vandals for the damage, but he also found fault with the company.
The contractor, but the contractor was rushing. We wanted to get it open for July 4th, and we got it done.
Algae and peeling paint caused problems immediately after the pool was refilled. It was drained again after the 4th of July, and it sits empty and fenced off today. Rachel Friesman, NPR News.
Elliot Hagan has been listening to this. She is a legal analyst and former federal prosecutor. Welcome back.
Hey, good to talk to you.
With numerous bills after the prosecutors, would you have made the case for vandalism here?
I absolutely could not see. And frankly, if I tried, I'd be risking my law license, to be honest, because I would be making claims in court that are not supported by fact or law. Look, the standard for vandalism in the District of Columbia is maliciously injuring, breaking, or destroying a person of private or public property. Damage was caused by vandals. Nowhere, not once, did anyone credibly pin on Mr. Hearn or any of these three people this idea that they committed acts of vandalism. These were just used to junk prosecute.
I feel that you've identified something that's really important that I think that we should note so that people are aware of it.
That's a really important point here. And I want to be clear, vandalism of federal property or monuments is a very serious thing. People should go to jail if they do it, but we don't live in a world of this idea of jail. We live in a world of law. And if a prosecutor is going to under the law, come forward with where that evidence is of that person's criminal intent to commit that act, and nowhere was that ever said. Certainly not even from Janine Pirro at the time that she announced the charges.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that she announced charges because she seems to me to be why do you think that Pirro spoke so differently at the start, saying, for example, that David Hearn acted publicly?
I know, Steve, I don't know, and I don't think the Pirro's decision by office of four sort of a good thing legally and professionally correct and she had dropped his charges at the time she did now. But let's be clear, she should never have brought them in the first place. Now, at the time this all came out, I was out talking about this as well, making the point that if there is evidence but there never was. And quite frankly, that memorandum, which lays out why they're dropping the charges, is a master class to throw your co-workers under the bus. They really take the investigators of this case to task, saying that they failed what happened when this alleged act of vandalism, it wasn't an act of vandalism.
Now, the early Rachel's story there, Oakland Trump is not helping to get through. How well is it is it the Attorney General's job?
However, the General's job to establish that his prosecutors are following facts and law and only bringing cases that are supported or supportable. Now, I will note that a case like this, a relatively small vandalism case in a local jurisdiction, probably isn't the sort that would bubble up the Attorney General of the United States. Now, D.C. is a little bit different, obviously, because everybody lives in this town here. However, the only things that would really make it to the Attorney General's desk would be if an elected official were charged with vandalism or something like that, or a famous actor.
I'm just wondering if the right action for an attorney general in this situation is to maybe call the president and say, listen, probably you don't want to fire that person. They were acting correctly. Like, educate the president a little bit.
Yeah, or simply back off because of the fact, Mr. President, you are putting our prosecutors in a very dangerous position of having to stand up in public and substantiate charges that simply aren't supported in law.
How would you rate the credibility of the Justice Department overall at this moment?
It's really low, Steve. And it's not just with the public or anyone else. It's with judges and courts, which are increasingly finding that they don't across the things the Justice Department is saying. Judges are trying to put this in ruling. These simply can't believe what we're hearing in prosecutors say that in court, and it's really heartbreaking.
Elliot Williams was former Deputy Assistant Attorney General. Elliot, thank you.
Always good to talk to you, Steve.
Good morning at 7:42 on this Tuesday. I'm Mitch Bertley in for Jen Director. Thank you for tuning in to Vermont Public. And today on Vermont Edition, the Champlain Valley will soon be a federally recognized wine region. The winemaker just can't. Today on the program, wine what the favorite local winemakers know about it. Email us. Edition, public support,
From the Fairbanks Museum at St. Johnsbury, this is the Eye of the Sky Farm and Garden Forecast. This morning features a sunrise at 5:41, setting at 8:11, length of the day 14 hours and 30 minutes. We do have some areas of dense valley fog early, but that will burn off the sunshine, mixed with just a few clouds, much less humid. Highs in the upper 70s and low 80s with a gentle westerly breeze. Rainfall yesterday was generous across much of New Hampshire. In Vermont, many locations featuring happening in the French, much between the east and north, but places that actually missed out normally are weather locations of the Adirondacks and northern Green Mountains. Today's dry weather should last into Thursday morning, but during Thursday, a cold front approaches. Out ahead of it will be some scattered localized showers and thunderstorms, especially in the afternoon and evening hours, that will begin to include some winter showers and thunderstorms from Friday into the weekend. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an eye on the sky.
Good morning, I'm Steve Inskeep. A South Pacific island nation changed its name. This program was previously called Country Now Leaders. Generally, who are you? The Arkansas presidents have altered now leaders to now N-O-O-U-R-O. The one that's the pronunciation in a native language and losing the pronunciation used by us white people who live in places that you find on the same places that white people live in their sales. This morning.
Support for NPR comes from this agent. And from Puma, now offering MyFun, a modern home service for families who want a screen-free experience with parental controls like Trusted Circle and Quiet Hours. More at myfun.com. And from DuckDuckGo, a private search engine and browser. DuckDuckGo believes AI should be optional and private. Now with Duck.ai, users can chat privately with AI. Learn more at duck.ai. This is NPR.
And this is Morning Edition on Vermont Public. I'm Mitch Wertlieb in for Jen Jarecki. Good morning. 3 Democrats are competing in next Tuesday's primary for a chance to take on incumbent Lieutenant Governor John Rogers in the fall. They don't disagree much on policy, so Ryan McLaren, Molly Gray, and Esther Charleston are leaning on resumes and ethics to voters. Vermont Public School Reporter is in the spokesman for
contexts. Generally, these 3 candidates agree on all the big picture stuff. They think Vermont should pursue universal primary care. They also support raising taxes and people with second homes, and they think we should have a paid family medical leave program. Housing is a big emphasis for all of them, although McLaren and Gray in particular have advanced their own very specific kind of policy ideas in this space. McLaren, for example, is pushing a yes in my backyard Airbnb tax credit. And it gets too weedy, but basically the idea is to use state dollars to encourage municipalities to permit more homes. Gray's ideas include a state housing conservation program to help grow the state's trade reserves. But again, their visions don't fundamentally conflict, and they all agree, for example, that Act 250 continues to be needed.
What kind of contrast are we then seeing?
They are all trying to make the argument that they have the most applicable, most consistent. Central to her pitch. It sure is. She was lieutenant governor for one term between 2021 and 2023. She left after running unsuccessfully for Congress. She has been out of elected office since then, leading the Vermont Afghan Alliance, which is a nonprofit that helps Afghan refugees connect with things like housing services and jobs in Vermont. And she has leaned heavily into that experience as well in her pitch, because that role has really given her a front row seat to President Trump's immigration crackdown, which obviously is front of mind for Democratic primary voters. So she's saying, like, McLaren has spent a lot of time on school boards, but otherwise his political life has all been behind the scenes as a staffer, first for Governor Peter Shumlin and in the last decade for Senator Peter Welch. So he's saying, I've actually worked the levers of government to make a real-world impact. I know my stuff. Welch is McLaren's most prominent backer. He has campaigned for him. He's creating ads for him to really vouch for his pitch that you may never have actually heard of Brian McLaren before, but he's actually worked on federal level that had a real-world impact. Things like disaster recovery for farmers or securing federal funding for affordable housing.
Lola, why do we care about the lieutenant governor's office?
Yeah, good question. So it is a fairly ceremonial office, unless, of course, something terrible happens to the sitting governor, and then all of a sudden you're in charge. But you do also occasionally get the opportunity to say make a break out in the Vermont Senate. The bipartisan vote is what decided a Vermont Supreme Court this year. And, of course, it is also often a launching pad for higher office, including the governor's office or Congress.
That was Vermont Secretary of Force Communications. Coming up on 1A in the first hour of the program today at 10, 7 in 10 Americans are closed on politicians are losing over them on citizens. And later, the local South. And in the second hour of the program, Subaru of New England, designed to get to explore Vermont with all-wheel drive. Retailer listings at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Should be a nice day today with low humidity, lots of sunshine. Current temperature map shows 67 degrees in Newport. It's 58 in Woodstock and 59 degrees in Brattleboro. And the current temperature in Montreal, 63 degrees Fahrenheit, or as they call it there, 17 degrees Celsius. This is Vermont Public.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep.
Henry Martinez. The future of Head Start is uncertain. The early education and anti-poverty program is more than 60 years old, and recently it has been a target for funding cuts. The Department of Health and Human Services says new rules are coming this week, but called information that was leaked to some media organizations incomplete and misleading. NPR education reporter Sequoia Carrillo joins us to talk through what all of this could mean for parents and educators. So Sequoia, now for those who do not have experience with Head Start, what is it exactly?
So Head Start provides preschool, meals, and a whole range of support services for low-income children and families. It started in 1965 under then President Lyndon B. Johnson as part of his war on poverty. The program serves nearly 1 million kids each year from birth to age 5, both in urban centers but also in rural and remote locations. Kids experiencing homelessness and in the foster care system are automatically eligible, as well as children who fall at or below the federal poverty line. It's been going strong for a long time. It's now a $12 billion program that is enjoyed by participants through much of its history. It is often cited as a success. Some news outlets, including The Nation and The New York Times, reported last week these reports have not been confirmed by NPR, that the Trump administration has drafted language to discuss the 133 standard tax for the program and reduce it to Yesterday, NPR asked for details and clarification that they can actually turn it back.
Senator Mitch McConnell missed a Western Kentucky political event, the annual Fancy Farm Picnic. McConnell normally would have appeared before a big crowd, but he's recovering from the fall. Kentucky Public Radio's Sylvia Goodman was able to attend and spoke with voters about what they think of their senior U.S. senator.
The annual political picnic in Fancy Farm is an event that McConnell has attended for decades and helped convert from a picnic where Democrats dominated to one where their party is first showing up. And Republican Party officials in West Kentucky attribute that massive change-up to one Mitch McConnell.
If you're thankful for Senator McConnell, can you please stand up and give some applause?
That was at the GOP breakfast the morning of the picnic, where party members gave the absent senator a 20-second standing ovation before playing a tribute to McConnell at Fancy Farm over the course of his 4-decade-long career. There were the early days in the Senate business. The editorial said in an email statement a week in advance he would have been because he's still recovering from the fall and bout of pneumonia that landed and kept him in the hospital for several weeks. That absence has led to wild speculation, internet memes, and increasingly insistent calls for transparency. As speakers took to the stage at Fancy Farm, the traditionally noisy hecklers broke out in their own chant. McConnell is set to leave office at the end of his term, and the race to replace him is in full swing. Some Western Kentuckians, like Democrat Colt Body, were adamant that McConnell owes his constituents answers.
You feel like you don't have to answer to the people,
because you feel like you're sort of seeing a coronation every time you go up for re-election. You do still work for the people and you need to answer to them.
Others, like Republican Green Snow, says she respects his privacy, but that Kentuckians need their full complement of congressmen.
We need someone in that position doing the work, but I would hate to say anything ugly about him.
Fancy Farm native Sarah Darnell says she almost always skips the political speaking part of the picnic, heading straight for the barbecue and bingo. But even she wants to know, what is going on with Mitch McConnell?
Some reporters should try to barge in and see if he's still alive, or if he's having a life support, or if he's really sitting here with his wife reading about it.
Democratic Governor Amy Beshear has repeatedly called on McConnell to provide proof of his fitness to serve or resign, saying in one letter sent in mid-July that, quote, Kentuckians are just asking you to be honest. McConnell's popularity...
Corn. It's all about celebrating.
It's almost like McConnell's kind of a Democrat, DC party, like Atlanta.
That's Gary Walton, one of the Republicans who voted for real. He says he's not before he assembled, but not really with Fred among the president's die-hard enemies. McConnell has so far rebuffed any interview request, but says in emailed statements he is continuing to improve and hopes to return to Senate business. His term ends on January 3rd. I'm Sylvia Goodman in Fancy Farm, Kentucky.
We sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Stevens.
And Bay Martinez.
And I'm Mitch Whitwood. Good morning, sitting in today for director. Delighted to be with you. With a lot to cover in the next hour of Morning Edition. Here's some of the stories that you're hearing about in the 8 o'clock hour. 5 states hold primary elections today, but all eyes are on Michigan, with 2 Democratic candidates face off to determine who will be the Democratic nominee for Senate.
Who has the best chance of beating the Republicans? That's going to be my biggest fight.
And we'll hear from more Michigan voters coming up in the next hour. Also, coming up on the North Public News at 8:04. Over the last few days, patchy down cloud burns off and the sunny skies today. Highs in the upper 70s, below 80 Celsius. This is Vermont Public 94.3 WBTN FM Bennington, 88.5 WBPS St. John Road, 88.9 WBBA Brattleboro, 89.5 WBPR Region, 107.9 WBPS Burlington, Montreal, 88.7 WRVT Rutland, and this one is on speaker as well, anytime now at vermontpublic.com.
The Senate Judiciary Committee is about to vote this morning on Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General. The vote is set to go ahead after 2 Republican lawmakers dropped their objections and said they would support Blanche. NPR's Brian Lucas reports.
The 2 Republicans who have been holding up the committee vote on Blanche are Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis. They wanted written guarantees that the nearly $1.8 billion infrastructure fund instead is also in writing and is the state of the
Primary Committee for this nomination to advance to the full session.
The cycle has caused its first known deaths. Publication Michigan said two people who both had underlying medical conditions have died of NPR's News today. Cycle says citizens report that depends on Michigan and typical of their young, elderly, or compromised immune systems, says Dr. Cynthia Spears with Johns Hopkins University. She says the FM created mental compound remember, with symptoms seem to clear only to recur.
Even in someone who's perfectly healthy, they can have intermittent virus and
she says when treated with antibiotics, people usually recover fully within days. Dr. Amira Milani is with Trinity Health Ann Arbor Hospital in Michigan, a state that's reported more than 11,000 cases. Cases with the illness since it peaked 3 weeks ago. Maria Deville, NPR News. Federal workers at more than 6 agencies are being ordered by the Trump administration to move into new buildings. Agency leaders say the relocations are meant to reduce the government's real estate footprint and save money. More from NPR's Kiara Eisner.
For many federal workers, this summer has been one of chaotic relocations. Some USDA workers were told to move into a building by August that was treated for bedbugs in May. But as of late July, officials haven't said it was all clear yet. The new building for employees of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau didn't have working Wi-Fi for weeks. Trump-appointed heads of these agencies say these moves are supposed to save money. But some employees are moving out of buildings the government is still paying millions for. And 2 lawsuits say the moves haven't been authorized by Congress and violate federal law. Kiara Eisner, NPR News.
And this is NPR from New York City.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Lilly Endowment, a private foundation supporting NPR's coverage of religion and spirituality, and Jarl and Pamela Moan, focusing on civil liberties, Boston, public radio, and the arts.
Good morning. It's 4 minutes past 8 o'clock. I'm Mitch Wortlead in for Jen Directly with this Vermont Public News. A Florida preacher says he's buying the former Green Mountain College campus in Fulton. Tommy Zito says he has a deal in place with the current owner and spirits businessman Raj Batra. Zito has an ambitious vision to start a religious college, but as Vermont Public Phil's Bauer reports, that vision is far grander than Zito's prior accomplishments. Zito says donors have supplied the funds he needs to purchase the campus at a so far undisclosed price. But launching a college, that'll take a lot more.
Yeah, we're going to raise a lot of money. If you're listening to public radio, we would love to have a talk, and we'd be good stewards of it.
The college's prospects will depend on whether donors buy into Zito's plan. Those plans haven't always worked out. Zito's nonprofit filed for bankruptcy in 2010. The organization owed more than $800,000 at the time, including to the IRS, and had almost no money. Zito bankruptcy. Because Zito Sarah Brower, Vermont Public. Vermont is suing Trump administration for changes to health insurance policy. Medicare and Medicaid services for how affordable plans should operate. 2027 plans eligible catastrophic plans and low premium tax, incumbent not high deductibles, and increases out-of-pocket spending limits for those plans. The lawsuit argues this rule illegally undermines the Affordable Care Act's goal of expanding access to affordable health care. It also says it can make insurance harder and more expensive to get. The Mountains Monitor Coalition of up to 2 dozen states involved in the suit. Plaintiffs is also challenging the 2026
Target. My husband's
called several of the rules provisions in effect while out. That is the latest news from Vermont Public and coming together on mostly clear this evening. High clouds south after the high clouds clouds form lows in 50s to low 60s. And tomorrow, patch clouds early on and some mixes with clouds. Seasonably warm tomorrow. highs ranging from 80 to 85 degrees from north to south. I'm Mitch Whitlead for Vermont Public. And funding for this newscast on Vermont Public is provided in part by Springfield Cadillac, whose Cadillac Lyric offers a luxury option in the electric vehicle market, combining performance and sustainability.
I'm Ray Martinez in Culver City, California. 5 states hold primary elections today. The marquee race should be in Michigan, where Democrats will be holding an open Senate seat as essential to reform the chamber.
First, Democrats decide where to place their bets. In the primary, they choose between two candidates to take on Republican Mike Rogers.
NPR congressional reporter Stan Greengrass joins us from Petoskey, Michigan. Stan, what's it been like on the campaign trail?
Hey, I've talked with maybe 50 voters in the last 2 weeks, from the Detroit River to Lake Michigan, at a UAW picnic, local Democratic clubs, community events, and it is hard to overstate how tense this race has become. And a big reason for that is because it has turned into this proxy for so many of the debates roiling the party right now. You know, establishment versus insurgent, further left versus more moderate. Stephen's opponent is former public health official Abdul El-Sayed. He's backed by the left's biggest stars like Senator Bernie Sanders and is running on Medicare for All and eliminating corporate money from politics. He has criticized millions of dollars from the pro-Israel lobby AIPAC flooding the race against him.
The problem too often with the Democratic Party is that we have an instinct to say the right thing, but we're brought off by the people who are on the side of doing the wrong thing. And so constantly helping
Pundits and politicians have tried to make inferences from what happens in Michigan. One Democrat I talked to, George Rutherford, said none of this will matter in 2022 if Democrats win both chambers of Congress. What else will you want to do?
Well, I guess, actually, if you were talking fundamentals, people have a certain view of the economy right now. People know who the president is. People definitely have opinions about the president. Does it really matter who the Democratic nominee is in Michigan?
It matters to a certain degree. I think it does affect the margins of the electorate, and that can matter in a close race. But see, that's the key. Will these races be close by November, or will, as you say, the fundamentals have driven the election strongly in one direction or the other? If we've got fundamentals,
and we had to say we decided to go to Haley's Park and Pub in the Putnam, New Jersey.
President Trump has been thinking about primaries. If he wins the primary, it's a divided country. He's got a good chance of winning the general period.
Yes, that's the way we are today. That's the way Americans are. We
ordered the shepherd's pie.
Those days are gone, but they're ever.
Does the mainstream have any game left on the Democrats?
I mean,
We'll find out.
Could you give me an assessment of the Republican candidate? Because not saying that
follow the old rule that if your opponent is committing suicide or you think the opponent is committing suicide, then you don't interfere. He's been very quiet. He nearly won the other Senate seat in 2024 with a few thousand votes away from victory again. However, it's a different year. Donald Trump carried Michigan reasonably handily in 2024, and that's all. Well, this year in Michigan, as well as in all but a handful of American states, Donald Trump is well below 50% popularity. So again, very different situation. If he runs the same campaign he ran in 2024, he'll lose. We'll see how he adjusts to the new realities as we go forth into the fall.
Let me zoom out from the map of Michigan to the map of the United States. I'm sure you're thinking and reassessing with each new round of primaries how the fall looks like, who is favored. We have thought Democrats are favored to win the House and that Republicans are favored to keep the Senate, but Democrats have a narrow path. How are you feeling about the odds for the fall right now?
I think they've been moving in a Democratic direction, certainly in the House. You wouldn't know it by reading headlines or looking at the daily news ticker, but the basic underlying principle to midterm elections is people have a chance to react to the incumbent administration and send their tentative verdict. And so that's what they're doing for the House. For the Senate, opinions, well-informed opinions differ greatly here, but I think, again, Democrats are on the field to actually win the Senate. Whether they'll do it depends on what happens between now and November.
You still see about, 5, 6 states of which Democrats have to prevail in almost all of them to get a majority?
Yes, they don't have to prevail in all of them, but they're going to have to do well in states Donald Trump carried by more than 10 points, at least in a couple of cases, and that isn't easy.
Larry Sabato of the University of Virginia, thanks.
Thank you.
The U.S. government has so far paid out more than $80 billion in tariff refunds as the Supreme Court struck down President Trump's Liberation Day tariffs earlier this year. One company with a big refund is Apple. As NPR's John Lewis reports, it's planning to do something with that money that a lot of smaller companies need. Apple says the tariff refund added about 2% to its gross margin. And how much is that? We did some math, and it's about $2.2 billion. Apple declined to comment, but on a Zoom call last week, CEO Tim Cook said Apple would be the money. Clearly made a $600 billion commitment to the U.S. over 4 years. And now, as we said before, we plan to reinvest $30 billion we received into the U.S. The company is trying to shift its supply chains to the States. Dan Anthony, Fox News,
a reluctance to invest in U.S. manufacturing with really anyone because they just don't know whether these things are going to be here to get.
He said it even with many companies saying the same. Found a way. A National Life Group, provided by commitment to do good for customers, employees, and communities since 1848. NationalLife.com.
Good morning. From the Fairbanks Museum in St. John's Day, this is the Eye in the Sky forecast. In typical summer fashion, yesterday was changeable, even chaotic in advance of the cold front, where humid air through showers, squalls, and thunderstorms appeared damaging rain, but they were swept east by a cold front last evening. Into the front of all, the officials moving into the Great Lakes and Central West this morning to feel the change from west-west humid air to temperatures not the sunshine today. The temperate air continues tomorrow, and some clouds will return to the sun. And now the forecast is clouds more numerous in the south, seasonably warm, 80 to 85. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an eye on the sky.
Signal for Montreal, continuously back. Enter Signal Hot. At Signal Hot Care, we're dedicated to community. Every day, we're serving your heart. Learn more at signalhot.com. From Fidelity Investments, a dedicated advisor can help build a flexible wealth plan. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Business Services, LLC. From Confidential Maker of Medicine. Made with Cilium, a plant-based fiber that helps support digestive health by tracking and removing waste. Designed to be taken every day. Learn more at metamucil.com. And from the listeners who support this NPR. That's the iconic ad campaign from the 1970s for the United Negro College Fund, an organization of private, historically black colleges and universities. Michael Lomax didn't come up with that phrase, but he's worked to make it a reality for the last 22 years as president and CEO of UCF. It has helped hundreds of thousands of students access higher education at institutions across the country. UNCF can now see will retire at the end of the coming academic year, so I thought this would be a good time to ask about this exciting and tumultuous time at HBCUs. Enrollment and donations are up at new institutions, but the Trump administration is putting intense pressure on programs that serve minority students.
These institutions have tremendous economic impact. They move people from the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder to the middle, to the top level. That's critical.
one of them is a block grant that goes to the institution. And so all I can do is say that we made the case to the president. He's heard what we have to say. He has provided.
In ways that they were not previously, have not been viewed in recent years. Do you think that's true too?
I would say that the tolerance for being, accepted but not brought into the community fully is not as great for this new generation as it was in my generation. I would to conform, to meet the expectations when I went from more advocates along the way to others. This new generation of students says, meet me where I am, embrace me where I am, and make me a part of the community. And I think that's a challenge to a lot of institutions that's quite different. So I don't think they're more egregiously discriminatory, but I don't think they are the same kind of nurturing and embracing environment that many students want and that they find at HBCUs.
Speaking of challenges, as you and I are speaking now, it's been in the news, especially around Howard University, approximately 500 students who had been enrolled were informed very recently that they had been unenrolled because they didn't meet payment requirements to enroll. Some of these parents and students argued that the HBCUs have a higher obligation to work with students, particularly first-generation students, than other institutions do. In the spirit of fairness, I mean, the institution says, Howard says it has worked with many of these students and that about half of the students who were previously unenrolled will now be re-enrolled so that they've resolved their issue. But what do you make of that?
Well, let me just say, I'm going to speak now, Michelle, as a Howard dad and a Howard granddad, and my granddaughter just graduated last spring, so I can tell you that Howard University communicates with families and students. The reality is that Howard, just like everybody else, has to pay their bills. And the people who attend the institution have to pay theirs. The truth is, getting students to be able to pay, because they are good students and they meet all of the academic requirements, they've got to meet the financial ones. And it's much harder to meet those financial ones because the federal government doesn't have, I think, a really good loan policy. To be able to go back to where I started this at Morehouse College.
Teaching?
Teaching. Oh. And I want to do what I think old people should have to do, share their wisdom, their experiences, and prepare the next generation.
That is Michael Lomax. He is the president and CEO of UNCF. Mr. Lomax, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your tenure.
Thank you, Michelle.
This is NPR News.
Now it's Morning Edition on Vermont Public, 8:29 on this Tuesday morning. And the Vermont primary election just announced. Vermont Public wants to cover the candidate debates, testimony, voter guide, and information on decisions at the polls. Head to vermontpublic.org/elections and sign up for our newsletter with election updates while you're there. Support for Vermont Public is provided in part by Vermont Construction Company's Roofing Division, installing repair roofs and Berkeley and Beller, Greenwood Country Realtors, focused on customer service since 1965, offices in Brattleboro and West Berkeley. BerkeleyBeller.com. NPR News headlines are coming up next on Vermont Public News at 3:30.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Mack. The Senate Judiciary Committee is scheduled to vote this morning on Tom Walker's nomination for the Attorney General. His nomination Republican senators on the committee, John Cornyn of Texas and Tom Tillis of North Carolina, threatened to derail Blanche's nomination without that order. The House Ethics Committee is recommending Congressman Chuck Edwards be censured for inappropriate conduct. NPR's Barbara Sprunt says a censure is the strongest punishment the panel can suggest short of expulsion.
The Ethics Committee has been investigating the North Carolina Republican for months. Their investigation found he had persistent, unprofessional, and inappropriate conduct towards 2 young female staffers. It did not find evidence that he engaged in sexual activity with them. The investigation found he showered these staffers with lavish gifts, including jewelry, purses, shoes, guns, and vacations. The report says both women attempted to communicate their discomfort with their boss's behavior, and that ultimately a senior staffer spoke to Edwards on their behalf. The House is on a long recess, so the censure itself would not take place until at least September. Barbara Sprunt, NPR News, Washington.
This is NPR News from Washington.
Good morning. It's 8:31. I'm Mitch Wertlieb in for Jen Jarecki with this Vermont Public News. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs plans to expand health care access for vets in the region. U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders announced the VA is building 2 new outpatient clinics in South Burlington and West Chesterfield, New Hampshire. The new 36,000 square foot South Burlington facility will replace an existing Burlington clinic. It'll be twice the size and be the first VA clinic in Vermont to provide dental services. Clinics in Brattleboro and Keene, New Hampshire will also get consolidated into one 27,000 square foot facility in West Chesterfield. Sanders says it will be located near the bridge to Brattleboro and will serve veterans in both states. Both clinics are expected to start seeing patients in the spring of 2029. Scientists are seeing new types of sharks off New England as warming waters make the coastlines more habitable for them. WVUR's Amanda Beeman has more on why and what it means for us.
Spinner, hybrid, and smooth hammerhead sharks haven't typically been spotted in, but warming waters are changing. These sharks are exothermic species, meaning they depend on outside sources to regulate their temperature. Modern waters have been moving this area into their sex changes for the summer.
They have a limit where it's too cold for them, and then they have a limit where it's too hot. And with climate change here in the northern hemisphere, that limit where it's too cold for
seasonably warm and more humid tomorrow, highs 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm Mitch Wertlieb, Vermont. Area support for Union Bank of Vermont Venture. The Vermont institutions is AT&M has details on opening an account online at ublocal.com. And Yellow Barn's Summer Festival, presenting its final week of concerts every night to August 8th. Information at yellowbarn.org.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Procter & Gamble, maker of rollers, containing a dual-active formula with the goal of neutralizing acid in seconds for heart cleaning. Rollers spells relief. Learn more at rolaids.com. From your part-time controller, specializing in nonprofit accounting and committed to supporting nonprofits with financial management services such as budgeting and forecasting. Fly through tc.com. And from the Doris Street Foundation.
It's Roger I'm Steve Inskeep in Washington, D.C.
I'm Mayor Martinez in Culver City, California. Authorities in Spokane, Washington have a manufacturing and arson in Tennessee. Out of control wildfire from his home. He's at NPR's Kurt Trigler on the line from Spokane. Kurt, tell us more about this arrest. The sheriff's office says it's arrested a suspect, a 37-year-old Spokane convicted felon as part of the investigation into the origins of the Old Trail fire and the destructive wildfire of the tree burning here in and around the city right now. The suspect's name is Aaron Farinacci. He was arrested for told of that incident. He was charged with first-degree arson. This is a significant development. I mean, combined, these three fires have displaced tens of thousands of people since last weekend, which is just extraordinary for a city this size.
Yeah, you're across the street from the downtown Spokane Convention Center. That's been transformed into a Red Cross shelter.
Right, there have been dozens of people sleeping inside on cots. There's just a lot of need. They're looking to expand the shelter. And it's also not just residents having to flee these neighborhoods. We're talking about the evacuation of businesses, the entire VA hospital campus. I've been watching people coming in here on buses from nursing homes, elder care facilities, and it's totally situation. 1 minute the winds will pick back up, they'll shift direction and start threatening neighborhoods. You know, these are the major urban wildfires we come to dread and know all too well. It's not the level of destruction just yet like we saw in Los Angeles last year, but it's a big worry here in Spokane. The fires are started on the Spokane outside the street, winds
Good morning. What did you learn about the two people who died?
We don't know a lot at this point. We know that these were both patients who had underlying health conditions, that they may have been impacted by cyclosporiasis and dehydration. We also know that they both got sick before the mid-July recall of lettuce from Taylor Farms. That's the California-based grower. The city health officials are also stressing that cyclosporiasis is not generally life-threatening, that these kinds of deaths are rare. We do want to be careful, though, at this point, because we just don't know to what degree cyclosporiasis was a factor in these deaths. But we are talking about an illness here that, if it is not treated, it can be really prolonged. It can recur after it seems like it's over. And, of course, the biggest impact are on the most vulnerable people, infants, older adults, people with compromised immune systems.
I'm just listening to little bits of what you're saying there, where you say that these were people with underlying health conditions. I guess that is why authorities would emphasize this is not necessarily a fatal disease. These were people who are on the edge to begin with, is what they're saying. Is that right?
We don't know. We're getting very little information at this point. It's not unusual that the people who would die from a foodborne illness would have an underlying health
condition, but I mean, that is a lot of people we're talking about here with compromised immune systems, and we just do not have a lot of information about these deaths right now. We do know that there are several outbreaks happening at this point. They're not necessarily connected to each other. The FDA says Michigan's part of a 9-state outbreak, but we really have just got local public health nurses here walking through with people everything that they have eaten in great detail. I mean, we're talking about going back 2 weeks to when these symptoms started, and just putting enormous number of hours into trying to trace the source here.
Yeah, which is challenging. You said that this 9-state outbreak is linked in part to lettuce, but these people who died seem to have become sick before they could have eaten the lettuce. So is there anything really known about where this parasite is coming from?
So they could have eaten the lettuce. We don't know because they were sick before the recall.
Oh, before the recall. Got it.
Some people, they've been avoiding lettuce, and people have been avoiding Taco Bell. There's only been one FDA-approved product that we call other possible sources here, including like Carolina and some parsley, cilantro. I think it just feels very confusing to a lot of people now, including health officials.
What are health officials telling people to do? How can people protect themselves, if at all?
Well, so people here in Michigan are telling health officials that are saying, look, this does seem to be linked to lettuce, but they're not ruling out those other possible sources, and they're continuing to do these kind of in-depth investigations with each case, trying to figure out what some common threads could be.
Okay, Kate Wells with our partner KFF Health News. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
From the Fairbanks Museum in St. Johnsbury, this is the All in the Sky Farm and Garden forecast. This morning features a sunrise at 5:41, setting at 8:11. Length of the day, 14 hours and 30 minutes. We do have some areas of dense valley fog early, but that will burn off with sunshine, mixed with just a few clouds, much less humid. Highs in the upper 70s and low 80s with a gentle westerly breeze. Rainfall yesterday was generous across much of New Hampshire. Through Vermont, many locations between a half an inch and an inch, much the same in eastern New York. The places that actually missed out normally are weather locations of the Adirondacks and northern Green Mountains. Today's dry weather should last into Thursday morning, but during Thursday, a cold front approaches. Out ahead of it, there'll be some scattered localized showers and thunderstorms, especially in the afternoon and evening hours. That'll begin a routine of some late-day showers and thunderstorms from Friday into the weekend. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an eye on the sky.
Good morning, Martina. The book on Greek antiquity was checked out of the library in Australia. It must have been a fascinating read because not with a term for the next 150 years. When that book has been written into a translation, the library on the late year would have been nearly $20,000 US. Now, no one's allowed to check out the book anymore as it was displayed in their local history collection. It's Morning Edition.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, supporting books, radio, podcasts, film, television, theater, and more to bridge science and the humanities. From Eric and Wendy Schmidt through the Schmidt Family Foundation, working toward a healthy, resilient, secure world for all. On the web at theschmidt.org. And from the Skoll Foundation, dedicated to powering social innovators to transform the world. Learn more at skoll.org.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep.
And I'm A. Martinez. The Democratic National Committee's report into how Democrats lost the 2024 election of Donald Trump, first released in May, was missing a key chapter. That's what the chapter's author told the New York Times. And the newspaper's national political correspondent Shane Goldmacher is here at Express. So Shane, what's actually in this missing chapter?
Yeah, so the report that the party released back in May, they said was a flawed report. And they were releasing it after months of pressure to just get out a document because there was this question, what were you hiding by not releasing this chapter? And now the author said, even in that effort at transparency, what they've released doesn't actually release everything he turned in. And this so-called missing chapter has a few things. The number one is that it brings up Joe Biden's decision to run in the first place, which was sort of conspicuously absent from what the party put out. And it labels this as possibly the single point of failure. With the question mark, right, let's read it. I think most notably, it's the fact that the world really doesn't affect the party. Heads up against improving flexible and self-aware.
What you just said is something everyone has been discussing for years and years openly. Why would all this be so sensitive?
Yeah, so what's interesting is not just what's in the chapter, but how it's come to be. So again, the party chairman, Ken Martin, had said at the beginning of last year, when he got the job, we need to look back and figure out what was wrong in 2024 to make sure we never make those mistakes again as a Democratic Party. And then the other factor is that actually we started doing all these elections for other reasons. And we used to have some pressure to say that. And so that is not this is how we don't do it. But like, here's what we have to do. And so he says he in fact never got this chapter from the author. And it's a hideous sort of detail. The author says he handed him a printed binder. The chairman says he didn't get it. And the whole thing is both about the contents and about this remarkable breach between the head of the Democratic Party in America and the guy he had empowered and entrusted to write this report.
And Martin and Rivera are the only ones that really know what went down between them, right? Because
yes, so much of this took place just between the two of them. It gets into the deleting policies of the Democratic National Committee's email, which for security purposes are gone every 30 days. And so it comes down to the story that this guy turned in this chapter and he provided a copy to me that was dated from that date 6 months ago. And the party chairman says he never saw it. And other officials said they never got anything along these lines by email either.
Not too much time to go before the midterm, Shane. Do you expect Ken Martin to be replaced before then?
You know, he faced a lot of pressure. Because the Democratic Party has such a momentum down to Republicans, but right now he continues to make support of the one group the most need, which is the Democratic National Committee.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm A. Martinez.
And I'm Steve Inskeep.
And I'm Mitch Whitley. Good morning. It's about 10 minutes now before 9 o'clock on this Tuesday. I'm the Executive Director of Civil Defense for hanging out with me here on today. also partisan deficit for multiple communications for state shopping at more than 25 Vermont Oral Surgery. Also, Middlebury New Filmmakers Festival, presenting 5 days of films, panels, parties, and special guests, August 26th through the 3rd. Details at midfilmfest.org. Checking our current temperature map, it is 69 degrees in Newport, 62 in Woodstock, 60 in Brattleboro, and 17 degrees Celsius in Montreal. Well, we've got the Marketplace Morning Report up next here on Vermont Public. It's 8:59.
It's primary day in several states after months of ads and tens of millions of dollars in political spending. A check-in on how money is flowing this campaign season.
Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Fidelity. A dedicated advisor can help create a comprehensive wealth plan. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC.
From Marketplace in Washington, I'm Kimberly Adams. 7 states are set to hold primary elections this week. Polls open today in Washington, Kansas, Virginia, Missouri, and Michigan, where spending has poured into the primary. Brendan Glavin is the director of Insights at Open Secrets, which tracks Canadian politics. He thinks outside groups spent about $75 million in the Michigan primary. One race has drawn particular attention, the Democratic Senate primary, where U.S.-Israel relations have become a source of tension.
The United Democracy Project, plus some other groups affiliated with AIPAC, have been big spenders all year. But with this race in particular, it's a real hot button issue, and that's been driving a lot of the spending.
More broadly, in races across the nation so far this campaign season, Glavin says Democratic candidates have generally raised more, while Republican Party committees currently have more money available to help their candidates. Another major factor, President Trump.
AIPAC has $400 million in the bank, and that money is all available to be spent on these elections.
He says Democrats don't have a counterpart to that right now. This is the first major election cycle since the Supreme Court struck down federal limits on coordinated campaign spending at the end of June. But Glavin says it's still too early to know how much that decision will affect fundraising. Next week, Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, and Wisconsin hold their primaries. We'll keep an eye on those races as well. Let's do the numbers. The FTSE on Monday is up 0.3%. Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ futures are up in the 4 cents to 1 3% range, with the Dow future up 694 points. The 10-year Treasury yield is down at 4.66%. Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Schwab. With the Schwab Teen Investor Account, teens can gain hands-on investing experience. It's co-owned by parents and teens, so parents can monitor the account while teens learn how to invest and manage money. More at Schwab.com. And by Horizon 3, bringing the advancer's perspective to cybersecurity by helping organizations respond to threats, fix, and verify that defenses against scams on the threat. The Horizon 3.com. for performance gigs. This one, for example, was unpaid. She also works as a teacher.
My voice teaching is pretty consistent, but my performance work is not.
In months where she has more performance gigs lined up, Scott usually gives him more $80 per day. And when she does it, she gets it. It's $100. It's just a little bit of a reductions in things like anxiety and depression. One of West's studies found people also had more time and energy to look for jobs. And in Baltimore, some Fed members found jobs after some doing receivers to builders. That's who found their best. Less healthy countries. So, as a start point, look at many of these people who got the help.
Well, I do want to be able to get some people to learn what
How do you do that? AI models. This comes days after Anthropic admitted its AI breached 3 more private companies during testing. The White House has not provided details on how the test will be conducted or how results will be reported. Our producers are Andy Condon, Mary Fagan, also with us on the Rutgers Central Facility. Our senior producer is Alex Porter, and our supervising senior producer is Meredith Garrett-Marty. In Washington, I'm Kimberly Adams with the Marketplace Minute. Health conditions and fears.
It's funny, it's hard to go to leave you in tears, but you'll also be like rolling on the floor laughing.
All of that coming up after the BBC News.
BBC News with David. Both oil companies have reported record profits in the quarter after its open.
This is the first
U.S.
on profits climbed even sharper, from $2.5 billion last year to $12 billion in its second quarter. Oil prices have been volatile since the conflict began, with Brent crude peaking at above $120 a barrel, but falling back on the promise of talks. President Donald Trump has criticized oil companies for making too much money from the war.
A mass funeral has been held in Gaza City for 112 people whose bodies were trapped under the rubble of a residential block hit during an Israeli strike in 2023. Local officials say it's taken almost 2 years to retrieve the bodies due to lack of equipment and other shortages. In Jerusalem,
the victim Gaza City says the victims remain murdered. Children, 7 people with disabilities were among those who died in the fire in a recent operation by the CFCH on the Gaza Peninsula Interior Ministry. All the members of one Palestinian family placed to public release and same time. All the killed went to great houses and multi-story residential blocks in the Papa neighborhood in the Gaza City.
Vermont is conserving roughly 1,500 acres of working timberland in the northwestern part of the state. The wintergreen forest is owned by Forecastle Timber and spans Fairfield, Fletcher, and Bakersfield. It will be open to the public for hiking, wildlife viewing, skiing, and hunting. Town of Redmond is with the Trust for Public Land, which is facilitating the project. She says the forest includes at least 26 rare and uncommon plant and animal species, as well as several mountain peaks.
Having an impact forest is so important to the health of all of those rare and uncommon species, but also just to the big game who come down kind of the whole nature.
Nature Conservancy is contributing to the family. They have 6% of the public recreation as far less than the statewide average of 10%. The Red Cross is warning its blood supply is at a crisis level, only the second time in its history. It's affecting Vermont and the greater New England region. Jeff Hall is a spokesperson for the Red Cross of Massachusetts. He says part of the problem is that only 5% of Americans are regular blood donors.
We need to grow younger in the United States. We need to get 20-somethings and 30-somethings in the door, understanding that hour that they're giving out is really helping the community.
The Red Cross says the blood supply right now is at its lowest level since the start of the pandemic. It has been 2 days' worth on the shelf, and you can learn more by donating at redcrossblood.org. I'm Scott Forecast for today. Sometimes the dollar cost being on things off, and this is some Scott Forecast news today. I've got the weekend to put it back on our turning on, then send it to the cloud seasonably warm on 80 to 85. It's 9:06.
Hello and welcome to NewsHour from the BBC World Service, coming to you live from London. I'm Eugenie Valentinato. The sound of Ukrainian drones as they hit targets on Russia.
Makes it more sad.
People were killed in Canada in
marks the latest in a series of attacks on land ferries, where Kyiv says that they're paid to supply the Russian military, something Moscow denies. In recent weeks, the war has been getting ever closer to ordinary Russians. As people sunbathed inside and on sea, a Ukrainian crashed into a beach in Russia, including Russia editor brought me the latest from a busy Moscow street.
This is what we know so far. Russian officials say that overnight, drones attacked an industrial park south of Moscow. A warehouse caught fire. And the local governor, or the governor of Moscow region, said that 5 people had been killed. Now, there was no official confirmation about who runs the warehouse that was targeted. But later came news reports of 2 other drone attacks in 2 other parts of Russia, one near St. Petersburg and the other in the Tver region, both targeting warehouses belonging to Wildberries, Russia's largest online retailer. This puts into to disrupt the operations of really big so many people said to me, well, the war it's something happening so far away, it doesn't affect us. It's happening on television. Today the message is very different. Long-range Ukrainian drone strikes on Russian oil facilities, for example, they sparked a summer fuel shortage in many parts of Russia, so Russians felt it. These attacks on Wildberries warehouses, that is disrupting a major company, Russians are feeling that. And also, 4.5 years into this war, so many people now tell me, when you speak to them, we know someone, a neighbour or one of our relatives who's still fighting in Ukraine. So many people say, yes, people are being It's the impression of someone who is determined to push on. There's no sign of compromise at the moment from the Kremlin leader. He seems determined to end the war until he achieves what he considers to be victory for Russia.
That's the
military items to Russia.
And I just want to say, Russia says that wild goose is not related to any military supplies at all. We know that it is the Amazon of Russia. Some would wonder why you are targeting wild goose in particular. What would your response be to that?
And until recent, they had a separate chapter in the list of the items they sell, which was named everything for special military operations. And you can buy from this marketplace a lot of stuff, starting from small drones to spare parts for Russian military. And we advise Wildberries many times to be careful with that, to pay attention to that. They didn't respond. That's why they are becoming expensive, because they supply for their marketplace a lot of stuff to the special military operations, units with taken
So you say it's a legitimate target. We are seeing civilian casualties, we've seen civilian casualties in the latest strike on the wild berries associated with that, and of course, the strike which was a good.
Part of Black Sea, very local naval bases, Russian Navy. And so I understand that one of the Ukrainian drone which was targeted to the Russian, some kind of infrastructure there, was shot down by Russian air defense, and we can see it very clear from the coverage, and it crashed to the beach.
So you regret the number of civilian casualties on the
Of course, we regret the casualties of civilians, but the consequences of this war will put a stop to
Last week, President Trump announced a deal between his border troops and Hamas.
Despite his ruined surroundings, he's one of thousands of well-educated Gazans who result in living in home, children and children. But Gaza's economy all but destroyed, with 80% of people with no income. NGOs see the potential of remote work to fill a desperate need.
Yeah, it's really critical. I mean, we talk about it now as sort of a digital lifeline, right? This idea that if you have a laptop, if you have a working internet connection, you can work and earn income.
Nicole Hart was country director for the American NGO Mercy Corps, which is trying to help Gazans, focusing on training, getting contacts for freelancers, and supporting new independent co-working spaces that are popping up in Gaza City and elsewhere.
It's really critical to help people get back to work. They don't want to be dependent on you. They're not looking to sit there and do nothing, right? But it's really finding a safe space and finding something that's affordable and that continues to
dozens dead, and while it crashes spread across outside and passion, some security officers but most casualties. Women left them, they say, were suffered in the protests. This woman lost her only son.
He said martyrdom is a great honor. He fought for what was right. He would never let his asleep.
And this man, his brother. Protesters don't trust the local hospitals, scared they'll be arrested, instead going to makeshift clinics. The doctor running it says they struggle to keep up.
हमारे पास इतना स्पेस है कि हम we have enough supplies to provide service.
Most, he says, were under 40 years old. The authorities have said security forces did not fire on peaceful protesters, but that law enforcement acted against individuals who were involved in attacks on law enforcement personnel, threatened public safety, or obstructed lawful authority. They say it's not true that protesters have been arrested in hospital. The authorities accuse the JAAC of being foreign-funded terrorists, and the group has been banned. The JAAC maintain they are peaceful, but we asked one of their core committee, Umar Nazir, about the deaths of security officers.
Look, what says that did occur. I will not comment on that. However, I believe that certain elements who are under their control were infiltrated into order.
They did not provide us with evidence in this alleged infiltration, and the authorities more protests planned.
That's the BBC's Caroline Davies reporting from Islamabad. Islam is the world's fastest growing passenger. The rear arc is third, especially out spanning 2,000 kilometres over 82 countries, including 16 stages. Also on a station hill, is on the fastest person ever reached.
Probably got up to about 37 degrees, which is a lot when you're at altitude running. And then we also had some storms to contend with, and then there were just all sorts of things, like the van had, a flat tire at one point. We had to deal with huge swarms of bugs, and it was a challenging time, not to mention the fact that there were wildfires happening at the same time that we had to actually divert away from because the route went right through them.
And how do you prepare for something like this?
I've been running ultramarathons for the last decade. I've run in some of the most incredible races around the world, and I think that really prepares you. It's
feeling one day is out by yourself. Save yourself and, all sorts of things. It's something that you build over years of experience. But leading into this, I was very aware that my body was going to take a pretty big hit. And so I was focusing a lot on my strength work, on making sure that I was eating really well and making sure that I started with as many stores as I could.
You've spoken in the past, haven't you, Sophie, about some of the fertility challenges you faced as well, and how some of that in some ways inspired you to take on this challenge. I wonder if you could share more about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, going through trying to get pregnant and IVF whilst also being an ultra runner is a really contradictory sort of thing. You're so used to getting your body to do what you ask it to do, and then all of a sudden it just won't cooperate. And coming to terms with the fact that we weren't going to have a child has been really, really difficult for me. And so this kind of, I guess I fell out of love with my body and out of love with my sport, and this has really reignited that passion again, because my body's amazing. She's just done the most incredible thing for me, and I've had the most amazing adventure, which is why I got into this sport in the first place, was to have adventures in incredible environments.
And how do you mentally prepare for this? We've spoken about the physical preparation.
The mental side of it is really important, and I think that I have really practiced this through my years of racing. I just keep moving. No matter what happens, I just keep moving. The urge to stop, there's always going to be that little voice in your head being just have a wee seat. Why not? There's one there. Nothing grows in the comfort zone, so you just got to keep moving forwards. And I think if you practice that enough, it just becomes conditioning. And also the fact that I had so many people out there supporting me and cheering me on, that is invaluable to know that no matter what time of day I was out on the trail, if it was the middle of the night, there were people somewhere in the world checking on my little dot, making sure that I was still moving.
Sophie Woods, inspiring us all that.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the U.S. is made possible by American Public Media. APM produces and distributes award-winning public radio programs that inform, engage, and captivate. APM is proud to connect audiences to the world with accurate, impartial, international news and global perspectives from the BBC World Service.
Good morning. You're listening to Vermont Public. I'm Mary Carol Maganzini. Going to the fair is an annual tradition for many of us, including the Vermont Edition team. This Wednesday, Vermont Edition broadcasts live from Addison County Fair and Field Days. Hear from demo derby contestants, food vendors, livestock superintendents, and lifelong fairgoers. That's tomorrow at noon, right here on Vermont Public, where we have support for programming from listeners who donate, and Efficiency Vermont, helping businesses reduce energy costs with rebates on energy-efficient equipment and consultations. EfficiencyVermont.com/bizconsult. And Silver Maple, Vermont-based builders with 20 years of experience, collaborating with clients and partners to craft resilient custom spaces. SilverMaple.com.
BBC News with David Harper. Big oil companies have reported record profits as the Iran war sends prices surging. Saudi Aramco has reported a 44% increase in profits in the latest quarter. The five biggest Western energy majors have posted a combined net profit of almost $47 billion. Qatar says that it's continuing efforts with other mediators to try to achieve a diplomatic resolution to the war between the US and Iran. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson said Qatar, Pakistan and Oman were coordinating closely to facilitate negotiations, but no direct talks were currently planned. A mass funeral has been held in Gaza City for 112 people whose bodies were long trapped under the rubble of buildings hit during an Israeli strike in 2023. Hundreds attended the funeral for members of two clans. French officials say nearly 160 migrants have been rescued after their boat caught fire while attempting to cross the English Channel to Britain. No casualties have been reported. It's one of the biggest maritime rescue operations in the Channel in recent years. Member states of the European Union have praised Spain's response after more than 70,000 Moroccans illegally entered its territory of Ceuta last week. It had been suggested that Spain should be suspended from the Schengen Agreement, which allows free movement. However, at a video conference on Tuesday, the EU's migration chief blamed the mass illegal entry on disinformation and people smugglers. A man from El Salvador has died at a U.S. immigration detention center, which has been accused of poor conditions. Edwin Lopez Cornejo was being held at Delaney Hall Detention Facility in New Jersey, where he suffered an unspecified medical emergency that led to his death on Saturday. An unemployed Egyptian man is to face trial for impersonating a judge for 3 years. He's also accused of defrauding people of about $200,000 in the process. BBC News.
Welcome back to NewsHour. Europe spent this summer trying to buy its way out of the heat. Air conditioner exports from China into the European Union hit nearly $3.8 billion in the first half of this year. That's up more than 40% on last year. Many shops across the continent have sold out and prices are climbing. Business Daily's Sam Fenwick has been following the money chain behind Europe's aircon boom.
This is a queue outside a discount supermarket in Paris one morning in July. The queue goes round the building. They're not there for freshly baked bread. They're there for a box with a fan in it. Within minutes, the shelves are empty. There are scuffles in the aisles and fights break out, and this goes viral. Only about a fifth of European homes have air conditioning at all. In Northern Europe, it's more like 1 in 10. But France alone has had 4 heat waves since May. Nicolas Léger is a retail analyst at Nielsen IQ in France. He says 4.6 million fans and air conditioners were sold in France between January and June, double last year, 3 times the figure of 4 years ago. But then the stock ran out.
This year, the average price spent by buyers has increased by 10%. Sometimes we have no choice.
Most of Europe's air conditioning is made in China. Midea is one of the biggest manufacturers. It sold out of portable units in June. The problem isn't making them, it's getting them here. By sea from southern China takes 2 to 3 months with customs, so a unit ordered when the heat wave starts arrives after the summer's over. Tobias Global is Midea's innovation for Europe. Dr. Chris Roslow is a senior analyst at the energy think tank Amber.
The most intense heat wave so called June had a heating period, especially in this part of the country. Russia, so in France, prices
because this isn't a one-off summer. Professor Diana Ulget-Worsek is a vice chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change.
By 2030, the International Energy Agency projects cooling will add more new demand to our electricity than artificial intelligence. You can imagine it's really very massive.
Europe's energy regulator says the amount being invested will double energy.
Ministers supported Spain and praised Europe's handling of migration.
Every measure
Europe has not had this much control over illegal migration in decades. But of course, the events from Syria, that's pretty clear, show that dramatic images do actually affect this.
Temporarily suspended the Parliament election in Spain. The Montenegro does not have a Schengen
mainly young men who tried to get to Ceuta last week. They were suggesting that the whole sort of integrity of the borderless Schengen zone within the European Union was at threat because of what the Spanish were doing. And today, I mean, the language is really different. You've got Denmark and Italy suggesting that they're satisfied with Spain and that really they're all in this together. And I suspect that what's happened here is that governments across Europe have seen how hard it must be, really sort of latched on the extraordinary issues we saw last week. And also, this is suggesting that a lot of Russian disinformation is really amplifying what was being reported online. And also suggesting that in the first place, this surge was caused by some sort of internet hoax that was telling people to try and make this journey because they might well get a Spanish passport, which of course was simply not true. It's not in the Schengen zone. It's separated by the Strait of Gibraltar, so you've got 25 kilometres or so of seas separating that city, the Spanish city, from the Spanish mainland. But yet there was, such a large reaction to this. And in terms of, how the governments play it from now on in, you really got the feeling that prime ministers and presidents across Europe felt they had to say something because immigration for so many electorates is a really crucial, important issue. We know that. It's one that the hard right has been picking up votes on. And so a lot of politicians felt compelled people to speak. But I think now, in the cold light of day, there's been a dying down of the temperature.
In Brussels, thank you very much. Well, I'm joined now by Emmanuel Fido, an MP with the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's Brothers of Italy party, and the Secretary of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Italian Chamber of Deputies. Welcome to News Hour, Mr. Fido. Do you think that things have dialed down now? Hello there?
Sorry.
Hello there. I'll ask you the question again. Have things dialed down now? Is Italy less angry and frustrated with Spain than it was a few days ago?
No, but with Spain we are friends, historical friends. We were not angry with us. We just were asking responsibility because when you are a member of the European Union, it is necessary responsibility and firm control on the border because when there is a Schengen agreement and you are in your country, you feel safe if you know that everybody is doing what they have to do. They accomplish to the security control on the border. In that case, it was really clear that Spain was not identifying who was entering the European Union. Because Ceuta, it is true, it is an enclave in Africa, but it is inside Spain, so it is in the European Union.
So are you now satisfied with the way things are? I mean, Spain now saying it's already returned 70,000 people back to Morocco.
Yeah, we saw that Spain reacted firmly. And now it was important that the meeting that was done by the interior ministers of the European Union, saying that if there is a responsibility from every country, there will be also solidarity. And the main thing is that we have to strengthen the European Union external borders, and we have to make return more effective, intensify the fight against migrant smuggling, reinforce the partnership with the third countries. So, and we have also to coordinate the communication. In this way, we will be sure that we will be able to help who is seeking for asylum and it is entitled to all this, and we will be able to help that who is trying to enter illegal European.
It's worth noting that ancient Greeks could actually way more over there. Archaeologists have found but it wasn't just the ancient Greeks. In ancient China, 5,000 years ago, physicians were recommending an analog called ma huang, a drug plant, to improve performance.
Saying that suggestions that would grant EU citizenship to people is simply wrong, because the programme provides legal residency for migrants, but it does not confer Spanish nationality. So any of those people who come to Quebec wouldn't have necessarily got nationality anyway.
Yeah, but I know that we have been criticized, but finally, the day after the critics that we gave to Spain, they reacted immediately, sending troops there and raising 500 meters of walls, which means that all these critics were correct in front of a grand architect to face illegal migration coming from the airport. To support asylum to the people that need asylum, and also to tackle the illegal migration.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel Fido, an MP with the Liberty Party, for sharing your thoughts on that story. Britain's two species of seahorse, the short-snouted and the spiny seahorse, are already legally protected. But now the UK's marine management organisation is warning of a new risk: photography. It says it will take action against anyone who films or photographs seahorses without a government licence, with a maximum penalty being 6 months in prison or an unlimited fine. Well, Alice will be Walter postgraduate student in marine biology at Essex University and a volunteer at the Seahorse Trust. Welcome to NewsHour, Alice. First of all, is photography of seahorses a common thing?
Yeah, so thanks, Henry. The photography of seahorses is quite common to see around the world because they're such a charismatic fish. As you may know, they look very different to normal fish. They have a long prehensile tail, and they look a bit like a horse underwater. And so it's very common to have them photographed in the UK as well as globally.
So this is people taking big cameras and using flashes, or is it about proximity? And will also potentially put them at risk if they're taking a photo on their mobile phone?
Yeah, so I think that the interest in new technology has really impacted this. The use of flash photography with large cameras as well as smaller mobile cameras like GoPros. They've increased significantly, and flash photography can really damage the
additional stresses that they're experiencing from climate change as well as boat moorings and overfishing, this can be a severe stressor that does cause fatalities in seahorses.
I mean, the penalties are quite high. We're talking 6 months in prison or an unlimited fine. What's the scale of the problem then? Are we talking hundreds of thousands of people who are out there taking photographs of seahorses incorrectly?
Yeah, so citizen science is the best form of data collection that we've got to date. Lots of people opportunistically taking photographs of seahorses, but the highest incidence rate of causing seahorse mortalities is through citizen science, and this would be volunteers that go out and don't adhere to the guidelines of the MMO, taking these images that are causing severe stress to these animals.
Can you just tell us more about these two species of seahorse? They're already legally protected. Are they endangered here in the UK?
So they're not listed as endangered by the IUCN. They are listed as data deficient. This means that we don't have enough data currently on them to determine whether they're physically endangered or not. Unlike, we have 46 species of seahorses globally, and these two species are listed as data deficient, but with citizen science data, we're trying to build a big picture of their population size.
Okay, really fascinating to talk to you and hear more about the threats and the risks to photography of seahorses. Thanks very much for joining us here on NewsHour. That's Alice Wilby-Ward, a postgraduate student in marine biology at Essex University and also a volunteer at the Seahorse Trust. I'm Regina Vaidyanathan, and this is NewsHour.
Support the programming from listeners who donate and eavesdrive credit union provide a hometown fee for members into aid. And that's several different eavesdrive.com. And for
in the Moscow region and elsewhere. Former Deputy Defence Minister of Ukraine, retired Major General Vladimir Havelov, told NewsHour it regretted all civilian casualties, including those killed on a beach yesterday.
I understand that one of the Ukrainian drones, which was targeted some kind of infrastructure there, was shot down by Russian air defense, and it crashed to the beach. Of course, we regret all the casualties of civilians for becoming hostages of this war, which shouldn't started almost 4.5 years ago.
Our headlines we're watching too, and oil companies have reported record profits as the Iran war continues. Bodies have been recovered from rubble in 3 years after they were killed in an Israeli attack. Designed to raise awareness of endometriosis opens at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival in Scotland. Endometriosis is when tissue similar to the lining of the uterus grows outside it. It can bring on excruciating pain and exhaustion, and in some cases even lead to infertility. It can take many years for women to get diagnosed. It took me well over a decade to learn I have it. So how do you turn an unpleasant, often ignored condition into an entertaining play complete with dancing doctors and humour? Endometriosis the musical tells the story of Jane who's trying to work out why she's always in pain. Maria Garcia is one of the patients.
So this is a disease that affects 1 in 10 women worldwide. A lot of researchers, and myself included, think that number is even higher, something like 1 in 7, which is more than 200 million people around the world. Yet it takes on average 10 years to get a diagnosis. This is because there's not very much research funding, doctors aren't trained in it, and patients themselves don't know about the symptoms to look for to ask their doctor about. This is a chronic, systemic, full-body disease that affects every part of your life. And we thought if we can just get some more people aware of it, that we would be doing our mission.
I have to confess, I have endometriosis, and until I was diagnosed 2 years ago, I didn't even know what it was. So there's clearly an awareness challenge, isn't there, Maria? How do you think this musical is going to help with raising information and awareness about the condition?
Well, we like to say as long as people leave our musical at least knowing the word endometriosis, which is in the title, we've at least done part of our mission.
I wish my life wouldn't end. Every time I get my monthly friend.
We try to talk about the disease. The show is about our character Jane and her road to getting a diagnosis, which, as you know, as many people know, is an extremely long and fraught one. And so by the end of the show, they've got a lot of information about what the symptoms are, what a treatment plan might look like, and steps moving forward. So hopefully people in the audience, if they have endometriosis, can see themselves in this show.
Crowds rejoice, sold out seats. Why can't I
It's an incredibly painful condition, isn't it? And a serious one. How do you turn that into a musical comedy?
Yeah, so my writing partner, Kristen, and I were both very funny people. I included in
Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and brain pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-213. Visit PreventTony.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist. I'm on PreventTony.com now. Scheduling an appointment. Good idea. It's Happy 50. Looking for a better ride? It's Happy already now. Sales. We're growing fast. With over 350 vehicles in stock across 4 locations. Auburn, Soda, Phoenix, and Raleigh. Your next car is rated at no credit back for a first-time buyer to a 5-year payback.
Too far gone, around just one more ride. Together tonight, don't say a word, don't try to fight. If this is hell, then hold on tight. We ride it out through black and white. Just one more ride, side by side, no turning back, nowhere to hide. If I go down, you're by my side. Just one more ride.
Things that go along with this disease and had always, been turned away or repressed, maybe that creation was normal and but it was only because I had the information from writing this musical that I was brave enough to actually go to my doctor and say, no, I want the surgery, I want to have endometriosis confirmed. And she actually tried to brush me off and said, that's a pretty big step that I pushed, only because I had written the show, and sure enough, she told me it was the worst case she had ever seen. So the gaslighting from the medical community is a real thing, and even I think within our family groups, within our friend groups, within our worldwide disease. We need to raise awareness on a global scale. And if theater festival like this, with more than 4,000 shows, certainly helps us do that.
How are you making
living with this disease, trying to get a diagnosis, trying to find adequate treatment, doctors who believe you, in and of itself is absurd, right? So I feel like the premise and the way we approach the show reflects the reality of living with this disease. And there's a lot that when we take 10 steps back from it can be funny. We have a scene in the song called TMI, which stands for Too Much Information, and it's where our lead character Jane is trying to talk to a family about her problems with pain. And the family is so uncomfortable they can't bring themselves to talk about it with her, which is certainly something that, I think a lot of people with endometriosis can relate to. And so the scene is comedic in that the family is trying to divert the conversation and use euphemisms to try and talk about her pain, when really they're avoiding the topic entirely. So it's a really serious thing that we're trying to say in this scene, a serious message, but we're doing it in a comedic fashion.
And why would someone who hasn't heard of endometriosis or got endometriosis find this an entertaining musical?
I feel like a lot of people can connect with this musical on numerous different levels. Having coworkers or a family that won't talk to you about important things, a lot of people can relate to that as well. And honestly, it's just a perfect musical. The songs are incredibly catchy. You'll be singing them for days afterwards. They get stuck in your head. It's a fantastic time. Like I said, it's a really funny piece of theater, too. So even if you're not interested in the medical side of it, I think it's got something for everyone.
That's Maria Holdy, one of the co-writers of Endometriosis, the musical, which opens this weekend in Edinburgh. That ends this edition of News Hour. I'm Julie Vibe in Arden, from the team and myself. Thanks to all of you for listening.
Stay with us for 1 hour from Anthony. I'm Lisa Burkhardt. Our programming comes to you thanks to the financial generosity of listeners who donate and companies capital. Financial planners and advisors helping clients gain control of their financial future. ContinueCapital.com. And K-Bottom Summer Theater Ensemble's production of Sweet Sweet Sound.
together. Why and how lawmakers are seizing on them, and what does it mean to the midterms? After this news.
Live from NPR News, New York City, I'm Ohisa Kantano. Stocks opened higher this morning as McDonald's reported a slowdown in U.S. sales growth. NPR's Scott Horsley reports the Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped more than 500 points from early trading.
McDonald's says its U.S. sales grew by less than 1% during the most recent quarter, a marked slowdown from the same period a year ago. The fast food giant warned during the spring that rising gas prices might cut into its sales. McDonald's is trying to use cost
Trump warns Iran that this is Tehran's last chance to make a deal to end a 5-month-long war. He had called off weekend attacks, saying negotiations were imminent with Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and others. But Iran denies that direct talks are taking place. More than 24 states are suing the Trump administration over new tariffs imposed on some of the largest trading partners in the U.S. NPR's Daniel Kurtzleben says the levies were imposed on countries accused of exporting goods made with forced labor.
25 states in all are suing the administration, saying in their suit that, quote, the administration cannot use forced labor as a pretext to continue its illegal tariff scheme. The administration imposed the tariffs under a law meant to fight discriminatory practices by trading partners. They set the new tariff to take effect last month at the moment that another global blanket tariff expired. The lawsuit uses that continuity as well as the president's own words to argue that the new tariffs are not a good faith effort to fight forced labor. The states furthermore called the investigation that preceded the new tariffs a sham. Danielle Kurtzleben, NPR News, the White House.
The foodborne illness that has been reported across the country has now killed at least 2 people in Michigan, where health officials say more than 11,000 people have been sickened with cyclosporiasis. Kate Wells is a reporter with our partner KFF Health News.
We just do not have a lot of information about these deaths right now. We do know that there are several outbreaks happening at this point. They're not necessarily connected to each other. The FDA says it's been part of a 9-cell fleet outbreak, but we really have just got local public health nurses here walking through with people everything that they have eaten in great detail.
She said there are at least 45 states currently with cases of cyclosporiasis and no answers yet on what is causing this outbreak. This is NPR News from New York City.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Andrew Carnegie Foundation, formerly Carnegie Corporation of New York, working to reduce political polarization through support for education, democracy, and peace. More information at carnegie.org.
The Champlain Valley will soon be a federally recognized wine region. Local winemakers
Eventually, that leads to increasing humidity and warm conditions Tuesday and Friday, with a chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms each day. The details of the forecast: mostly sunny, much less humid, highs up to 70 and low 80s. Mostly clear tonight, some high clouds south after midnight, areas of valley fog, low 50s to low 60s. Wednesday, some patchy fog early, sun mixing with periods of clouds, especially in the south, seems to be warm, highs 80 to 85. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an eye on the sky.
This is One Egg on Gen 1. It's all over the news.
The backlash against AI data centers is growing.
The protesters behind me have been out here since 9 a.m.
We talk about AI as if it lives in the cloud, but the cloud has a physical address. Data centers.
Protesters showed up in 125 cities across the country on a single Saturday last month. Here's what one told WTKR News in Virginia.
We're begging the politicians to listen to us and not the big money.
Are the politicians listening? New polling suggests party leaders and voters may not be in sync on this issue, especially within the Democratic Party. Reporting shows data centers are bringing voters from both parties together in some states. We'll get into all of it today. It's part 2 of our data center deep dive here on 1A. And this time we're talking politics. Why have data centers become a political flashpoint so quickly? Who stands where on the issue and why? And who's actually calling the shots at the local, state, and federal levels? Joining us are 2 reporters who've been covering the growing furor. Robinson Meyer is calling in from New York. He's the executive editor of the climate change news organization Heat Map. Rob, welcome back to the program.
Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here.
And Amy Harder is national energy correspondent for Axios. She joins us from Seattle. Amy, welcome back.
Hello, good to be here.
Later in the show, we hear from Democratic member of Congress representing Silicon Valley, Representative Sam Liccardo. And we want to hear from you. What are your thoughts about data centers? How do you want local and national leaders to approach the move? Email us at 1A at WANU.org. Now, the data center side has been moving incredibly quickly from local zoning to a national political movement in just 2 years.
That is happening across the country, and it is actually changing the landscape of the country, and it is driving, I think, a very large response.
Now, you've done public opinion polling on data centers. Broadly speaking, what are you learning about where the public is leaning on this issue?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the public has changed its mind on this issue, or at least found found a new view on this issue extremely quickly. I think public polling on data centers has actually changed far more quickly than I thought the American public could change its mind about anything. So Heat Map News is a decarbonization, climate, and energy outlet, and we poll the American public, about 4,000 Americans, several times a year on a number of energy-related questions. And last summer, we started asking Americans, would you support or oppose a local data center being built in your area? It was very neutral language, just trying to get a sense of where people were coming out. And last summer, so last August, exactly a year ago, about 40% of Americans said they would oppose, about 40% said they would support, and the rest of Americans didn't know or were somewhere in between. Since then, we've polled the question 2 more times, most recently in May, and we have seen a huge shift. So, last August, again, 40 support oppose. In May of this year, 70% of Americans, actually more than 70% of Americans said they would oppose, and only 15 to 20% of Americans said they would support. And so the sea change here has been enormous in public opinion.
And are you able to glean why that massive shift happened so quickly?
It's such an interesting question. I mean, I think partially it is just, there have been more projects in the past few months.
So they're more visible.
There's went from being a kind of hypothetical issue to being something that maybe was happening in people's neighborhoods and that they did develop an opinion about. I think we can get into some of the other polling, but I think one of the big questions I have is this about AI? And we have some polling that indicates it is, and that Americans are increasingly nervous or not sure how to think about AI, and data centers are the physical manifestation of AI, and so that's part of what's happening here. And then I think also there's just been a lot more messaging and social media activity and public discourse about data centers since last August, and people who maybe didn't have a view on them are now developing it.
Well, let's talk about some of that messaging. Data centers are starting to feature in political ads around the country. Let's listen to a few. Here's progressive congressional candidate Bill Lawrence in Michigan, Republican Florida gubernatorial candidate Paul Renner, and Democratic Florida gubernatorial candidate David Jolly.
I'm Will Lawrence. And tech billionaires want to turn this whole field into a massive data center that will jack up our energy bills and ruin our home value. I'm going to Florida until we have the environmental protection and the economic impact studies that actually could support the use of the solar.
So Robinson laid out some of the shifts in public opinion we've seen over the last year or so. Until that they can evaluate the impact on the grid. So we've got the public opinion shifting, but why is the political ground shifting so quickly?
The political ground is shifting because of the groundswell of opposition around the country. I think this is a classic example of general opposition, both parties, all parties in the United States being opposed to something that is coming at them very fast and very big. I think one of the common arguments you hear from people who really support the data center industry and the AI sector and who are inside it is the argument that if we go too slow, that China will beat us. Mm-hmm. Well, talking with people who are directly affected by or who live near data centers, that argument doesn't hold any water. No pun intended, because water is in fact one of the biggest concerns that people have when it comes to data centers. And so it's almost refreshing just from a perspective of the politicians responding to their electorate that people are getting upset and politicians are changing their views in real time in response to that. I think the most stark one is Governor Abbott, just yesterday, as you said, changing course. And I don't think there's any coincidence that this is all happening now, just a few months before the midterm elections. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these delays last through that time period.
Well, that's the next question then. Is this a durable change, or is this about getting to and through the midterms?
I think it's a bit of both. I don't think, for example, this move by the Texas governor is going to be permanent by any means. Texas will remain, generally speaking, bullish on data centers. But the governor wants to make sure that these data center developers are following some of the requirements they've put in place around things like transparency and energy and water use. And the midterms are just injecting a level of political urgency into these very real concerns. I think other states, perhaps New York, it may be more enduring in terms of the time, a whole year, for example. Governor Abbott didn't put a time label on his pause. But I think this is a sign that it's not a political issue. It's a political issue. It's not a partisan issue. And that's pretty rare.
Well, to that point, we got this message from Bob in Birmingham, Alabama, about a data center sort of a data center 101. Are you responding to this idea that resistance to data centers is one of the reasons in their local areas? A majority of Democrats, Independents, and Republicans all oppose data centers locally. But we hear from our caller there that there are other issues that unite people regardless of their party. Amy, and especially in the current political landscape, I don't want to use the word normal, how common is it to see this type of unity over
is bad and everybody wants to afford their things in their lives that they need to buy. But when you go down a little bit deeper, there's actually a lot of disagreement about both of those things and also how to solve them. With data centers, there's, for now, I will say, this is a fast-moving story, so it could change, it will change in the next few months. But for now, there is a remarkable amount of a review of what's happening with all these data centers being developed. And as Rob said, I think that one of the many notable things about this infrastructure build-out is just the sheer pace and scale of it, which dwarfs anything we've seen in modern history. And those two things together are creating this unusual bipartisan opposition.
We're talking about how data centers became the hottest new political flashpoint. We're with Amy Harder. She covers data centers and energy.
More than 1 million square miles of ocean are federally protected. Now the Trump administration is opening some of those areas to commercial fishing.
These places are just so special and so unique that it's really incumbent upon us to make sure that they're here for future generations.
I'm Elsa Chang, a rare trip to a remote Pacific island on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Good morning. You're listening to Vermont Public. I'm Mary Carol Maganzini. Glad to have you with us. With Vermont's primary elections just around the corner, Vermont Public has you covered with candidate debates, a customizable voter guide, and information to help you make informed decisions at the polls. Head to vermontpublic.org/elections and sign up for our newsletter with election updates while you're there. We have support for programming from listeners who donate and Yellow Barn's Summer Festival, presenting its final week of concerts every night through August 8th in Putney. Information at yellowbarn.org. And we clean heat pumps, serving homes and businesses this summer cooling season with AC cleaning and maintenance. WeCleanHeatPumps.com. And the Fairbanks Museum, hosting the Shippey Family Eye Care Butterfly House, now open through the summer. Details at fairbanksmuseum.org.
Support for NPR comes from the station. And from Sleep Number, offering the new Comfort Next Tips, which is the goal of delivering targeted pressure relief where it's needed most. Available at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com. From Uma, now offering My Phone, a modern home phone service for families who want a screen-free experience with parental controls like Trusted Circle and Quiet Apps. More at myphone.com. I'm from the sustainable of this.
From you. Here's IBEW union member Prius in Leesburg, Virginia.
The data centers provide us work, good income for our families, plenty of jobs in the trade.
We also got this message from Bob in Wytheville, Virginia. Okay, I think we're having a little trouble with that clip, but Bob says, quote, we're currently fighting with our county supervisor board. They spoke with the company for a year under an NDA and have negotiated and signed for a data center without any input from the public. We were told about it after it was really too late. And now there's a second started in that county. The county has no zoning, so they were able to do that. But we still want to hear from you. How are data centers being discussed where you live, and where do you come down on the issue? Would you be willing to have one built in your community? Email us at 1a@wamu.org. When we talk about how this conversation and debate over data centers first began to come to public knowledge, Robinson, part of the discussion was about the lack of transparency about them being built in communities, that there were community boards that signed NDAs. How do you think that lack of transparency at the outset has shaped the conversation we're having today?
Well, I think that there's a couple
big things that have happened over the past few years, or past really year, that change the politics of this issue significantly and filter through this transparency question. The first, I was thinking back to the question you asked about, like, why have people changed their minds? And I think there have been a number of projects that were very large, that were uniquely bad actors, or at least distinctively bad actors in such a way that they changed the national politics of this issue. And for that, in that category, I would hold up, for instance, the two XAI Colossus data centers near Memphis. They were big projects that didn't have access to utility scale power. And so, at least Colossus 1, the first one, brought in basically temporary gas generation power plants on the back of trucks. That's the kind of thing that are supposed to run at construction sites, and then ran a full data center off them, which just sent pollution into the neighborhoods nearby. And I think that was such a, they were not really permitted as far as we can tell. They violated EPA rules, and that was such a bad project. It totally changed, I think, the national politics of this issue. One thing we see at the local level is that there is some, signing NDAs or entering some agreements with a county that can happen in some forms of local economic development. It's just because there's some that would have been
jobs, particularly in the construction phase. At the same time, it's very argued to me, and to in town hall where these are being built, that some people like data centers because they bring economic development, but without more people. And the people need traffic and private schools, and to me that's an interesting argument to try to make that data centers can bring economic development without more people.
Well, and how are they defining economic development? Is it just about the work generated by construction, or are they pointing to something that's related to just the existence of the data center in that place?
The additional taxes, like property taxes that they pay, go into supporting schools and hospitals and things like that, but they don't create crowded streets. And to me, that's a sign that, I don't want to use the word desperate, but some people might say a desperate argument on behalf of the data center industry to try to argue that people actually don't want jobs, they just want economic development. I think most of the time people do want jobs. I think here there's a unique jobs of all kinds, and that argument so far really cuts against more jobs for people. Now, we could obviously, many people think it's super wrong and not acceptable for arguments that they are actually more jobs, but for now there's this existential angst layered on top of the real concerns about these massive increases.
You mentioned the word escalation, and we know that municipal budgets are stretched incredibly thin. And so, as you're talking to, county board supervisors and council members and even state lawmakers who are trying to figure out ways to bring more money into their states and their communities, what are they saying about that economic development argument Tech is making right now?
The way this is manifesting is really in debate over the tax credits that a lot of data center developers get. And you're seeing many states pausing those tax credits, at least for the time being, while they reevaluate how these data centers should be built. Now, from my perspective as an energy reporter who's since started covering data centers, it's really quite astounding that these projects get tax incentives at all. These deep-pocketed companies really want to build these data centers. They probably don't even need these tax credits. And I think that's where politicians are starting to realize, like, hey, these people want to come into our communities already. Let's not give them even more incentive than they already have, because that's taking away from their county and local budgets.
Robertson, what are you hearing in this? Yeah, I think in this context, it's helpful to think, it's helpful to think about how data centers are built. And I should say that data centers like cloud data centers are kind of all over the country. We don't really notice them. I've heard, for instance, that Netflix has 3 data centers, cloud data centers in New York City, basically so that everyone can watch Netflix faster, with faster than the cloud. A Netflix server closer to the places where a lot of and to give us
We're talking about data centers with Robinson Meyer, who's executive editor of the Climate Research and Harder National Energy Correspondent for Canada. So last month, New York Governor Kathy Hochul signed an executive order to temporarily ban the construction of new hyperscale, which have already launched data centers for a year, allow the state to use a framework to regulate them. And it's the first time at a time in the U.S. since the pause is temporary, mentioned speaking at a roundtable with local officials last Thursday.
What I can always do is a very thoughtful balance. And this I know as a thing today.
To develop and deploy AI. This moratorium will give democracy a chance to catch up with the transformative changes that we are witnessing and make sure that the benefits of these technologies work for all of us, not just the wealthiest people on earth.
Senator Sanders and Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez introduced bills in the House and Senate in March. Rob, what do you make of this move by New York to put a pause on the development of data centers in that state and potentially create a roadmap for other states to follow suit.
Yeah, well, I would first say that New York isn't alone. It's the first state that's passed a moratorium on data centers. But at heat map, we tracked kind of the local regulatory environments for energy and data centers across the country. And what we found is that 530 different counties or municipalities or local governments of some kind have passed either a moratorium or a very restrictive law that essentially works as a moratorium. And if you include New York in the mix here, which we didn't in that count, but if you include New York, at this point about 8% of the counties in the United States basically block all data center construction. And so this is a nationwide trend. I think in New York's case, I think there's kind of two big questions here. I think first of all, we saw a lot of counties actually first do this on renewable energy. And what's interesting is that this is now an issue that Democrats are really rallying around. But a lot of the rural opposition to data centers emerged from a movement that began as rural opposition to clean energy, wind and solar energy. And they first fought solar farms, then they fought data centers. And so that's kind of interesting. And I think one thing we saw there is that counties challenged the moratorium on a temporary basis. And they say they're temporary, but then in fact they stay on the books indefinitely because no official wants to reopen a controversial point. I think in New York State, the governor has said certain things that makes me think it's more likely to be temporary. One thing he said she wants to do is make sure that towns that want to enter into agreements and negotiate with data center developers have the technical assistance to do so. That's actually something that already exists in southeastern states. It's not something that New York has. So she wants to make that possible in New York. She also didn't sign a state legislative moratorium, instead choosing to pass it as an executive order. And the terms of her order were in some way more generous than the terms of the state law that she didn't sign or state bill. And so I think it's more likely to be temporary in New York, but I think generally we're seeing a huge new set of moratoriums come up across the country, and I think those are not likely to be temporary.
Well, Amy, I want to make sure we don't oversimplify this discussion into communities versus tech companies, because if you look at the full picture, it's much more complicated. You have, utilities, there are developers, there are labor unions, counties, environmental groups, energy companies, all with different interests. So who's actually in the room when these decisions are getting made?
Well, part of the challenge with that is oftentimes we don't know because of the NDAs that you talked about earlier. And I think there's a big debate within the data center industry about to what degree they should use NDAs. Cloverleaf Infrastructure, a company based in Houston, categorically said they do not use NDAs. Other companies such as Google says that they need to use NDAs. And so even within the industry, you have a difference of opinions on that. So it's really a mix, a hodgepodge of how we know what's happening. But to answer your question, it really is a huge mix of different interests. And so I think you have obviously local officials, you have utilities, if you want, but sometimes the utilities aren't on there if they're going you have to find a way to build them in places where people can support them. And so I think he's trying to walk a fine line. I wouldn't be surprised if his position changes, although he is leaving office next year, so maybe he won't have to.
We're discussing the political stakes of serving leaders in the opposition. We're here with
or here on the radio August 12th as we explore the wonders of the summer sky from the Perseid meteor shower to the Summer Triangle and the Big Dipper. Reserve free tickets at vermontpublic.org/events and email your astronomy questions to stargazing@vermontpublic.org.
Support from Agassiz Chocolates and Forma Technology.
Coming up beginning at 11, we'll get another hour of 1A here on Vermont Public. This hour's topic will be science-enabled skepticism and how experts are rebuilding confidence in evidence itself. Insights from the Airplane Meteor. Grilled steaks, cocktails, and a private dining room for events. GuildTavern.com. And Green Mountain Solar, striving to be a trusted solar partner for Vermonters and dedicated to service and craftsmanship. GreenMTNSolar.com.
Support for NPR comes from the station and from the Andrew Carnegie Foundation, formerly Carnegie Corporation of New York, working to reduce political polarization through support for education, democracy, and peace. More information at carnegie.org. From the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation, celebrating a century of supporting efforts to promote a just, equitable, and sustainable society. More at mott.org/100. And from the Public Welfare Foundation.
Back to our conversation in a moment, but first a word about what's coming up on Thursday. We continue our series on AI with a look at education. More than half of U.S. students are using AI for school, according to a 2025 survey from the RAND Corporation. But research on the effects of AI inside the classroom is lagging far behind this new reality. If you're a student or teacher who uses AI for school, how will you use it? Give us a voicemail at 855-236-8888. If you're a teacher or student who's worried about the use of AI in school, what are your biggest concerns? We'd also love to hear from you with experience from students grappling with questions about AI and learning. Give us a call at 855-236-1212 or leave a message with our app, 20.com, and we'll share some of your thoughts on Thursday. Now back to data centers and sudden political momentum around them. Let's bring a new voice into the conversation. Joining us now is California Democrat Representative Dan Montano. Any Dems are a caucus of moderate Democrats and self-described pragmatists who say they want to support environment and
but we need to put laws in place to ensure we have clear parking.
And so give us a couple of examples of the types of laws you think that
not particularly with tech companies with tax rates, which they don't need, obviously, or imposing more timelines to get those permits. So it seems to me we have an opportunity to protect our local communities in exchange for essentially what the tech companies need, which is speed, and providing a clear pathway to getting a permit if they satisfy those requirements.
And so explain how that process would work under what you're proposing. How would you speed up tech companies being able to get these permits and build more quickly?
Well, certainly local land use is up to local cities and counties. But the pinch point for a lot of companies has been getting interconnection to the grid. Those permits have been delayed, in some cases 3 years, as long as 5 years. And that is a massive impact on the company's ability, obviously, to generate revenue and get things up and operating. And so if we are, through federal law, able to provide a shot clock so that the local, what they call the ISOs and the regional utilities and so this is our opportunity to tell them what the price tag is and protect local communities and protect local investment.
Around data center plans. And the speed of business may be very different than the speed of community input or community engagement. So how do you square that circle and ensure that communities, not just elected officials, not just county board members, but the people living in these communities feel that they've been engaged in the process and are not just victims, if you will, of the process?
But it seems to me that the first thing we need to do is put in law the clear protections that local communities want to ensure that their communities and their Now, local communities still have the authority over local land uses, and that's important. But by having federal law in place that provides them that justice, then they can go through the local processes and focus on what are the land use issues that are most of concern to that community. And we can all be certain that, at least with regard to many of the basics, we're protecting local communities.
We got this message from a member of our tax club who writes, we live in a country currently controlled by billionaires. Data centers serve the interests of
period that follows Election Day, there might be an opportunity here. And obviously, I'm hopeful for my own party's success in November, and we'll have more opportunities in January. So the short answer is, we know not much is getting done in Congress right now, but if there is impetus to do anything, it should be on this.
When you talk to your constituents who are concerned with energy crisis and other kitchen table issues, is your argument about this path forward as you see it to building data centers, is it landed with them?
Certainly there's folks all across the spectrum, and we know that there's going to be a lot of discussion on this issue. This isn't going to be something that's suddenly persuades everybody tonight. That's what a political process is about. Let's actually get legislation out on the floor to have these public discussions. Let's also acknowledge what every utility and renewable energy expert knows about our grid right now, which is our deteriorating grid is costing all of us an enormous amount of money. It's been driving a lot of utility rate hikes, particularly in California, and it's the biggest obstacle to our green energy future. And so I think if we're able to demonstrate through legal protections that we can mandate investments in the grid, both to protect ratepayers and to protect our environment, there's an awful lot we can do to enable data center development and obviously protect the communities we need to protect.
It sounds to me, Congressman, as if there are a lot of questions that still need to be answered for communities around this issue, around data center development. With so many open questions, why are there not being decided in this country?
Regardless of what workflows that are enacted, AI is and right at the core of it is certainly going to be developed in the United States and abroad.
That accepts that AI adoption at a very large scale is inevitable. And I think when people hear that statement, they often feel, again, as if they are at the mercy of the technology rather than we, as citizens of this country, driving the way that technology is implemented into our lives.
Well, every individual consumer and then every individual business is driving that decision for themselves and what their overwhelming income is. Regardless of whatever our views are about AI, but what Americans are telling us that they want more of AI. And so we need to address the fears, and those are very reasonable fears, and the efforts that can share to shut down the grid, not build the interstate highway system, etc. We obviously have a very different economy. We need to be able to invest in infrastructure that is critically needing our economy. At the same time, we address squarely the very reasonable concerns that all of our local communities have.
So that's Congressman Sam Liccardo from California's 16th District. Congressman, thank you for speaking with us.
Thanks so much, Jen.
Now let's turn back now to Amy Connor, National Energy Correspondent for Axios, and Robinson Meyer, Executive Editor of Climate News Organization Heat-Map. I quickly want to get both of your reactions to what we heard there, especially around this tension that the congressman points out. He says that Americans say they have more AI, and yet there is this pushback for the infrastructure that would make that access possible.
I did find that an interesting comment. I think it's an open question whether the energy population as a whole really wants AI, particularly to one basket. More politically palpable that way. But I do think there's an open question mark about whether or not companies will want AI on the table. I will also say that a lot of the AI applications that many of us are using are being achieved with the amount of data that we have today. So even if there was international law, we would still do that.
the data center running ahead of AI. There was like more data, there were more data centers than there was demand for AI. I think since the beginning of this year, we've seen that reverse. And there's now more demand for AI than there is necessarily capacity, and that is driving compute prices as they say up. I also think there's this very interesting divide that is between local policymakers and national policymakers, where local policymakers are very responsive to what voters want to do in their areas, and that makes sense. At the national scale, I think, for instance, we know in just the internet browser Firefox, there were 271 bugs discovered by the Frontier Mythos model from Anthropic on just the first day it looked. And we only know that because Firefox is open source. We know there's AI models finding thousands of bugs across extremely important software. And I think for national policymakers, they go, we need to make sure that AI has the resources it has, because we don't want there to be bugs in our software. That's like a big public safety issue, because it's water software, it's electricity software, et cetera. And so there's this divide between local and national
A lot more to watch. That's Robinson Meyer, executive editor of Climate News. That's a news organization. Rather, executive editor of the Climate News Organization, Heat Map. Also with us, Amy Harder. She's national energy correspondent for Axios. Amy, Robinson, thanks to you both. Well, we also want to hear from you. How are you thinking about data centers and AI regulation, or ways to make data centers better? You can use that in text, voicemail, or email. You can find out all the pieces of the show at the Talk Q&A tab. Today's edition was Karen Austin with help from Lauren Hamilton. This program comes to you from WOAD.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Legacy Box, committed to making it easy to revisit and share family memories captured on aging tapes, film, and photos, converting media into digital files to access for generations to come. LegacyBox.com. From Lilly Endowment, a private foundation supporting NPR's coverage of religion and spirituality. And from the Skoll Foundation, dedicated to powering social impact to transform the world. Learn more at Skoll.com.
The Treasury Valley will soon be a federally recognized wine region. Local winemakers can't wait. I'm Michaela LaFrac. On the next Vermont edition, winemaking in the Green Mountain State. We'll hear from the Vermont Grape and Wine Council and the founders of Shelburne Vineyard. Plus, a Vermont winemaker explains the natural wine trend. Got a favorite local wine? Email us about it to to Vermont Edition at vermontpublic.org. And tune in today at noon.
Presenting Vermont Reads 2026. District Wide Reading Program featuring the book Sword and Soviet by Tilly Alden. Learn more at vgreads.org. And Gophers hosting the last mile ride.
From our capital bureau team in Vermont Public.
107.9 WBTS, Burlington, Montreal. 88.7 WRBC Buffalo. 94.6 WBTN FM Becancour. 88.9
They do agree that we as a country should invest in science. This is not a debate in vain.
Our conversation from the Aspen Ideas Festival about restoring faith in evidence and expertise, and why social media might be the key ingredient.
The level of distrust we have isn't just a now problem. It's really what's going to happen in the future because of that problem.
That's coming up after this week.
Committee votes today to advance the nomination of Acting Attorney General and President Trump's former personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, to the full Senate for a final confirmation vote. Senator John Cornyn was one of the two holdout Republican senators who received written assurances to their demands over a controversial settlement plan between President Trump and the IRS.
We need a stabilized force at the Department of Justice in this committee to bring the opportunity to find the
Big milestone for the aerospace firms after years of certification delays.
For many federal workers, this summer has been one of chaotic relocations. Some USDA workers were told to move into a building by August that was treated for bedbugs in May. But as of late July, officials haven't said it was all clear yet. The new building for employees at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau didn't have working Wi-Fi for weeks. Trump-appointed heads of these agencies say these moves were supposed to save money. But some employees are moving out of buildings that the government is still paying millions for. And two lawsuits say the moves haven't been authorized by Congress and violate federal law. Tiara Eisner, NPR News.
That story was about federal workers at more than 6 agencies being ordered by the Trump administration to move into new buildings. Here's Joe Rose.
The federal administration smaller signs that also advocates design tests to practice engine de-icing. It's the latest sign that regulators have drawn confidence from, which has worked to recover from the crisis of safety and quality. Makers are still seeking certification for the larger 737 MAX 10 model could proceed. Joel Rose, PR News.
listening to NPR.
Support for NPR comes from NPR. Public Radio News.
Vermont's primary election for the 2026 midterms is Tuesday, August 11th.
And VermontPublic.org/elections is where you can learn about candidates, watch debates, explore our interactive voter guide, and get live election results.
Plus, find details on early voting, registering to vote, and more. You can even subscribe to our email roundups featuring all of our election coverage.
Make Vermont Public your source for the state's 2026 midterms. Visit VermontPublic.org/election.
This week's episode of the Sports Report with Mitch Whitlead is out on YouTube. More than 50 teams will race to raise money for breast cancer survivors and Vermont cancer organizations with the Lake Champlain Dragon Boat Festival. Learn more on the Sports Report, which you can find wherever you get your podcasts. We have support today from listeners who donate and the Vermont Community Foundation, connecting people, families, and businesses with the causes they care about. Over your heart rate, CF.org. And get your antiques on Culver Road, a third generation of antiques.
On the third afternoon view of the St. John Ferry, this is the Eye in the Sky weather update. A delightful blue sky kind of summer's day featuring seasonal temperatures and low humidity, courtesy of high pressure building east from the Great Lakes, centered over New York and Pennsylvania today and just to our south by tomorrow morning. During tomorrow, the highway weekend, while yesterday's cold front now to our south edges north with just some periods of clouds. Eventually, that leads to increasing humidity and warm conditions Thursday and Friday with a chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms each day. The details of the forecast, mostly sunny, much less humid, highs upper 70s and low 80s. Mostly clear tonight, some high clouds south after midnight, areas of valley fog, lows 50s to low 60s. Wednesday, some patchy fog early, sun mixing with periods of clouds, especially in the south, seasonably warm, highs 80 to 85. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an eye on the sky.
This is 1A on Gen 1. Trust in public institutions has been prominent in the U.S., even science and medicine. It's actually and this trust from back then still feels fresh for many. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the primary player in the U.S. pandemic response, was on Capitol Hill last week testifying about COVID-19. He faced the ire of Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky and others for his handling of the pandemic, especially around mask mandates, stay-at-home orders, school closures, and the origins of the virus.
You have for years avoided responsibility. Regarding the lockdowns, you argue that you did not personally issue every lockdown order, close every school, or impose every mandate. But officials across the country invoked your authority to justify these decisions. And you presented your recommendations not as judgments open to debate, but as dictates of science itself.
Dr. Fauci declined to engage.
Do you still refuse to answer the questions?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
In this environment of ongoing distrust, what does it look like to build confidence in scientific evidence and the people behind it? In front of a live audience at the recent Aspen Ideas Festival in Aspen, Colorado, we brought that question to three experts. Lori Santos is a psychology professor at Yale University and host of the Happiness Lab podcast. Dr. Mike Varshavsky is a family medicine physician and host of the Checkup with Dr. Mike podcast. And Matthias Berninger is the Human Rights Officer and Global Executive Vice President of Public Affairs, Sustainability, and Safety for Bayer. Before we tackled how to fix distrust in science, I started by asking Lori to explain what's driving it.
Oh, I mean, there's so many things. One thing, psychologically you need for trust is you need transparency. I think there's so many parts of science today that just aren't transparent. From the fact that scientists publish in these journals that most of you in the audience couldn't actually access to check out. The fact that we use, big terms and stuff that we don't often translate to people. And I think it's that many scientists haven't done such a good job of kind of breaking down what they do and explaining how it's so related. Together and making it really tricky to figure out how scientists can share their message in a way that resonates and just at a face value is trusted experts rather than just news reporters.
Well, Dr. Michael, about you, I think about having as many conversations with folks that are not like us. Social media is meant to connect us all, and yet in this digitally connected world, we're more disconnected than ever. And I think that bears even more evidence for us in the medical community. We specifically stayed away from social media for well over a decade. We felt like we should be presenting at scientific conferences, in journals, and social media was somehow beneath us. And as a result, it created a vacuum of information, a vacuum of trust, and grifters, snake oil salesmen learn to use these platforms, these tools to reach people with a message that resonates, that is emotional, very powerful, and we never took advantage of that. So as a result, we don't have a clear line of communication. And when you have two people or two groups of people separated by even the most arbitrary of means, one is wearing red shirts, one is wearing blue shirts, they automatically start to see each other as enemies. And I think what we did wrong in the healthcare community is not think like family medicine doctors. We are there for our patients in the ER, OR, inpatient, outpatient, hospice, nursing home, home visits, and now we have to be there on social media too, and I think we're starting to wake up to that message.
I think we would be remiss if we don't acknowledge that for some, the distrust in science and medicine is based on lived experience.
Yes.
You can think of the Tuskegee experiments, the use of Henrietta Lax's cells without her consent or the consent of her descendants. So how important is it to acknowledge, repair those transgressions to get to a place where you can build more trust with the public?
I feel like this is a planted question because tomorrow morning we have a video ended up getting polio, the way we mishandled the AIDS epidemic, thalidomide globally. And I think it's important to have those conversations and lean into what we've learned, where we've messed up. If you make a mistake in the hospital, you're only human. It can happen. But the way to get the best outcome from that mistake is to tell the patient that you've made the mistake, to tell them what changes are going to be made from this mistake so it doesn't recur again. And ultimately, that gives reassurance to that individual that you truly care on not just covering your own behind. And I think once they see this type of ownership of wanting to do better, wanting to connect with another human, it really encourages buy-in.
Lori, anything to add? Yeah, I mean, exactly what Dr. Mike said is what you would do if you had a trust breach with a friend. If you messed up with a friend, you would apologize to them, you would ask what they could do. And I feel like not just in medicine, but many of our institutions haven't done that. Right? And I think this is what the kind of thing that brings mistrust in science and
in your work at Bayer,
the zip line. Now that's how you do something.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
So the challenges that Mike you talked about, and social media is of course not the place where you can have the more differentiated conversations about things. Makes it very hard to cut through for experts, for scientists. And then the second thing, and that's probably the most hopeful thing, Americans at this moment in time seem not to even be able to agree that the sky is blue. They do agree that science is absolutely important and that we as a country should have expert is right. I can easily go to Joe as anybody else, and that's the result of cynicism. But you ask a first question about what led to this problem. And there's one thing we also need to acknowledge. Interest has led to the erosion of trust in science.
And by interest, you mean?
I'll give an historic example, the tobacco industry. They are being coined as merchants of doubt. So they doubted scientific opinions in a very systematic way. They have trained people to do that well. Today it's on the scene from other topics, but there's interest behind that. And the erosion of trust in science and the interest-driven is one on the most focused on. And what do these people do first? They want to play the game without a record. That is why the CBC is on this. That is why the NSA is on this. That is why the
people go to social media for information, and part of it is perhaps access, but it seems like part of it is also about connecting to someone who they look at and see perhaps a reflection of themselves. So Dr. Mike, you're on YouTube quite a bit. Why do you think people turn to a platform like YouTube, even if it's not to listen to an expert, but just an everyday person with an opinion?
Yeah, I think it's, first of all, hard to figure out who is an expert these days. People are using the term doctor in various shapes in order to feign expertise in a given subject. And the more important thing is it's simple. You know, I don't think there's a person in this room who, when they hear that they've gotten a diagnosis, that the first thing that they don't do is reach for their phone and type it into the search bar, whether it's on Google, ChatGPT, Gemini, YouTube, TikTok. And the younger generations just happen to be on those apps, so that's where they're typing in those keywords, and they're getting results. Now, the algorithm is blamed a lot of times for giving people inaccurate results or the most extreme results. I agree, but really the algorithm is a reflection of us. It's a reflection of our psychology. What do we click on? What do we watch? So a lot of times, even from this Harris poll that we're discussing here, folks say that there's a lot of misinformation. I think it's like 80% of folks agree that there's misinformation on science and health online. And yet, people use it as their primary way of getting information. So there's a little bit of a disconnect. And I think that disconnect happens because we're having fun, thinking about entertainment, cultural trends, tying it to events like the World Cup. There are ways, and we've been doing that on the YouTube channel for 10 years now, to the tune of 6 billion views. So if me and a couple of other people in my team can do this, imagine what giant organizations, American Medical Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, what they can do.
That's Dr. Mike Warshawski, who's a physician and host of the Checkup with Dr. Mike podcast, along with Lily Santos, psychology professor at Yale University, and Matthias Berninger, executive vice president of public affairs, sustainability, and safety for Bayer. We're listening back to a recent panel from the Aspen Ideas Festival on distrust in science and medicine. That conversation continues after the break. I'm Jen White. This is 1A from WAMU and NPR.
More than 1 million square miles of ocean are federally protected. Now the Trump administration is opening some of those areas to commercial fishing.
This place is just so special and so unique that it's really incumbent upon us to make sure that they're here for future generations.
I'm Elsa Chang, a rare trip to a remote Pacific island on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Good morning. You're listening to Vermont Public. And with our primary elections just around the corner, Vermont Public has you covered with candidate debates, a customizable voter guide, and information to help you make informed decisions at the polls. Head to vermontpublic.org/elections. We have support today from our sustaining members and Washington County Mental Health Services. Now hiring staff committed to making a difference for clients. Open positions and applications at wcnhs.org. And Mayot's Contracting, specializing in renovations, roofing, and new construction in the Upper Valley for over 30 years. Details at mayotspropertymaintenance.com. And Blazing Design in South Burlington, offering sales, installation, and repair of gas, wood, and electric hearth products. blazing-design.com.
Support for NPR comes from the station and from the Joyce Foundation, committed to advancing racial equity and economic mobility for the next generation in the Great Lakes region. Learn more at joycefdn.org. From the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, supporting creative people and effective institutions committed to building a more just, verdant, and peaceful world. More information is at macfound.org. And from listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
This is not an identity. We're talking about the role of trust in science and medicine and how to foster it in an age of skepticism. It's a conversation we held at the recent Ask Your Ideas Festival, featuring Lauren Santos, psychology professor at Yale University and host of the Happiness Lab podcast. Also with us, Dr. Mike Michalski, a Yale University physician and host of the
multi-million, if not billion-dollar industries that stand to benefit from misinformation. If you look at history, how science misinformation has produced huge, both economic and human costs, it's pretty clear that there is a huge cost, but there's also always somebody benefiting. So if you click on stuff and like you get excited about a solution that keeps you forever young. And the third click is to buy something that then really keeps you forever young. Chances are it's at the intersection of snake and oil. Yeah? However, that's an industry that stands to benefit from this information. And that should be as socially unacceptable as it is to sell cigarettes to kids. That's where we need to get to.
But you said socially acceptable. What do you mean? Are you talking about a shift in policy or a shift in what we as a society accept?
Both. I don't think that we will see a shift in policy if the society gets along with certain things. So if we accept that the generation of my grandchildren are 5 kids and statistically high hopes who are one day will identify, it's the generation of my that's something that is deeply worrying. And we see that in the data as well. People are deeply worried about it, but we can do something about it. What we need is, and Esther Duflo, who won the Nobel for Economics a couple of years ago, coined it here in Esther. What we need is the evidence revolution. And we need to be a bit more revolutionary.
Both make money, why should I trust one over the other? So just the fact that inherently someone is making a profit does not make someone bad. And we need to not look at some of the shortcuts that bad actors take in order to attack us and start using those same shortcuts to attack them.
Give some examples.
This is an exact example. That we're talking about the ways that they're using to attack science in order to make money. The fact that they're making money is not the problem. The fact is that they're attacking science, that is the problem. So whenever I go about battling misinformation online, I don't battle an individual, I don't battle their morals, their reasons for why they're doing it. We simply discuss the evidence and you try to be the most effective that you can in discussing those principles. Because if you start using those tactics about saying, well, you're doing this to get wealthy, or they say you're doing this to get wealthy, no one wins, and ultimately everyone.
Whether that's funding not being available for things, people making bad choices like in a clinic, not because of the lack of vaccines, which is going to affect babies like down the line. Like, I think the moment that we're in and the level of distrust we have isn't just a now problem. It's really what's going to happen in the future because of that problem.
My dad was a polio survivor, and so over the course of his life, we had one leg that was significantly affected by disease and what requires is the extension of a type of understanding or grace, if you will. And for people on the other side who feel like maybe I'm immunocompromised, or I have a child who's too young to be vaccinated. And so what they feel like in personal
Yeah, I think you have to think long term, because short term it's easy to get mad and those emotions might make you some wins in the short term. But we've seen with the pandemic as a prime example that when you try and take shortcuts and get those short-term wins by increasing vaccine uptake, by overpromising certain things, or downplaying certain side effects, you lose your trust long term, and you allow a fertile ground for social adjustment to point out all of these things that we've done that we're not following. So I think we need to be a little bit more Whereas now, we've created a policy to make sure they're coming in a safe way into the office where they're not getting children sick who can't get vaccinated or perhaps are immunocompromised. They're in a quarantine room to keep their other patients safe. But at the same time, we're maintaining a relationship so that we don't do this thing about separating into two groups. But they're still in our group, and they see that we're going to bat for their children in other avenues outside of vaccines, and that wins trust, where we now see vaccine uptake increases. We see trust across our entire patient population increases. So I think we need to stop thinking about pushing people outside of the circle and instead finding our ways in. And not just on social media, even on television. We have great leaders in the science world who go on the same television stations where everyone agrees with them and they get around the phone. And it's great. Everyone likes to be on CNN or SNBC and all those stuff. But I like to see more scientists go on Chicago and people disagree with them. There's going to be general instigators, inflammatory, and sit there through the fire if you're capable to do it with your trusting abilities. Feel those questions. Say you don't know when you don't know. Because when you put yourself out there, that human side really translates. And when you have a human side, when you lead with the human side first, people are more likely to buy into the message. Because it's not about gaining more confidence in science. It's about creating a better relationship with people. And then you will get more confidence in science.
Matthias, you were on the front lines of a public health crisis before the height of social media, when misinformation didn't have the ability to spread as quickly as it does today. When you were working for the German government, this was during the mad cow disease outbreak of the 2000s. What did you learn about communicating public health and scientific information during that outbreak?
I think, first of all, in your question, you mentioned something really important. It was before the age of social media. And that was orders of magnitude easier than what we would have today. And whenever I see people in my shoes now managing public health crises, I go like, boy, had I an easy life back then. Even though mad cow disease in Europe was a big deal. And the most important thing was to distinguish two words from each other: belief and evidence. Belief and evidence are very important words when you manage a crisis. There was a belief that a German cow can't get mad. Yeah, and there was a testing system. We tested the Germans, all good. But the net was so wide that you literally never could catch a cow. One day, by accident, the first cow was caught, and suddenly that belief fell apart. And that was an opportunity. I was lucky because I was asked to manage that crisis in that moment. I wasn't the guy who was able to stop radio attack. Identifying the weakness, identifying the evidence that needs to kind of moving out for mad cow disease, I was needed. If there's one thing I would never want to do again in my life, is get to a dairy farmer and tell him that 12 years has to be paid. And I don't know whether anybody related to a dairy farm in the town, I think the dairy farmer. For them, let's damage. And you have to do that not once, not twice, but thousands of times across Europe. You will remember witnesses. But the evidence shows the only way to get net causes resolved was to call those words. And the other evidence was we needed to completely change the food supply. So meat and bone meal, you may remember, needed to be completely eliminated in many areas, and risk materials needed to be eliminated altogether. Those were, in my sense, the absence of social media and the presence of good randomized control evidence helped me a lot as a 29-year-old to navigate through it. Helped me completely undone, and I had to do that again today.
One of the things I hear in that answer is about time. Like, things move so quickly today, and there's this deep desire, I hear it from our listeners, for certainty. People want an answer, and I think some of it has to do with our ability to pick up our phones or go to our laptops and just, do a search, and there's an answer there. Whether it's a good answer or not is up for grabs, but there is an answer. But as Matthias said, science is driven by uncertainty. That's at the root of scientific research. And so, Lori, in this environment where there's this deep need for certainty, how do you account for the truth that uncertainty is the basis of the equation when you're trying to communicate with the public?
Yeah, I think it gets back to the thing you were saying before, which is about relationship, right? Say, I have a really diverged with my doctor and I have some symptoms that are really scary. If I go into the doctor and the doctor's like, we're not sure which of these, is which, let's talk through it. I'm trusting I can get that. I don't take the uncertainty to be something I'm distrustful of. Or maybe it's wrong. Like maybe there's some preparation behind it that's trying to do something, right? I can allow the uncertainty to be uncertain. I can sit with it because I have this relationship with somebody who allows me to do that. I think the other thing that scientists need to do is to come back to the idea that the uncertainty is cool. That's awesome that we didn't know something, that we figured something out. That's awesome that we live in a world where, none of us in the room, to get the right vaccines, have to ever suffer from polio in the way that, your family did. That's an amazing story of going from uncertainty to a little bit more certainty. And I think we can get better at telling entertaining stories about how that works, to convince people that the uncertainty isn't scary. It's maybe not even a bad thing about science. It's one of the coolest things, right, is that we can change our minds, and that changing our minds in the past has looked really good. And so I agree with Matthias. These things are really easier in cases where we have very clean evidence, but if people don't hear that evidence, you can't understand it, and you don't understand the stories behind it, then it's not going to get through to them anyway.
That's Lori Santos, psychology professor at Yale University and host of the Happiness Lab podcast, along with Dr. Mike Warshawski, a family medicine physician and host of the Checkup with Dr. Mike podcast, and Matthias Berninger, human rights officer and global executive vice president of public affairs, sustainability, and safety for Bayer. So to come,
we are at an age where artificial intelligence, biology, and chemistry converge in a way where we all only scratch the surface of what will happen. If we don't do a good job communicating about these ingredients, we end up where mRNA science is right now in the United States. Researchers move to other places because despite this breakthrough research, these researchers do not feel welcomed in this country anymore.
We'll be right back.
The Champlain Valley will soon be a federally recognized wine region. Local winemakers can't wait. I'm Michaela Lefrak. On the next Vermont edition, winemaking in the Green Mountain State. We'll hear from the Vermont Grape and Wine Council and the founders of Shelburne Vineyard. Plus, a Vermont winemaker explains the natural wine trend. Got a favorite local wine? Email us about it to vermontedition@vermontpublic.org. And tune in today at noon.
Good morning. Thank you for listening. This is Vermont Public. I'm Mary Carol Maganzini. Support local journalism, music, and storytelling with Vermont Public's Summer Raffle. Find out more and buy your raffle tickets at vermontpublic.org. We have support for programming from members of our producer circle and RK Miles, offering decking materials, including Trex, composite decking and railing. 9 locations in Vermont and Western Massachusetts. rkmiles.com. And Westport Hospitality, now hiring professionals to join the teams at Hotel Vermont and the Harbor Vale in downtown Burlington. Applications at westporthospitality.com. And Echo Museum, learning adventures, curious moments, featuring a 30-foot transformation trip. Open daily, echovermont.org. And from that to the AI shipping option, and he's been building pilots of ways to this industry. The one at the AI to reduce impact privately with a .7. And from Western, an enterprise AI platform for retail economies.
And we made this possible. So I think it is reasonable. I also think there's no better time to start social media than it is today because the algorithms are now designed in such a way where my 15 million subscribers on YouTube serve as much less of an advantage for my videos to be seen than they did in years past. It used to be that when I would publish a video, 15 million people that were subscribed on their homepage would see my new video. But now that video actually has to do well with the first small subset of viewers that it's tested with. If it's not, it will stop being shown to people. On the flip side, if you don't have any subscribers, but on the little discovery slots that YouTube allows people to see new content that's posted, if it does do well, meaning they watch it in full, they click like, they discuss in the comments, they get a little survey afterwards, and they write something positive about it, now that video has a great chance of becoming extremely popular. So I think the era of experimentation is upon us. I think it's very difficult to make content, but it is doable. And there's also this very important line for medical providers when they want to get on social media, understanding that there's tremendous risk. Because even though we all have this out, and I'm sure everyone has seen this on someone's profile page, where it says views expressed are not of my employer or my hospital, well, that's great. Maybe that protects you legally from your employer, but the letters that follow your name are the group of specialists or medical experts that you represent and you can't separate yourself from. So if you're going to go experiment and make physicians, nurses, PAs look bad, you make everyone look bad, and this can have huge ramifications. So while on one hand I want to recommend everyone to try and experiment, do so a little bit more conservatively than you would if you had stand-up comedian.
But he is the working... Oh, did you want to jump in? I just want to say in German, the stand-up comedian, which usually doesn't happen.
You're doing really incredible work, researching solutions for disease like Parkinson's or regenerating cells to help people regain their sight. How are you communicating to the public about that research and also to people within your own industry?
So we are doing incredible work, but the local area we also raised up quite a bit in all this time. And where we struggle is in two areas. Is in the area of acknowledgement. So where have we messed up? Where is something we thought would be great turned out not to be great? And in the area of transparency. With social media being more and more replaced by artificial intelligence and a source of information, there are studies that are accessible that are mandatory, and there are studies that are accessible. And we need to be much more concerned with our studies. And what I mean is that the good, the bad, and the ugly. We have piloted that. We have started to seek approval for new medicines or reapproval for substances that we sold for a couple of years now. And we put the dossier that we put in front of the referee, i.e. a regulator that has to approve or not, we are now putting that also in front of the whole public, so that everybody can see any other case. In a way where we all only scratch the surface of what will happen. If we don't do a good job communicating about these improvements, we end up where mRNA science is right now in the United States. Researchers move to Europe, move to other places, because despite the fact that they helped us to overcome the pandemic with this breakthrough research, these researchers do not feel welcomed in this country anymore. And that can't happen with the kind of scientific revolutions at our fingertips.
How do you, however, shift a corporate culture to be less risk-averse, to be more transparent?
One Aspen Ideas Festival at a time. I think it is a conversation where ultimately the scientists and the communication experts need to band together to convince the lawyers that that is a good idea.
Lori? I was going to say that there is a way that this works, because I've seen it in higher education, which is that you take an institution and existentially threaten it incredibly badly, right? I mean, many people in higher ed, including in my institution in Yale, just put out this big report on trust in higher education, and they're having that report because they realize the trust has decreased so much that the university is too different, like it's very different.
Conducting research, the question that we often ask ourselves in writing a paper is, who is this article being written for? And very rarely is that the general public, and it often feels like in order to make it, I mean, this is specifically psychology, but I have a feeling I'm not alone in this, is that almost the more exclusive and inaccessible it is, the better. Yes. And so, like, as a young person who's trying to make it in this field, but also who thinks it's super important to have this information be accessible in the public, how do we change that culture among ourselves? I know that's kind of a...
Well, yeah, no, I love this question, right? Because it might be the case that the journal article you write in psychology maybe has to have some jargon, right? And that's in part because most of the people in the room aren't going to read that. But that means that you, as a graduate student whose research hopefully at some point will be funded by taxpayer dollars, have, I think, a reason to try to share that research with everybody else. Right? That's where the attention economy and new mechanisms of communication come in. You can write that paper that you publish in a very good title and only be 200 people to read, but then you put out share that information in the attention economy. I think much more emphasis needs to be on that to succeed at this mission we're all talking about.
Hello everyone, my name is Leonardo Silva. I'm the Davis Scholar. Dr. Mike, I just want to start off a big fan. As someone who hopes to become a pediatrician, I really admire how you make medicine seem more approachable and not as intimidating as other doctors and scientists may make it seem. And for Professor Santos, from a psychological perspective, do young people build trust through expertise or through feeling understood? And if it's the latter, should future physicians spend just as much time learning to connect as they do learning to communicate evidence?
Yeah, hopefully we learn through both, right? We want there to be evidence there, but I think we learn a lot more through feeling understood because you often don't hear the evidence unless you feel understood. And I think there's different ways of doing that, right? One is these parasocial relationships that we were talking about. You trust me, I get you, I know something about you, I feel in relationship with you, and I listen to what you have to say, and then the evidence comes in and hopefully it's good, right? But another way that we allow people to kind of hear that connection is
discussions on topics that are defensible, that can be potentially validated. The first person who recommended individual sacrifice to wash hands in between the meals and delivering babies was Native American.
the Soviet Union, millions of people died because nobody wanted to disagree. There's a biology that says in the area of plant genetics that Mendel was totally wrong. Up until 1960, that was the preeminent science in crop science in the Soviet Union. And nobody disagreed or dared to disagree. So I feel disagreement is a good thing. And I'm really glad that somebody started to disagree with the notion that the world is flat.
Just as we wrap up, I would like each of you to leave us with a question that you want us to ask ourselves as we're leaving the session and going back to our communities, having conversations. Matthias?
I talked about this revolution that moves into evidence and moves from beliefs to evidence. What I'm asking myself, and I think we all could ask ourselves and each other is, are we equipped to make that pivot from beliefs to evidence? What would it take to do this? And for me, the question is, how can we equip ourselves to be, when the mistakes, to be people that really look for evidence? Is one of the biggest questions in the
Merci de votre précieuse collaboration et bonne écoute.
Sunglasses on while I shed the tears. That was a real time.
You could do better. Like thinking about what you could do better, you become more effective as a communicator. I learned.
Dr. Mike Rashofsky is a family medicine physician and host of The Checkup with Dr. Mike podcast. Lori Santos is a psychology professor at Yale University and host of the Happiness Lab podcast. And Matthias Berninger is a human rights officer and global executive vice president of public affairs, sustainability, and safety for Bayer. He spoke before a live audience at the Aspen Ideas Festival earlier this summer. And remember, you can find all our Aspen conversations, including from years past, at the1a.org. Today's producer was Alexandra Gauthier. This program comes to you from WAMU, part of American University in Washington, distributed by Edison. I'm Jen White. Thanks for listening. We'll talk again tomorrow. This is White.
Dedicated to being flexible and bringing every part of business together. From CRM to inventory. Learn more about what we do at odoo.com/NPR. And from Fidelity Investments, a dedicated advisor to help build a comprehensive learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment remains applied. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. This is NPR.
Vermont Public and the Flynn present an evening of science and storytelling that just may change how you think about yourself.
Hi, I'm Shankar Vedante. The Hidden Brain podcast is celebrating 10 years, and together we'll explore ideas and insights from the first decade of the show.
Join us for Hidden Brain, the Perceptions Tour at the Flynn Theater in Burlington on Sunday, August 23rd at 6 p.m.
Get details and tickets at vermontpublic.org/events.
Support from St. Michael's College.
Coming up next, we'll learn more about winemaking in the Green Mountain State. And beginning tomorrow at noon, we'll be live at the Addison County Fair and Field Days. Vermont Public has support from corporate circle members, including the Auto Saver Group, proud supporters of local communities, and Wendell's Furniture, featuring inventory from Flex Steel and Smith Brothers.
This is Vermont Public, 107.1 WGPS Burlington, Montreal, 88.7 WREE.8, 94.3 WGPN FM Bennington, 88.7 WGPA St. John's Bay, 89.5 WGPI.
The Champlain Valley could be the next federally recognized wine region. It could join the ranks of Sonoma County in California and the Willamette Valley in Oregon. I'm Michaela Lafrac. Today on Vermont Edition, Viticulture in Vermont. We'll talk with 3 wine producers in the Champlain Valley region. They'll tell us about the grapes they grow and where they are in the production cycle. We'll also hear about the proposed federal designation. Producers say it'll help them market their products. It also increase agritourism in the Champlain Valley. The industry would welcome these benefits. Alcohol consumption overall is down. Producers are trying to win back customers who have turned to other drinks. That's all coming up on Vermont Edition. First, this hour's news.
Beat MAGA 4 times in my congressional races, and I'm passing laws, and I'm doing damn good work.
Whoever wins will face former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers this fall. Sandra Rouse, NPR News, Washington.
appeal from the past and required paperwork and 3 consecutive years. The voted message found the expression of financial benefits. Their sales in the public.
Vermont is suing the Secretary of State this time to block payments to health insurance policy. The Centers for Medicaid and Medicaid Services set a new rule for how Affordable Care Act plans should operate every year. The 2027 rule expands eligibility for catastrophic claims that have low premiums that come with much higher deductibles, and it increases out-of-pocket spending limits for those plans. The lawsuit argues this rule illegally undermines the Affordable Care Act's goal of extending access to affordable health care. It also says it could make insurance harder and more expensive to get. Vermont is among the 20th and roughly 2 dozen states involved in the suit. A separate group of plaintiffs is also challenging the 2027 rule, and last month a judge held several of the rule's provisions from taking effect while that case plays out. The administration is expected to appeal. Some Middlebury residents will have their water shut off today for planned repairs. Crews will be making repairs to the water main on North Pleasant Street today, Tuesday. Water was shut off on the street at 7 o'clock this morning and won't be turned back on until 5 p.m. That's the latest news from Vermont Public. Turning to the weather, some patchy valley fog early, then mostly sunny, much less humid. Highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Mostly clear tonight with some high clouds in the south after midnight. Areas of valley fog, lows in the 50s to low 60s. For Vermont Public, I'm Mary Carol Maganzini.
This is Vermont Edition. I'm Michaela LaFrac. Certain parts of the world are synonymous with honesty. Most of their products at a time when overall alcohol consumption is many of our customers were more interested in sipping seltzer or NA beer. We have 3 local with us this of Vice President of the Quebec Trade and Market Council and the founder of the but also to share our story with people who live in Vermont and who come to Vermont. So we have a couple directives here. One is to work with local folks in Pacific production and sharing experience with. And Ken, you were involved with this.
if you really examine all the temperatures, you can go 5 miles east of the valley, and you're in a different climate situation. So the key thing is climate. The soils, I think, somewhat of a blessing and somewhat of a challenge. We have a stony loam, which is absolutely optimum for growing grapes, and there's a lot of that in the valley. But there's also more clay in the valley, and that's where you sort of don't want to plant grapes. So you'll see there are some optimal places, and you'll find some grapes in those areas, and some not so optimal places. But it's basically the climate that allows us to basically put those grapes to the test.
I also think that from a classical wine perspective, that engineered soils, that there are a lot of
You've worked at vineyards from California to Italy to Australia. To you, what's unique about Vermont wine?
I think that we're not bound to any rules really. There's all different kinds of styles we can make. We don't have to stick to certain varieties. And also we're an emerging region, so for wine consumers who are always looking for something new and exciting, I think Vermont has a lot of great wines to offer.
Yes, beautiful. I also just want to say, too, that what you find with a lot of new wine regions is that there's imitation. And I think that Vermont doesn't want to be another Burgundy or Moselle or California. You're really trying to find the freedom in our own voices.
Yeah, Ken.
So it's interesting that people come into our tasting room in Chauvin, and they say, I'd like a glass of Chardonnay. And they say, well, Chardonnay won't quite survive our change of our 4 temperatures here, but we can offer you the French or the Crescent. And so one of the positives that survive is we can basically talk about what we can do, and also one of the challenges is convince people that we can grow that you remember the person around here and change
idea that the small mountainous, very cold state can produce top-notch wine. Kim?
Well, I like to encourage people, especially at the wine bar, to just not be afraid of trying new things. And like every other wine-growing region in the world, Vermont has a vast majority of expressions and styles. So I feel pretty confident that people, once they just kind of get over their hesitation, or they assume that we're only making sweet wines or ice wines or whatever, I think once they start to learn a little bit more through taste, I think that opens up the whole world for them. Really.
Yeah, and Kim, you started Silver Vineyard in 1998. I was in the first commercial business here. How was it successful?
I think the challenge
using different varieties of grapes that wine is made from in different areas across the world. So I think it's really important to educate about the fact that we're working with regional varieties, and this is our regional expression. My background was in Italian wine, and I focused on regional varieties that went with regional foods. And I think that's an important part of the discussion. It's like open your brain, open your mind to the fact that there are all different kinds of things and that you're actually very innovative.
process because it's still frozen, somewhat unfrozen. And when you get to the sugar level of a normal grape, when it's not frozen, you stop at that point, and you have juice that's twice as sweet as the regular juice, and you throw away the rest of it, and you make wine from that.
So it's a very sweet wine.
So it's very sweet, and that's why it's a little bit more expensive per ounce than the regular wine, because you get half the amount, and it takes more effort in time.
I think that a lot of places have started in Canada districts in Vermont where we're trying to enhance at Eastern as a way to enter into the wine conversation and enter into the public. I feel like a lot of producers in Vermont now are really focused not on ice wine. They're focused on table wines, sparkling wines, dry wines, because we really want to exhibit, as Karen was saying, that we can make so many different things here in Vermont. And I think the go-to idea is that we make ice wine. It's a cold place. We're going to make ice wine. We're going to make sweet wines. Where the fact is that we can make all kinds of things. And that's it. That's important, I think, for us as a region to help people understand that.
Yes,
I agree. The challenge is convincing people that we can make dry wines, not the sweet wines that people sort of assume you can only make in a coastline area.
Like what?
Yeah. Pardon me?
What types? Like what types of dry wine?
Well, dry wine, for instance, the common ones would be, Chardonnay or Cabernet. And these do a Louise Brunson or a Le Crescent, which are two dry whites. We always make dry whites from both those. We should also make semi-dry wines from those. And then Marquette, Petite Pearl, which we make absolutely dry. And I think very, very interesting tasting. It's interesting, we make a very small amount of the output because it's tremendously flavor intensive, and we sell it out. very glacial weather and they published it in the Federal Register for people to comment. The comment period ended on May 26th. There was no real objections to it. In fact, I think there were 2 or 3 comments in total on the whole thing. And now we're just waiting to see, does the Tax and Trade Bureau in Washington have some of their own comments to make? And I suspect they'll have some we'll have to tweak. And we're hoping that sometime before this year is out, we actually might have the official designation.
And Kenny, how can a designation like this affect winemakers and sellers on the ground in this region?
I mean, I think that having an AVA for Vermont is, I take Vermont wine very seriously because it's my livelihood, but I think like if you're an outsider seeing that there's an AVA or that there's a specific region that is special or important, I think that would be very appealing. But I mean, I'm not exactly sure how it will help with like sales or anything like that. Maybe you guys have ideas on that?
Just, for instance, if you don't have an AVA, the federal government only permits you to say your wine, your grapes, and your wine is made in Vermont. And if you have an AVA, you could say, I've made these wines on the shores of this lake or the slopes of this mountain, and I can go into all kinds of details about it. And without an AVA, the federal government basically would be an arbiter of what you can put on a label, won't let you say anything more than the name of the state you're in. So it will help us in a lot of ways to give further personality besides hopefully the recognition.
Yeah, I think it'll let us go into the details of what each area is like. I mean, starting with one is called the Shorten Valley. Now, always more wine and the agricultural identity in the valley. And people that can hopefully that this movement for this area will lead other areas where people are going through in Vermont to open other ABA conversations, and we can further identify those places as specific places, because that is part of the story of wine. And I think that's what, when we talk about what people will respond to or how this might affect us, I think it helps us in our storytelling. And the storytelling is part of the education.
Well, let's pause here for a short break. If you're listening to this conversation right now and it's bringing up a question for you about local wine, maybe you want to try your hand at making wine yourself and want to know how to do it, you can call in. Our number is 800-639-2211. You can also email thewineedition@quebecpublic.org. Especially if you want to help out with local wine. This is Effective Trade. More on the wine Welcome back to Vermont Edition. I'm Michaela Lafrac. This hour, we are discussing winemakers in our region. The Champlain Valley is on the cusp of gaining federal recognition as a designated wine region in our country. Our guests are Camila Carrillo, the founder of La Montañuela Wine. She also runs the wine bar 10 Green Street in Vergennes. Deirdre Heakin, the vice president of the Vermont Grape and Wine Council and the founder of Domaine La Garangista Farm and Winery in Bethel. And Kenneth Albert, co-founder of Shelburne Vineyard and former president of the Grape and Wine Council. If you have questions about wine from this region or want to give a shout out to a local producer, a label you love, you can call in at 800-639-2211 or email vermontedition@vermontpublic.org. Tammy, how did you first get a foothold in the Vermont wine scene?
Well, I got a job at a winery outside of Montreal, Mississippi, in my 20s, I think 2012. I had already had an interest in wine, and I worked there for about a year, and I was really excited about what I was teaching. I felt
figure out, like okay, I finally figured that out. And maybe from this, year, and then you go to a place that doesn't have Chardonnay, you say, oh no, I'm scared, I'm leaving, I'm going to a brewery. Ken, we'll start with you.
Let me take the example of Marquette. Marquette is a hybrid of European grapes crossed with wild American grapes, so it can survive, of course we survive 20 below zero weather, and it has. And so people ask, well, what is it, it has Pinot Noir in its parentage, so that does it taste like Pinot Noir? I said, no, it tastes like a Marquette. So, but in general, I guess you would put it forth to give them figures to the taste of the people. So maybe a Marquette tastes like a Marquette.
I think that we need to figure out ways to communicate that and what these grades are that aren't always comparative, because I think sometimes people can get confused by the comparison. Because that doesn't make something like Pinot Noir, and I guess we want people to be able to understand and know how to do that. And that's what I'm what is it about it that they like? Is it acidity? Is it body? Alcohol? I just want to get more information about what their wine experience and how they're addressing it. I think it would be best. One of the Let's go back to the phones. We have Mary calling in from Brattleboro. Mary, go ahead.
Hello. I'm excited to tell you about Putney Mountain Winery in Putney, Vermont, started by Kate and Charles Dodd. Kate was a lawyer. Charles was a music professor at Dartmouth, and they were driving by Green Mountain Orchards every day, seeing all the drops of apples. And they started a winery with those drops, and now they have twice the array of fabulous wines that are made from everything but grapes. So strawberry rhubarb, blueberry, and a host of liqueurs, and I just want to talk them up and say they are amazing. Kate and Charles sold their business to the workers, so it is now a worker-owned winery, which is amazing.
Okay, great. So wine made from everything but grapes. Deirdre, you have some thoughts?
Yes, I think it's really important that we remember wine is not just made from grapes. You know, there are long traditions of wines being made from all these other kinds of fruits, and that is a completely interesting and legitimate way to look at wine. And here in Vermont, a lot of folks are experimenting with that idea. Folks who are working with grapes are pursuing, some folks call it dual crop wines or co-ferments, where we have this beautiful tradition of cider. We're blending cider with grapes, or wines made from grapes with other kinds of tree fruits. And that, I think, is also part of Vermont's identity in terms of experimentation and looking at wine as a larger historical aspect.
And Kimmy, you've done some experimenting with making wine from fruits other than grapes.
Yeah, I mean, I've made a few ciders, but coconut's really just, cementing grapes and apples together, and I learned that from characteristics that I really love and admire. And also sodas, which are synonymous with dairy making, but it's you start with a base wine, and each year afterwards you add to a blend. So it's non-vintage and it's layered and it's very expressive.
Well, we asked you to shout out some of your favorite locally produced wines, and we heard from Jay in Williston, who wants to give a shout out to Snow Farm Vineyard and Distillery, Vermont's oldest commercial vineyard, located at South Shore. This episode of Vermont Edition again, you can listen tonight on the radio at 7 o'clock, or find it wherever you get your podcasts, and listen anytime. And be sure to stay with us for Here and Now to get caught up on all the latest news. That starts at 1. Vermont Public has support for programming from members of our producers circle, and Chroma Technology, dedicated to empowering science with a commitment to their employees and communities, and a proud sponsor of the stargazing event at Boylan's Farm on August 12th. And the Manchester Navy Festival, using classical elegance with jazz and rhapsody and groovy music in the city, August 6th. Tickets at nmfvt.org. Welcome back to the Edition. I'm Nicole. If you're just joining us, wine. Our guest is Ken Albert, founder of the conversation as well. 800-639-2211 is our number. You can also email Vermont Edition at vermontpublic.org to shout out your favorite locally produced wine. Chris in Burlington just did. Chris wants to recommend the ice wine from Boyden Valley Spirits. Okay, so let's talk politics for a minute, because everything seems to be leading back to politics these days. The Trump administration has imposed new tariffs on certain Canadian goods. This is actually going to be the subject of our entire show on Thursday. We're going to be doing another joint broadcast with the CBC's Radio News in Quebec to talk about the effects of these tariffs on cross-border businesses and trade abroad. I imagine that the business you all work because many Canadian products that has a grand sale of American alcohol in stores in Wisconsin. How are you affected with this?
Just as an example, my partner is a Montreal resident, and he was in a conversation with one of the distributors in Montreal. Just at sort of a microsecond that all these tariffs hit Canada, so almost in the middle of that conversation, they said, we can't do anything about this. Forget about it.
Wow.
So we basically lost the opportunity to have sales in what is the largest population that's near us here in Vermont.
Deirdre?
Yeah, so both Quebec and Ontario were our two largest markets. We've been selling into Quebec since 2015 and had just started working in Ontario. And as soon as, literally, as Ken is saying, as soon as that tariff conversation happened, all business stopped. We were in the middle of doing our new orders for those markets, and of course they stopped, they evaporated, and there's no indication of when that might resume, at least not for the next couple of years.
And Kenny, have you noticed like a drop in customers to the wine bar, and your tourism is down as well?
Yeah, definitely. When we opened, everyone for Jen's was like excited for us to experience summer in town. They were like, this is day, like when she's Canadian tourists, and this is a busy, which is great. And yeah, it's not been great. Inside,
your heart to a different taste, a more robust taste, because the climate is different from Europe, and everything is different from Europe. And you really have to open up your heart and go back to the drawing table. And when you want to have a taste of a Vermont wine, especially, I'm talking about Gavarista because I've known her wine since the very beginning because of my friend Veronique, and it was love at first sight.
Thank you.
That must feel nice to hear.
It feels really nice.
All this tumult across the border.
Exactly. It is really nice to hear because we certainly have friends and customers, from Quebec who, have said, gee, we are really sorry. We would love to be coming down to visit. We'd love to be coming to buy wine, going to restaurants, and we just don't feel like we can do that right now. So, yeah, it's nice to hear that. Thank you, Miriam.
We also have a call coming in from Nicole in Randolph. Nicole, go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much, Michaela. Love the show. My question is that my ignorance is that I only understood that Concord grapes grew well here, and that devastated me because I don't even like grape jelly. The only thing I could think about was whether I would blend it with maybe rhubarb to sort of counter that. I wanted to sort of threaten to hear what their variety is and wonder if they move it through the narrative. Yes, I've heard that.
Okay, take it away.
Yeah, that's a very good comment. I spotted from the Burlington weather station during the D days, or it means the warmth of the summer, from the early 1950s to the present. And virtually every year has been slightly warmer than the previous year. If you look at a graph, it'll be a graph for an uphill. And you're at the point here in Vermont that it probably isn't optimum to grow Concord here anymore, and maybe more optimum to grow some of these newly developed grapes that most of the grapes we grow here are developed in Minnesota. So thank you to the University of Minnesota, which basically created Marquette and so many of the other grapes that we grow. And we're also asking ourselves now, should we go to some of the more common European grapes? Because perhaps they would do well here as well. But no, we don't grow Concord here, and we don't make this sweet wines. We make dry wines from grapes that's fully ripened here.
As Ken was saying, the University of Minnesota, they have been really instrumental in providing the grapes that we work with. The grapes come out of the Grape Cultural Program now. There are others that come out of the Pacific
growing wine grapes at home or commercially, Northeastern Vine Supply in West Pollitt has a huge array of cold-hardy wine varieties in bare root form, available in all quantities. Andy Farmer, the owner and grower, is extremely knowledgeable in northern viticulture and an excellent resource for new and experienced growers alike. So, I understand that winemaking seems so fun and interesting and exciting, and you have this new federal designation hopefully coming down the line. But to put a damper on things, I want to talk about the shifting interest in drinking alcohol in the U.S. And the New York Times just published this big article a couple days ago about how the wine industry nationwide is struggling. In 2025, in California, roughly 38,000 acres of wine grapes were pulled out, and more than 500,000 tons of grapes went unpicked, according to industry estimates. That's because sometimes it's cheaper to let grapes rot unharvested rather than harvesting and bottling wine that isn't going to get purchased and distributed. It clogs up store shelves. So knowing all this and this change in how younger people are approaching alcohol, how does it make you feel? How do you attract new customers? Penny?
I'm honestly not too concerned about that. It's something like
I see people come into the wine bar, all ages and interests, and well, obviously 21 plus. But I don't know. I feel like there still is optimism and excitement around wine. It's just, it's hard to pay the bills. It's hard to make a living. I don't know. I think it boils down to the economy.
Yeah. Ken, what do you think?
I think it's a challenge. I think it's something we have to surmount. And it's interesting, these articles have been, no wine is healthy for you, no matter what the quantity is. These articles have been for the last 3 or 4 years in New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal.
I ain't worried about a damn thing. Give me time to danse. Si c'est prêt, c'est ce qu'elle fait.
Something authentic, they want something local, they want something grown in a way that they can understand, they want to organic or organic or donated in some way. They want to be able to connect with the producer. And I think that's our challenge, right? And it's particularly probably our challenge for Vermont is being able to connect with people who aren't familiar with grape varieties, don't even know that we have wineries here, or as many wineries as we have, who are making beautiful things. So I think I think there's a lot of room to grow, actually. So while the articles and the numbers and the reality of I don't actually think that's the end. Kevin?
I would also, I would think that
in California or
I know it's getting cold.
reminder, too, that if you are affected by the tariffs, with us is that new headline from NPR. I am Saul Borkman in the Big West Museum, and here and now from the local. The next public is from NPR News in Washington. I'm Amanda Kemp. A Senate committee has advanced the nomination of acting Attorney General Todd Warren to be confirmed to the role. Mr. Josh Florida Versailles reports the 12% vote along party lines comes as two Republicans listed for the vote.
Report for NPR on CBR station. Other contributors include the William and Flora Hewitt Foundation, investing in creative visions and problem solving to help people, communities, and the planet flourish. More information is available at hewitt.org.
And you'll be entered to win gift cards to Phoenix Books or Dallas Handcraft.
An active sitting chair from Core 360.
Or a trip for two to Costa Rica with Road Scholar.
No donation is necessary to enter. Find the full list of prizes, details, and contest rules at vermontpublic.org/raffle.
Good Tuesday afternoon. I'm Betty Smith. This is Vermont Public, and we've got here now on food and fresh air ahead. Stay tuned. Enhanced support today from Station State partnering with Smith and Associates to provide great essential needs.
Tonight, mostly clear with high clouds filtering in the south after midnight. Lows in the 50s to low 60s with calm winds leading to areas of valley fog. Tomorrow, morning fog with clouds spreading north through the afternoon, clearing from the west in the evening. Highs through the 80s from south to north. I'm meteorologist David Rienzo with an eye on the sky.
From NPR and WBUR, I'm Scott Tong.
I'm Robin Young. It's here and now. A large swath of Spokane in Washington state continues to burn. Firefighters have been working in steep, rugged terrain, trying to contain the wildfires. But officials say it could get worse as temperatures in the 90s later this week could produce more dry tinder, more evacuations. Authorities say they've arrested a person they believe is responsible for starting the Old Tunnels fire, the largest of the three. The fires northern of the state at least 700 buildings forced tens of thousands of people to get out. Kathy Kajimura lives in Spokane. She told us yesterday that 4 of her children had to evacuate their homes that were spared now, but just a few down from homes that burned. She has new grandchildren staying with her. We told her we'd step back. So, Kathy, how are you doing?
Well, slow and steady. A lot of uncertainty. Heartbreak for the folks who lost their homes and living in the Coast Range. But at the same time, getting this close.
Is a
would be more?
Well, we told us something yesterday that was devastating. You said, and that, by the way, we shared this thought with your governor about Ferguson, Queen's birthday. You told us that your grandkids were saying things to you like, "I'm going to die."
Oh, yeah. I mean, here's the thing. We were up on the hill celebrating a birthday party, and when we all got evacuated, we jumped right in the cars, didn't grab anything, just... But I'm thinking, you know, my naive mind was, oh, we'll just go down the hill and we'll get on the Indian Trail and we'll drive out. No. We get to the end of the hill, and what should have been like a 10-minute drive out was 4.5 hours. I mean, it was just gridlock. People were making their own lanes up on the sidewalk, down the middle fire lane. I mean, it was like each man for himself kind of like thing, you know, and you could see, I mean, dark black smoke behind you bellowing like towards you this way, and then the other way fires until my oldest grandma and she touched
Joining us now is Senator Jennifer Green of New Hampshire, the top Democrat in the former elections. Senator, welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Let's talk about the sanctions that is already facing asset freezes. Sanctions have reached their price caps on the crude oil that
Radio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
September 18th and 19th at T-Mobile Arena.
15 artists, 2 nights, one
The
stage.
sanctions on Russia were lifted by the administration for a couple of months because of the war in Iran. So Russia's gotten an influx of capital because of
BTS.
years since the global illness. The sanctions alone aren't enough to put enough pressure on Vladimir Putin and the Russian economy to get them to the table. Now, our sanctions will sanction
Do you think fundamentally economic sanctions are going to change his mind?
Well, it remains to be seen, but what we do know is that he's feeling increasing pressure. He's feeling pressure from the energy shortages in Russia because of Ukraine's success in attacking the oil and gas sector. He's feeling pressure because Russia is losing over 30,000 casualties a month in Ukraine, and they're not able to replace the numbers that they're losing each month. There are stories about the oligarchs, people who are around him, getting very dissatisfied with this war. So we think the momentum right now is in Ukraine's favor, and anything we can do to put more pressure on Putin helps to get him to the table.
Senator, let me ask you about the proposed tariffs in this bill. It gives the American president the authority to impose tariffs up to 100% on countries buying Russian oil, Russian natural gas. Two of your Democratic colleagues in Congress who are on trade committees are against this bill. In a statement, Senator Ron Wyden, Representative Richard Neal, has said there's no question the U.S. government must take stronger action against purchasers of Russian energy, but the latest draft of this bill is a prescription for bedlam and higher tariffs. What is the inflation risk?
Well, it's interesting because the latest draft of the bill is much more narrowly crafted than the bill that 85 senators signed on.
But as you say, this could apply to several large purchases of Russian oil, yeah?
Well, from Simon Thompson, who's a Nobel Prize-winning economist, he's got an op-ed that's very persuasive that points out that ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine would contribute to global economic stability. It would lower energy prices. It would reduce costs. We need to do everything we can to keep that momentum going.
Now, Vladimir Putin has long cast his war, Russia's war against Ukraine, as Russia against the West. If these additional sanctions pass, doesn't that just feed this narrative, feed this propaganda?
Well, he's right. This is Russia against the West. And the West needs to be victorious. And we're not going to be victorious if we let him keep getting away with what he's doing. The other thing this bill does is put pressure on China, on our other adversaries who are funding not only the war in Ukraine, but they're also supporting Iran against us in the Middle East and the war in Iran.
Senator, on a related topic, NPR has spoken with an anonymous U.S. official who says the Pentagon has almost exceeded its precision missile shot. What do you know about the state of American weapons?
One of the things we know is that the war in Ukraine has revealed just how many holes we have in our defense industry. I think
we're going to fix it. But you see different so many times. It's evil. It's evil.
Redistributing wealth through things like taxpayer-funded welfare programs that pull out pushback from the U.S. We're trying to get into the inequality that could be fixed before the concept of universal vaccines and
Imagine closing words going well.
We need office. Show us the unromantic truth. That humanity can serve as our greatest strength and our greatest weakness. Seems to me that war is convenient. What happened to you? I will be sitting up in the act.
Speaking of not important too much,
humility and vulnerability in his eyes as well as strength.
Juliet, what was your, can I say that there's a painting of Ted behind the fourth cut?
Well, under
it?
I so wanted to do a comment as the photograph. And so I really started to
That started out as reviled and then had turned out to be these gorgeous paintings that people had come back and really said, I love them. Most people curious what it was.
thank you for me. Yeah, that's fun to be kind of it. But suppose we have the fact that we played the Becancour. I mean, we've never seen them more often. And we're much to pick up on every day. It's truly good. I want to keep going.
Can you talk about that? Imagine you and your particular building to rebuild an empire and try to change what she saw as a broken culture within Europe.
Up and down during that period, but I think we are very confident that this time start consider things very creating new approach and everything.
Pochettino's new contract is a bit of a surprise. He could have returned to New York for high-powered appointments for a little home visit. The rest of the money, Pochettino's $8.6 million salary made him the highest paid coach in U.S. competition. Pochettino will also have more involvement in the youth team. He says the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles is crucial for the next generation of American men. Becky Sullivan, CBC News. And again,
surveys show declining American support for Israel.
I feel it's lost its way by trying to do too much.
What do Americans say about Israel and what do Israelis say about America? That story and results from Tuesday's primaries on the next morning edition from NPR News.
Start your day with local news and weather during Morning Edition. This week on the Sports Report, out now on YouTube, the annual Lake Champlain Dragon Boat Festival in its 20th year. More than 50 teams will race to raise money for breast cancer survivors and Vermont Cancer Organization.
There's been quite a few. A lot of them spoke about persistent headaches, spoke about breathing problems, sometimes people focusing their eyes. It can be really, really difficult to hear their thinking.
And you read in your case, Leah, that could be, or could be to injury in this or similar. Can you explain a little bit?
To this new overseas operation category, and so that's been confusing a lot of people.
Notably, in your story, you report that 2 American generals suffered head trauma. That's unusual, yeah? Can you talk about what you learned?
Yeah, that's really unusual, especially in modern warfare. Generals used to get injured a lot more frequently. I spoke to a historian who said that, in Civil War, World War I, generals were on the front line. So modern warfare, that's not really true. So what this shows is that these drones are much more precise, and they're really targeting where service members are sleeping, where they're eating, they're targeting the barracks. And so that shows that the drones are really hitting on target.
And one other thing, there's apparently a high ratio of injuries to death. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, that is really interesting. It shows that we are doing a good job at getting the service numbers, and that the service members are not getting seriously injured on the battlefield. We reported 17 very serious injuries, which were injuries where the hospital was death within 72 hours was a possible outcome. But besides that, the injuries were classified as not serious. Now, that's the Army's classification. That doesn't mean that those are serious local economy is suffering nearly not just during the cold season. In Colorado,
that opportunity to have and
to $2,000 per month. Suzanne says, that's a deal here. We're just a bed that works and goes to the beach for $10.
allowing these creative people to also have to have a job to people first. That's something that
Sharon is a seamstress in the town, runs her own shop out of the garage.
Wedding dresses, to boat seats, to upholstery jobs.
People bring her their own shoes, but she doesn't know what to do with them. Paisley says this makerspace is unique. Probably is sort of a giant with big scenarios for people like Sharon to learn.
all this equipment is very difficult to use, very heavy, very expensive. People are checked out of learning.
Helping pass on the craft of cobbling and making Grand Lake a more vibrant place to visit and live. For NPR News, I'm Rachel Cohen.
And you're listening to Here Now. Vermont's primary election for the 2026 midterm is
put it that way. That's where the friendship comes in. Right, Robin? Right where we started, so. So, I mean, that the company is looking at here, but perhaps maybe any might have, right? We're seeing interest rates saying that they're going to increase rates in the economy.
I think so. I think central bank and the Fed are not if you think about Japan's extraordinary situation, this was the top of the world back in 1989. They bought Rockefeller Center. Fast forward to 2011, the demographics dropped. They go back, going back. The representation would have had was the late 80s, and so they're taking on an enormous amount of debt, and there's still a demographic to be cut down, and that debt becomes systemic when they back it up.
Governments in general, they don't bring on very often. And I imagine one reason is, you can buy them. But if investors lose confidence in the Japanese economy and even talking about these speculations, it's going to push down the yen again. And then the U.S. is going to have to decide, right, are we going to go shopping in Japan again?
And that's the moral hazard. You kind of want to talk about all the things right now. And yet our markets are at all time high, but there are whispers. I mean, this is suggesting that the Fed is trading or something that we don't know. I mean, the worst case scenario is that these guys start something spreading and the yields go ever higher. We have an unsustainable deficit. It's not nearly as bad as the debt-to-GDP ratio in Japan, but certainly Trump is looking ahead to the midterms. He's getting lots of complaints about mortgage rates and the bond market. He has to see things like that.
It'll be hard to hold this over. Robin, thanks very much.
Thank you.
And we want to take a moment now to ask for your help as we work on a story about the Odyssey. Have you seen the movie? Have you read the book? Have you done both? Well, please go to greenline.org
State, Vermont Public, 88.9 WVBA Brattleboro, 88.5 WVPA St. Johnsbury, 89.5 WVPR India, and
Airplane's money ladies, Michelle Singletary and Rana Faruhar. And Rana is something that really caught my attention. She was talking about the new Trump administration, the new IRA life accounts for U.S. citizen children born between 2025 and 2028.
That ain't going to close the wealth gap. That's not yet. These kind of tweets are not, hopefully fundamental. And that's because we are wholesale shift in order to look to go back to a better balance between labor and capital. And one of the things I'll just say very quickly that I find is bubbling up now, sounds kind of wonky, but it's going to be important. We'll hear more about it. Redistribution and pre-distribution.
Jury duty and you call the night before and they're like, no, don't worry.
So we concluded basically that a lot of this had to do with what we then called like market-shaping policies. But later I sort of thought we need something a little bit better than market shaping. And so I did this about half an Oslo in 2011.
suffering, I'll be alone.
Hosting the Wild Ride Online provided expert at Airplane. This is for 2060. For that skill on this
Deliveries and venues nationwide and around the world. Orwell.com. Large enough to service, small enough to connect.
For the customers, well, if you're going to have this positive benefit to society,
Actuellement, CJL FM 107.9 à Joliette. Nous sommes présentement en période d'essai technique en ligne afin de valider la qualité de notre signal. Si vous remarquez des problèmes de réception, du brouillage ou toute autre anomalie, nous vous invitons à nous faire part de votre avec une carte courriel à cjolfm@arsenalmedia.com 404 5034.
huge amount of family wealth and didn't have to worry about paying for college. But that's what we've done. We basically said, look, you should pay for your college through loans, and lots of working class people, poor people just can't get access to good college degrees. And that's the prerequisite for success. And then we say, well, that's success. But in fact, like, it's a huge theme for our economy to have more people get a college degree. It should be something that we're investing in. If we're investing in everything is coming from the market. Independent of government. And it's not just about rules, because that's, I think, what most people are thinking about. Oh, yeah, we should have some rules against, predatory pricing and antitrust. But it's more broadly that all of this wealth is built on massive public investments and on our shared common skills, knowledge, and data. So that's the idea of this question right now. I think we should always be skeptical. we can talk more about it, but I think it was a huge reason why the Democrats lost strength.
bosses. Let's talk business in my office. Add new
software to design and test engineered systems. Accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering science. Learn more at mathworks.com.
The hit series Pass broke the record for the most inter-nominations in the economy in a single year with its 13th final season. On the next fresh step, the historic to avoid unintended repeats inside yourself. Smart also talks about the direct connection to the saving nature and the
demonstrations, and hands-on exhibits that explore the wonders of Earth and space and the science that connects them for curious minds of all ages. More at MOS.org. And Airport Podcast. One big topic in depth with deep reporting, conversation, and worship across the country. The Airport Podcast with Network Opportunities.
Called free distribution, but it's sort of getting a second and third look right now in interesting places everywhere from the Trump administration to the AI of Silicon Valley. Basically sharing wealth amongst generations of American people for increases earned. And you heard Professor Hatcher talk a little bit ago about how a very readily available example is Alaska's public oil fund. Well, it's interesting because politically speaking, this concept of American history and he talked about this deal of free distributed policy for
working back to the country as well, policies allow, because they kind of tap into values of self-respect and dignity of size, right? So I actually care about
So, Professor Hatcher, here's what I want to ask you, because I think the big thing that free distributed policies will have to achieve is that it creates conflict in those Americans. And then, as you said as well, the money generated by those sales is actually returned to
we've come a long way. So what would be essential? I mean, I think the first thing to understand is the ballot right? The U.S. has coverage of roughly a quarter of American workers, right, after World War II in the Union. So today, women are more popular than other countries. Doesn't work very well. So let me talk about another example that you know that I like a lot, which is the public option. Probably the one other policy idea that I'm associated with is the public option for health insurance. And you might say, oh, well, the public option for health insurance, that's like a Medicare plan, that's a government program. But in fact, the whole idea of the public option, right, is that this idea that we can regulate private health insurance in this completely broken market and hold down prices without having the public sector kind of bargaining agent is just wrong, right? We need to have a public heavy in the mix, and the public option will have the leverage to
support worker friendly policies like making it easy to unionize, you'd have to balance that with the needs of industry to continue to operate.
So we're going for what?
And workers have some friction making some jobs better. Maybe they want to look into particular place or stay with their family. If there's that friction and employers are consolidated, it can lead to massive ability of employers to pay wages that are well below expected. So this is actually happening in the United States.
And fair distribution of talent in this country. This is where I run into kind of like an intellectual roadblock, because you've talked many times about how, well, you know, that in order for free distribution, whether it's to support the unionization, any of these if they were to put into place. So get what I'm saying is I don't necessarily have the faith that even if we had a sovereign wealth fund or partial government ownership of OpenAI, that the money that the federal government would get from it would be appropriately and effectively distributed back to the
Just to say that I think a lot of the structural market forces that so if you can reduce the formation of monopolies in the first place to good income, right? If you give people folks are likely to become, better off, more supportive of government. But there is this huge problem. It's like to lift yourself up by your own bootstrap problem. Like, how do you do that, right? Because you're standing on in those boots. And so I would say that we should recognize that what redistribution requires is a rebalancing of power, and that is ultimately going to require political reform. And political reform is not a kind of nice kind of addition to these policy shifts. It's a precondition for them. A precondition for free distribution. And so politicians have actually right to work right now on how to deal with the democratic crisis. And our sort of mantra is that democracy will best transfer. You cannot have a system
businesses that use that space, and not
www.creative studio.
When life comes alive in the summer, this time we have a Seattle County Fair and Field Days. Hear from food vendors, caregivers, and families.
Attorney General Todd Black has cleared a critical hurdle and is bid to be confirmed to the post. A Senate committee has voted along party lines to advance his nomination to the full Senate. Two Republican Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis held up his nomination in favor of the President Trump's held up in Jersey. Senator Cornyn spoke with Dennis Black after the vote.
Well, the organization funded the bill. He pointed out that the public has represented that in numerous courts. And as to the idea that it should be revived in the future, I think it's highly unlikely that that could happen without the cooperation of the Department of Justice. This is one of the greatest experiences that the one
away from marble stone left beside the blood for bicycle practice of the Maritime and used to focuses on our CFCH business. Often reminiscent of some of the both. Marble stone left are concrete. Stand the good line from the foot.
Art of Power, and author of the memoir, CILV Ottawa. Hold on. Please tell us about the
They've invited Deborah to come spend the weekend. Deborah shows up with her business partner and ready for the day, Ava tonight. And once they arrive, Deborah tells Ava, "Oh, maybe we should come to be my luxury level over the weekend so we can enjoy ourselves, cafes, and get together." Ava, is yours.
respectful coworkers, and it was, everyone has to have a healthy relationship with your water. I think that's really huge credit to see that from Denver, she had this block of it, this thing that really
I think it depends what the goal is that we get in. If it's time and
these all next to this. Will be south. collaboration notice that people just themselves have helped make things happen. So she was an interesting person, and that
Clearly related to you.
certainly didn't help her cause when she did that.
But when I found out about it, it was completely straight in my eyes. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was really, they actually let me feel looking straight at her. And I was really happy. Couldn't believe it. And I brought my grandmother into the room. So it was nice. It was, and you could tell at first she was frightened, but then she started to get anxious, and you could tell calm down. But it was weird because I thought, am I having some kind of weird past life regression? Because the names were familiar. It was like right out of the scene from the crucifix.
Hot 107.9.
Opportunities for professional development and career progression. Position details can be found at
provided by the local cottage shop.
Support the campaign comes from the cost of In its first 4 seasons, Smart won Emmy for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series, and she was nominated again this year. She was Smart's first time to film, starring in the 1980 sitcom Design Delivery. And since she's appeared in a number of shows, including Fargo, Watchmen, and The Eastern. Was that easy or difficult? No, it wasn't really difficult.
down here this afternoon to the North Shire Bookstore, celebrating 50 years as a family-owned independent bookstore. Locations in Manchester, Vermont, and Saratoga Springs, New York. More at northshire.com. And David Allman Graves, financial advisors with Edward Jones. Helping Vermonters to soar with peace. Member SIPC.
Has the goal of delivering targeted pressure relief where it's needed most. Available at a safe number store or safenumber.com.
This is Fresh Air. I like to come on the top of the street and look at it. She found the previous things like to come through the bookstore and to find double checks yourself into a European country for possible suicide. In this scene, for train station, babysitter train, Vito, which is
much more relaxed, and she's made peace with her daughter, it was kind of a pleasant peace, in the sense that she realized she was never going to get what it took the relationship. It was never going to be what it should have been. And that's a hole that Ava fills to a certain extent. So she's kind of been looking at herself. I think she's relaxing in a lot of ways. I think she's allowing sometimes for control.
Is double bad perhaps if they apply for the EDA for
and I thought that I was ready to move on and go to that. So it all kind of goes.
fairgoers, and farmers. And while we're there, we'll find out who won this year's major competition. Don't miss our annual fair show on the next Vermont edition tomorrow at 8.
The programming today comes from
President Jefferson had in mind when he proposed the United States be governed not by an inherited aristocracy, but by an aristocracy of the intellect. Or perhaps not. Hate is a hard shot. Of a learning program from Middlemarch, a novel. But Kate was hardcore. Again, according to our narrator, the resistance to the forces not to deconstruction to start to marry
subpoenaed by the Justice Department in connection with reporting about airport money. This is Anna.
and pulse with uranium, and I think there's everything was steady, and it moved towards a more normal.
DJ contradiction from our
but the critical consequences.
they don't know how to tell. Or you actually acting
I can feel it. Girl, pick up your phone, I can't believe it. I can feel myself. I can see myself. I'm not breathing. I wish that I told you all my feelings. I look like for a reason. But at least you play a song. Where to go? And I hope you cry for me. Every night for you. Take it easy on me, baby, 'cause I try to do all my life with you. Every night for you. I've been living with this lie now.
The lawsuit argues this rule illegally undermines the Affordable Care Act's goal of expanding access to affordable health care. It also says it's making insurance harder and more expensive for them. The Market Union Coalition
not only do I live in Washington State, but it'll show which direction Republican voters want the party to go. The district is mostly rural, heavily dependent on agriculture, and more than 40% Latino. All demographics Trump has struggled with while in office this term, and it's a totally different state. Also a crowded field. But the top three Republican contenders exemplify three distinct arms.
And here immigration correspondent Vanessa Romo joins me now. Hey there, Vanessa.
Hi, Marie.
Tell us what we know about the man.
Service agreement. And what they really love is every James pre-owned vehicle comes with tires and wheels. To drive a pre-owned vehicle that they won't have to spend money on down the road.
Folks, the James Pre-Owned Promise is at James Mitsubishi in Rome. Come check out more than 300 trucks and SUVs.
And all with a 12-month, 12,000-mile service agreement. And all that's my pre-owned promise. Only at James Mitsubishi on
Text the word promise to James 1 now to find your next pre-owned vehicle. James
Merci de votre précieuse collaboration et bonne écoute.
Manuel Later
The American Humble Childhood Home has become somewhat of a pilgrimage site for soccer fans. Its metal fence is covered with flags that have been left behind by visitors from all over the world. Messi is probably my favorite player ever. He's certainly like a little bit of Singapore. Nathan Cheney traveled from Michigan, stopped by to take some photos and get a feel for where it all started in the world's most famous soccer stadium. Many of the text messages on them. People thank Messi for helping them to fall in love with soccer. For showing them the beauty of culture and the hard work and to see the hope and the joy that one is food again. So we need to I just want to But was ready to obtain somewhere on the beach frequently is also made this a candidate spot for both probably cut enough from the mafia bosses and their underlings. Argentina's government has also sent hundreds of federal police to Rosario. You can still come across their port patrols as you walk through the center of town. As the three trucks bounce from
lows in the 50s to low 60s with calm winds. Wednesday, some patchy morning fog with clouds spreading north through the afternoon, clearing from the west in the evening. Highs through the 80s south to north. I'm meteorologist David Rienzo with an eye on the sky.
right now it's 85 in St. Johnsbury and Brattleboro, 84 in South Burlington and St. Albans, 80 in Rutland, and 28 Celsius in Montreal. Support for all things considered on the Mount Public comes from Westport Hospitality and hiring professionals to join the teams at Hotel Vermont and the Harbor Bear in downtown Burlington. Applications at westporthospitality.com. Further funding comes from the Vermont Lake Monsters celebrating summer with baseball, hot dogs, fireworks, and chance of 10 games this week. Schedule at VermontLakeMonsters.com. Coming up in local news this hour, the biggest threat to re-election for some Senate Democrats this year doesn't come from Republicans, but instead from challengers in their own party. We'll hear more this hour on CBC. It's 420. Support for NPR comes from this station. And from Good Facts. From the world of Jane Austen in the Elder Bennet system to the rolling Yorkshire Hills in A Woman of Substance, BritBox is committed to helping viewers find their next escape. Streaming now at BritBox.com. From Plum, where investors have a range of choices to pursue investment. From self-directed investment to wholesale investment, all non-tax. That could uneasily keep alive, just to protect one of the most extreme ecosystems in the world. Is key for workers.
Going overhead, all that human made it for a little while.
Apples are very different from ices. They form from an ancient volcano that erodes away out of the sea. The coral reef around it is wet because it continues to go upward.
So everything that we're on here, everything that we stand on here is on a base of dead coral. And the continues to expand out.
Both the land and the ocean here are federally protected, but you can still see the history of human impact. There are concrete bunkers tucked into the top of the forest. Like a live Pacific outpost, Palmyra's used to station troops during World War II. Now it belongs to the wildlife. These are city terns, black and white seabirds. A huge colony of them are sitting on eggs and feeding their pheasant chicks.
There are probably about 20 to 30,000 birds in front of us right here.
Alex Redman is the Nature Conservancy's lead scientist for island resilience.
It's like a snowstorm of birds.
These birds rely on the ocean, where they catch small fish and squid, because the ocean is where the real action is. Underwater, coral reef is an explosion of color.
as they are in the away from the swim, the class,
It's one reason the first one is on mostly from Asian countries. Opening up the marine monuments will give Hawaii Street more options of U.S. waters.
It's really about the opportunity to fish away from foreign competition sustainably, highly monitored, and more efficiently.
For other communities in Hawaii are pushing back.
We're not against fishing. We're just against fishing in this particular spot.
Tekuewa Tukioi is an associate professor of Hawaiian studies at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. The biggest marine monument is Papahanao Mokuakea in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, which Trump is now opening to fishing. Tukioi has been part of a cultural work group that's helped manage the monuments alongside the federal government. He says the area is considered sacred for Native Hawaiians.
That region is sort of thought to be like a region of spiritual artifacts, and where all this originated from.
For him, the monument is about marine life and people who have been connected to the ecosystem for centuries. Conservation groups also warn that rolling back the fishing could hurt the ecosystem. Alan Taylor is an affiliate principal at the Hawaii Institute on Marine Biology. He says when fishing through the Pacific tuna, it is virtually like a species too.
from U.S.-based recovery.
They are also deeply unpopular as they can
working from urban and rural and suburban, again in red states, blue states, purple states, with urban times.
It's always had goodwill in American audience, but now there are more techniques and presence, and even a form of in fact, what's a small home
maybe California and the Pacific
You're listening to Charlie Puth performing with NPR's Tiny Desk. The video of the concert just dropped today. Check it out on the music channel at the NPR app. Download it today wherever you get your apps. You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News. And you're hearing All Things Considered right here on the listener-supported Vermont Public. Good afternoon, 4:34 on this Tuesday, August 4th. I'm Karen Anderson in Canadian English. It is a correct to do electronic response on the public message. Function of the public and Spotify challenge is on the
unusual, but I look back at previous elections and the number is definitely considerably high. And another is that
comes from Siegel New England, distributing boats with full aligned all-wheel drive. Retailer that things are simple for everyone.
we don't need another 4 years, 3 years, 2 years of this being argued back and forth over who's right, who's wrong, the only people wrong. Let's get this settled. Let's get it done. Let's get these things taken care of. Let's get them so they can continue.
The government of law representative interests are themselves represented by a small leadership group appointed by the court. The court's new order says Larry and the government plus lawyers must meet every week under the supervision of two court officials. But they don't reach agreement by the October
phone for which and urgent care for over 2 whole weeks. The doctor suggested extra, and on her way home, also so that she would continue in her life. It was
So this race was asked whether a candidate from the left would pay attention to their battle.
In battle, Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller addressing his House Ethics Committee investigation. U.S. Congress silence saying to come back to release the video statement and stop police trying to next slide.
In a statement on X, Miller says he is seeking the ethics probe to detect his name in connection with accusations of abuse. His allegations were made by Miller's ex-wife, Emily Moreno, the daughter of Ohio GOP Senator Bernie Moreno. On Sunday, Miller posted an extended video statement and spoke of the Hunters to defend Oklahoma. However, the documents included sensitive images of the trial to Senator Kennedy. The inadvertent shared following the effort. Senator Moreno admitted to obstructing
Support for APR comes from APR Services. Other contributors include Daily Index, a private foundation supporting APR's coverage of religion and focusing on civil liberties, fashion, other trade matters, and rights.
Good afternoon.
President Biden appealed to Ukraine and also began to defend against the Putin. Neither could as he turned into a president and also the Putin when the shift
Workers are speaking up in an apartment building in the western part of Kyiv. The scorched and pockmarked building